Hello, YouTube. It's Nicole Day. Welcome, welcome. Uh, by the way, in case you missed it, yes, my plan was going for. I was like interested in, but non-committal to Nicole constellations, but decided that it was worth it to go for Prune copies because I have a problem, and that problem is their 4-star strategy is cringe and it works on me. And we got slightly unlucky with Prune copies. Not insano unlucky. We're gonna go and do a review of exactly how many pulls I did, because I'm not 100. I have a guess, an estimate. But anyways, like we got C3 Nicole in going for C6 Prune. Like I had C2 Nicole at the same time of having C2 Prune. Technically, C2 Nicole was in the same pull as C3 Prune, but C3 Prune was after C2 Nicole. So technically, I had C2 Nicole at the same time of having C2 Prune. So, you know, like, and then I just won all the 50-50s. So yeah, my beloved Nicole can conquer me, Saluna. That wasn't me. I definitely didn't say that. Aggro got C1 Nicole and C1 Prune. Everyone got cooked. Yeah. So, as always, new 4 stars are equivalent to 5 stars. So, yup. Anyways, yeah, I'm fine with getting Nicole cons because I really like Nicole cons. Now, did it make sense to go further than that after getting C6 Prune? No, but the long story short, without going into the details of the numbers yet, was that with like I was happy with the end result. Like I had a little bit over 100 pulls to start. You know, non-sin committed primo gems essentially, and you know I was happy with that because with the 100 pulls I need to shut the window. There's a plane outside. There we go. She's so gorgeous. Yes. What's it saying? Oh, like with the non-sin committed pulls I had, I was able to get C0R1 Nicole and C2 Prune. Like 100 and some odd pulls was enough to get for C0R1 and Prune. You can't really complain that Prune C2. Can't really complain about that result that much. And then, you know, I did the top-ups, and I think, if I recall, it took 2 top-ups to finish off getting C6 Prune. And in that, I got 3 more copies of Nicole, because C1 and C2 are both early. So yeah, and then I went on Weapon Banner course. I already had Pity from Weapon Banner from on Escoffier Weapon Banner. That's part of why I only had 100 pulls to start, is because I spent a bunch of those pulls on the Escoffier Weapon Banner. Like I think I went to Pity, lost to Skyward Harp, and then did like another 40 pulls after that. So anyways, I got Nicole's Weapon at Pity with a 50-50 win. And then I still was interested in Durin's Weapon. So like after I got C6 Prune, I threw more of the wishes that I had remaining onto the Weapon Banner, like 30 remaining wishes. So I ended up getting to like, you know, 40 or 50 Pity on the Weapon Banner. Didn't get a 5-star, and I was like, okay, oh well, I'll probably try to grind to see if I can get Durin's Weapon, was my thinking. Stop at C3 Nicole. But then, like, you know, Gamba Brain was like, it's the same as Varka, but except I like Nicole more. And, you know, the C6 was there. It was looming in the horizon, in the back of my brain. And, constantly. It's bad, right? I understand. But I was waffling on it. And then someone gave me like 4,000 Primo Gems. And they're like, use it however you wish. And I was like, okay. Fine. This is enough. They gave me enough Primo Gems to go to Pity on the Weapon Banner. Because I had, again, like 45 or 50 Pity. So I used like 2 10 pulls, if I recall, from the thing they gave to go to Pity on Weapon Banner. Or I think I only took 1 10 pull. I think the Durin Weapon was technically early at like 50-something Pity. Yeah. It was technically very slightly early, if I recall. Not really worth checking. And I said if I won the Weapon Banner, because it was a 37.5% chance, right? If I won the Weapon Banner for Durin's Weapon, I would do another top up for Nicole, and I did that, and that I won it. So then I did another top up for Nicole, and then even though I already had C6 Prune, right? We had C3, like that was the stopping point was C6 Prune. And then I was like, no, we're not going to win another 50-50. And if I lose the 50-50, I just stop and I can save that guarantee and probably get low hand, right? And then I won the 50-50. And then I continued and I won another 50-50. And then the immediate pull after getting C5 50-50 went, like, yes, I won I won 6 50-50s in a row. I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone who lost your 50-50. I stole them all. Like, I don't think I've ever won that many 50-50s in a row. That's a lot of fucking coin flips in a row. Like, and then the literal 10 pull after the C5 50-50 win was another 5-star, and I was like, ain't no way. Ain't no way it then ends with like a free C6 right after. And it didn't. It was a 50-50 loss. I did lose one 50-50 to Dia. Dia is amazing. I already have her C6, so it was a Masterless Fortuna. Hard to complain too much, especially when it's like a 10 pity. Yeah, when it's a 10 pity Dia, that's basically I consider that means like if we go to pity again, that's basically the same as if we had gotten no Dia. You know, we had won a 50-50 for a pity Nicole. When you get an early 5-star 50-50 loss that early, if you go to pity again with the guarantee, that's basically like just winning the 50-50. So at this point, I mean, I'm going to get C6 Nicole. I should make healthier decisions, to be clear, but I want to be clear. I am in a perfectly fine financial situation. I mean, it's not smart. Like, if I was doing, look, if I start doing this every other patch, which I'm saying every other patch because, you know, technically a similar thing happened with Varka. The Varka was technically less expensive for me because more people paid Prima Gems into my account. Like, more people gave me Prima Gems for, like, my birthday versus how much money I spent. I technically spent more this time, but I was going into it more prepared to spend money for Prune in the first place, and then I just spent a little bit of extra for the Gamba for C6. So, it's very bad. It's very bad, okay? Bad mindset, unhealthy. I want to be clear. I've known I'm very good not doing something like that, but it's very abnormal to get that kind of luck that happens, and sometimes as a content creator, you just roll with it, right? I want to snap a set. Holy shit, Jesus. Oh, the 20. Oh, is this for the song, Durin? Oh dear. I didn't know that this was actually being. Oh boy. Oh dear. Okay, sure. Thank you, Durin. That's a lot. That's a lot of gifted subs. Durin is cool. Wanted me to try to play. I was watching Zajeff's stream while he was doing this like really difficult official song on the I don't even access the music thing very often. I think I can access it through here right now. There's official song that is very, very difficult, and I just like joked to someone in Zajeff's chat because they called Zajeff bad for playing that song, and I was like, if you think Zajeff's bad at this song, you're not prepared to ever see me play it. And then Durin is cool. Is like, I'll give you 20 gifted subs if you played the song, and I was like, I mean, yes, I wasn't even asking for that, but sure. I think Durin is cool. Just wanted an excuse to give me money, but I appreciate it. Sure, Durin, no, not that song. I'm not kidding. Sure, yeah. That's way too much money, but thank you. I will play that song. I will not be surprised if I get less than like 30% score. So, anyways, Durin is cool. Do you want me to do the postmortem on how many pulls it took me to get what I got, or for Nicole, or do you want me to do that song first? It's fine. It's a fun experience. I mean, it will be funny, I think. Been enjoying a few teams with Nicole so much better than anyone thought. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, again, when the spreadsheets show that, like, in the worst case scenario, she's a little bit worse than Bennett, in the situations that it makes sense that Bennett should be better than her, duh, of course she's, like, really good when that, like, doesn't factor in all the quality of life aspects, too. So, either way, I'll be here a while. Okay, I don't think the postmortem on the polls should take that long. So I want to just see, I want to see both factoring in the existing, so I started at, like, 50 pity from character banner, because I threw some polls for Linnea, mostly. And I think I also did one yellow 10 pull on for Llama C2. But it was like 30 pulls for Linnea, no early, another 10 pull, and then so I think I had like 40 something pity to start. Well, let's go see how many total pulls we did. I think we're at like 400-ish. But it might be like plus or minus 50. So I didn't keep that close track, right? That's the problem with spending money in these games. Like, you can be like plus or minus 50 wishes. Basically just going, I'm just going to click through until we see a different date. Yeah, I want to check. I also want to check how long it took us to get C6 Prune. Like how many exactly did it take for C6 Prune? Okay. There we go. Oop, oop. Okay. So 76 times 5 plus 1. That's what we've done. 76 times 5 plus 1. Bro, we did 380. That's a lot. There's a lot of wishes, to be clear. So 380 plus the, let's count how much pity we did before. So we gotta add 4, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So 7 times 5 plus 7, so 42. So I was at 42 pity to start. That means in 420 wishes, and we are at 20 something pity, by the way. In 420 wishes, so in 400 wishes I got C5 Nicole, and I have a guarantee for C6. Like, I'm going to get C6 Nicole in 100%. I will get C6 Nicole in less than 500 wishes. That's bonkers. Like, and this is after also getting lucky with Varka, by the way, but Varka kind of evened out. I think it was like, ended up being like 500 and some odd wishes. But anyways, I need to stop doing this. As a side effect of I really like Varka and birthday situation with Varka, and I wanted a mood uplifter, and people gave primogens for that. And Nicole was a slightly different situation where just like it was C6 Prune causing some additional Nicole copies, and then Gamba Brain Rot from the high of 50-50 wins. Can I review your Durin? No, we can review Durin first. Sorry. I almost forgot again. So let's review your Durin quick, just because that's a simple little thing to look at. If I can find my thing, there we go. Boop. So yes, that was some absurd luck. I will probably make a. It helps if I go to Enka. I will probably make a YouTube video of that. But yeah, we're gonna grind for. Is it missing a number? 669284746. It's missing a number. Did you app about Sandrone? Oh yeah, Sandrone seems like. Oh, so we learned that, or I learned, but we as a community learned that there's no secret multiplier like Lunar Charge or Lunar Crystallize talent damage for scaling the talent damage. It's just a 1x. So, but it still does ignore defense, so it's basically a 2x, right? But the def ignore part makes sense. The custom extra like 3 times or 1.7 times that the others had was stupid. But anyways, so I think it's good that it's a 1x multiplier. That just makes it more simple to understand and read the kits and whatnot. But the Stellar Conduct reaction is interesting, and we're still kind of figuring out. It kind of doesn't seem like the damage is going to be that insane from it, but it probably doesn't seem that bad. It has an interesting mechanic, but I'm not clear on whether or not it punishes using elements other than, like, I think it might be kind of like Lunar Crystallize, where if you bring in elements with Cryo and Electro, you're going to get less Stellar Conduct damage, which is, again, that's the same way to design Lunar Crystallize, and I fucking hate it, frankly. It kind of kills my enjoyment in reaction systems if we don't have meaningful reasons and value to bringing in additional elements to open up the nuance of how, you know, you can do reactions. If reactions, so, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, her redesign? Yeah, no, I don't like her redesign. The shorter skirt does not look very good. The recoloring is better, I guess. I do like the reds instead of the yellow, but like, I expected more from her redesign, frankly. And then combat-wise, I don't know. we'll see. She seems like she's going to take a lot of field time. Like, she seems very main DPS, actually. Which makes me inclined against caring about her that much. And then, yeah, Polonia is transgender now. I think it's technically not going to be called Polonia. So that leaker that said Polonia was actually being summoned was fucking lying. So, like her animations, yeah, I don't dislike them. But she's definitely just like Cryo Nuvolette coded with an interesting gimmick variant compared to how Cryo Nuvolette works. Like, or compared to how Hydro Nuvolette works. So, I don't know. She seems like an interesting character. Don't get me wrong. But we don't have the complete picture of her yet. So, anyways. Duran, 136 ER. This is a little bit lower than I prefer, for sure. But you can work on leveling the skill to help a little bit with that, and it will ultimately depend on the team. Nicole functionally lowers Duran's ER needs significantly because you can funnel particles from Nicole into Duran in most teams, and 5 funneled pyro particles significantly reduces his ER too. If you're playing him with Venti, that also substantially reduces his energy needs. I just find I prefer around the 150 mark, but I'm sure I might be more comfortable with lower than that with Nicole, so it just depends what you got going on, is my point. It can be a perfectly acceptable amount of ER, or you might find yourself wanting more, but I do think you'll definitely want to level. Burst is for damage, of course, and then skill talent is mostly for the energy refunding. So, yep. Her name is a slur. That's why I'm just gonna... I kind of know. I know. I think I'm unironically just gonna call that robot Trans Polonia. Like, I think it's just funnier. So yeah, it's a decent Duran build. You got a good balance of everything. A little bit imbalanced towards crit damage, but it's not that big a deal, I don't think. You got a health. Your goblets are really good. Got a healthy amount of ER, but yeah, could use more ER, but it's easier said than done to get much more ER than this, right? So, and again, you don't necessarily need more depending on the team, right? So yeah. Fago, like the oh fuck me, like even look, I tried to purposely pronounce that in a way that didn't sound like I was saying the slur. Fuck me, I'm sorry. Like, it's so hard to even say that name without it sounding like the slur. It's so bad. No, I'm not. I'm sorry. No. See, I regretted it immediately. I regretted calling that fucking thing by its name immediately. Wolfang is on 100% uptime. Yeah, no, it's not that good of a weapon, but it might be the best option you have. Still, it depends. So yeah, if you have if you have energy issues, you can unironically consider Aminoma. How dare you? Yeah, my apologies. No, we embrace Trans Polonia. Okay, respect Polonia's wishes. That's also where her skirt went. It's clearly where Sandrona's skirt went. She had to remove part of her own skirt to give Trans Polonia a skirt. So, anyways, loss to Deluc, my condolences. Got 4 Sandrona pieces after 10 runs and no Nicole pieces. I cannot believe it took me freaking 1200 resin to get freaking whatever. Anyways, so yeah, so for simplicity, we're just gonna jot down 400 pulls for C5 Nicole, and then, you know, 10 pity Dia, meaning we get sub C6, sub 500 pulls C6, which is crazy. Like not that I did 500 pulls, but 500 counting like my existing pity, right? And assuming I go to pity again. It is not possible for us to go over 475 really, for total wishes, that's super low. Not impossibly low, right? Like, if I had this same luck, but more of the pity 5 stars I got that were 50-50 wins were actually like a little bit early, or if I had gotten to be clear, if I had like won that 50-50 for Dia, and for Nicole instead of getting Dia, then that means I would have had C6 Nicole and 400 pulls, and that is crazy lucky. Instead, it's just really lucky. But let's contrast that with Prune. So, okay, there we go. So, gotta add 1 from the start there, and then we just gotta count the pages. All right, so 1, 2. We can count the Nicole copies because I didn't get C6 Prune until. So wait, sorry, what page was it? It's page 76. Okay. So we can just count from there. So we count until we see 3 Nicole copies, because that's around where I got C6 Prune. Actually, no, I have to count the prunes, because I don't know exactly what happened around. I know I had to do like 40 or 50 wishes after. That's part of the reason that like it was so tempting to continue seeing if I won 50/50s, was I had 40 or 50 pity after getting C3 Nicole. I still had to wish for C6 Prune. And it took 40 more wishes. So, you know. Anyways, did you get Nicole cons? Yeah, I got too many Nicole cons. To be clear, I should have stopped at C3. I acknowledge that. But like C3 Nicole happened while we had C5 Prune, and C6 Prune took like another 40 wishes, if I recall. And then someone gave me a small top-up donation that made me gamble brain rot more, and I still kept on winning 50/50s. And the only 50/50 that I lost was a 10 pity dia after the C5 win. Like, it basically was just guaranteeing that I had in a sense, is like guaranteeing a 50/50 win at pity again. Like, bonkers. So, yeah, I didn't expect this result going in. I had money. I was prepared to spend some money, and I definitely did have to spend money for C6 Prune, but I was not prepared to get so lucky for Nicole in going for Prune that I would gamba brain rot 50/50 wins. So, can you check Nicole Veressa for you? Yeah, we'll be testing a whole lot of things. Don't worry. And I'll be taking requests to test different things. Do people want to see more Abyss testing runs? Because those will take longer. Or do people want to see more damage dummy? We'll have to go to the damage dummy no matter what when we want to answer more specific questions like what the DPS is. But new emote? Oh, okay. Holy. Yeah, I suppose we can add that. Okay, sorry. Was that the first Prune copy? I know the first Prune copy took a while. Yeah, it was. Okay. So can you compare Prune and Venti for Varka team? Yes, I am down to do that. And we can even compare Venti with Elegy compared to Prune, which, because like Prune doesn't have the same, well, okay, to be clear. Well, no, I can remove artifacts from Varka, and removing artifacts from Varka puts Varka on my account. Literally, he starts doing it with C6 Varka without his artifacts, does C0 non-signature weapon Varka damage. I've already tested that in the past, so there you go. Anyways, okay, so I'm gonna count with my fingies. Okay, let's jot down the page number, just so I don't have to keep track of two things at once in my head. Well, I can't, but okay. So page 76, and then we add 1 to the end. So we're the start of my Prune, the start of the banner wishes for that could have gotten Prune, right? And then I'm just gonna count with my fingies how many Prune copies till we get to 7. There's 1. Yeah, so the 1 Prune happened in the same pool, I think, as C0 Nicole. There's 2, C1. And then C2. And then there was a bunch more wishes. And I think we got the early, yep, there's the early C1 Nicole 50/50 win. And then there should be an early C2. Yep, there's the early C2 Nicole. So there's where I had C2 Nicole and C2 Prune at the same time. Oh god. And then C3 Prune was right after. So that's 4 copies. And there we go. So there's a C4. And then we need 2 more copies. And this took a while. The last, there we go. They got 1, but then the C5 is what took a while, if I recall. Because we should have C3 Nicole before that. Yep, there's C3 Nicole. And then I think it took like another 40 pulls still to get the last copy of Prune. The last copy of Prune was kind of brutal. It wasn't horrible, but there we go. So page 32. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, 4 stars, man. So yeah, we had C3 Nicole before we had C6 Prune. Meaningfully before. We gotten 1 Prune after 3 5 stars, yeah. So, page 32. So, well, functionally page 33. So 76 minus 33, that's 43 times 5, plus 1. Oh, it was actually much more average than I thought. Interesting. I definitely thought it was like 240 wishes for Prune. I guess I missed track yesterday a little bit. See, that's why we checked. That's why we did a postmortem. The total pulls, I believe, if I did, this might be plus or minus 5. I don't think I was any more than 5 off with this. Was 216 pulls. Right? Which is extremely average, by the way. Like, the average you should expect is 210-ish. But 4 stars are super RNG because there's no guarantee that you're going to get any specific 4 star. You can do 100 pulls and never get Prune, right? That happened with Lanyan. It literally took me 200 pulls on Lanyan's first banner to get 2 copies of her. It was bonkers. Like, in the polls I did on Lanyan's first banner, I should have had her C6 first banner. But I was just trying to get her C1 and her C2. And the base copy was free. To be clear, Lanyan still got surprisingly close to the average overall, because I got a random C3 Lanyan from Weapon Banner, I think on Varesa Weapon Banner, if I recall. And then come Lanyan Rerun Banner, much later in the year, so this was like during the Nefer patch, if I recall. I got the last 3 copies of Lanyan in only like 40 pulls. So like, I don't know how you factor in that random early from Weapon Banner. If we toss that one out and just factor in the fact that, you know, I got 5 copies and 240 pulls, that's definitely unlucky for Lanyan, but surprisingly went much closer to the average than the first few copies would make you think it would happen. But anyways, still, like, Lanyan was kind of still probably the worst. Prune, I guess I can't really complain for getting the average. I've certainly had better luck. I've had much better luck with Eons on for 4 stars. But yeah. So anyways, so that means the total wishes that I did on the actual banner. Well, no, you have to factor in the pity for the 5 stars. So, but yeah, I got C3 Nicole in like 170 wishes on her banner, but adding C3 Nicole basically happened in the same amount of wishes as Prune did, but C3 Nicole happened before C6 Prune because of the fact that I already had pity on the banner, essentially. So yeah, that's basically what it is. Took 200 and change pulls to get C3 Nicole, C6 Prune, and then I Gambit brain rotted from there. So yep. Anyways, got 2 Radiance animations in between consecutive losses. Sandrone will be the 3rd time I hit Radiance since 5.2. Why would I need to lie when my history is fully recorded? I think you should at least look on the upside in that at least Radiance lets you operate around known quantities. It is unlucky, but Radiance is a system that prevents you from doing... Like, the worst case scenario for Radiance is that you lose 3 50-50s, then you get Radiance, then you lose 2 50-50s, then Radiance, then 2 50-50s. Losses, sorry. Lose 2, Radiance, lose 2, Radiance, because Radiance resets your count to 1. So it's not possible to go 3 losses, Radiance, 3 losses, Radiance. That's impossible. So, like, that is so much better than the possibility of, like imagine all those Radiance counters before Radiance existed as a mechanic. Imagine those Radiance triggers were actually also 50-50 losses, and how much worse that would feel, right? Like, there's probably, if you've triggered Radiance that many times, I think a healthier perspective you can have, for that doesn't kill your engagement with the game, is that, you know, there might be like 3 characters you otherwise would not be able to have if the mechanic didn't exist. I think Radiance is one of the best gacha mechanics I've seen for mitigating how painful gachas can be sometimes, just because of sheer RNG. Like, gachas feel really shit if you lose too many 50-50s in a row, in my opinion. I think Radiance is one of the best parts of Genshin's gacha system, and the main problem with it is how fucking obtuse it is and how much they don't want to tell people how it works, because if they tell people how it works, you know, it will let people plan their polls more, and if people plan their polls, they're less likely to just, you know, do what I do and gambit brain rot, right? They want people to gambit brain rot, and people are more likely to gambit brain rot if they don't make, you know, logic-oriented planning long-term decisions, right? So anyways, where's Zenless at Radiance? Me too. Me too. I lose so many 50-50s in Zenless. The only reason my experience in Zenless hasn't felt like utter ass shit is because for some reason in Zenless, it balances out for me, because I feel like I get way more earlies than I should be getting statistically. I feel like I have overly high luck with getting earlies in Zenless, but they're almost always like, I almost always lose 50-50s, it feels like. But it balances out. Like, it's fine. Like, I lost my last few 50-50s for the characters I went for, but they were like literally like the 50/50s I lost were like 10 or 20 pity, or the 50/50 is not pity, and then I get the guaranteed character at 10 or 20 pity kind of thing, right? So it basically all evens out at the end, and it's been fine. But there's an alternate reality where I probably would have quit Zenless because of losing 50/50s and getting no earlies, right? So trigger capturing and got Nicole nice right just now. Nice, nice. But yes. If it makes anyone feel better, it took me 1,200 fucking resin to get a triple attack percent build in Nicole. Like, what the hell? I don't understand. Oh, I was gonna go buy the battle pass because I wanted more fragiles. I'm gonna buy the battle pass anyways for leveling characters. To be clear, I usually buy the battle pass. I find the resources worth it. So I'm gonna do that quick. 1 second. I've never actually bought the battle pass. I've always paid the full price for the battle pass because you couldn't buy the battle pass through the discount services. But now that I'm using a VPN, I'm pretty sure I can get a discount on the battle pass now. Let's see. Let's see how much it costs me. I'm not sure how much it'll cost. Should I buy the extra expensive one? No. Well, how much is it? It's twice as much. It's 2,400 yen. How much is 2,400 yen? 2,440 yen. $15, bro. Really? That's a lot cheaper. As someone who's used to paying like $11 because of tax, bro, I'm used to paying $11 for the base battle pass. $15 for the Pro Max battle pass feels free, yo. Then I can level Durin's weapon right away. And a feather. But honestly, it's the Durin weapon being leveled right away that matters more to me. Where do you buy from? This is just a VPN to Japan. And then I buy from, I'm logged into the official top-up center. Also, I have a coupon from them. Does that coupon apply? Because I spent too much money yesterday, and they're like, here, thank you for spending money. Oh, it's an 8% bonus Primo Gems. Oh, never mind. They gave me a coupon that I only get a benefit from if I spend more money. Well, fuck you. Okay, never mind. So he takes a trip to Japan and back every time. Yeah, my bad. I'm actually moving to Japan every time. Fuck. What do you say, Mies? Do we want to level weapon? How good is Durin's weapon? Is it worth getting leveled right away today? Like, I'm gonna be doing things with Durin. That's the temptation. Is it'd be kind of cool to be able to play around with his weapon. Although my crit rate is going to be more cooked. Well, that's fine. I have the high crit rate piece, don't I? Yeah. Just my ER might be a little worse, actually. It's not that big a deal. I can swap to a higher ER crit circlet if I need. It's the best weapon in the game, true. I shouldn't be asking Mies. Mies's judgment call is going to be they are a responsible boy. What? Fuck me. I'm sorry, Mies. I'm a terrible person. Blame English brain that defaults to everyone being boys. I call girls boys and boys girls too. I called Risley a girl the other day, and I'm not going to take it back. Anyways, responsible boy can be gender neutral. Exactly. There you go. Should I do it? I kind of want to level it today. Did I get R5 of the Dingle Sword? No, I did not. I got R4 of Dingle Sword. Okay. I see. I don't know why I call it Dingle Sword. Yen price is only 60% of the GBP price? Wow. I use girl gender neutrally? Yeah. I think all genders are gender neutral. That's my mindset. All genders are gender neutral. I also bought Giga Battle Pass for Durin Weapon. Yeah, it's very funny. Is there an artifact to reroll that I care about? There kind of is. I do kind of want to reroll this still. Should we reroll this? Should we buy the battle pass? Like, it feels like, man, I feel like I wasted a lot of money not using a VPN longer ago. I'm not gonna lie. 25% cheaper is bonkers for the battle pass. I thought that because the battle pass was cheaper, I thought it was gonna be like only $1 cheaper, yo. like, and factoring in tax, it's more than 25% cheaper. Like, I was paying $11, more than $11, I think, for every battle pass for so long. Like $15 for the Mongol battle pass. It's that's just a free reroll, yo, and the free leveling a weapon. Fuck it, whatever. I'm doing it. You can't stop me. If the Emily Feather rerolls like shit, I'll be slightly sad though. Particularly because I've already rerolled it once and it didn't roll well. Changes show up in your credit card as foreign currency. No, well, okay, depending on what you're like. Some people will have like a credit union card that might be weird or whatever, but. So it depends on your bank, but most modern banks, like they're going to automatically convert the currency. So, anyways, All right. I think this is the big battle pass. Gnostic Chorus. Hopefully it is. Otherwise, I'm paying for something I don't. But maybe I'm paying for something I don't want. I don't know.
Can I stop here and play?
Also gives us 10 levels, which is even more fragiles, by the way. Like, it's a lot of front-loaded fragiles. That lets us level up things early. Okay, that's funny that it gave us the furniture. It popped up the furniture and nothing else happened. That was very funny. We do have the fragiles. Okay. The 10 levels are fake and you... I mean, of course I know that. I know they're fake. It's just sooner. The only thing they do is allow me to level things sooner. That's all I'm saying. Yes, the 10 levels are not a reason to buy the battle pass. I want to be clear. What is Lohan's material? He's the only one I should really care about choosing. No. Maybe Lohan's material is easy, isn't it? And then we have to do the song, by the way. Remind me, I have to do the song. Durin at school gave me freaking 20 gifted subs to go play this terribly difficult song. Oh yeah, let me check when my card got charged. See what the actual conversion was on my card's end. Yeah, it was 1537. That's what Google showed. Okay. So, what was I gonna look up? Oh yeah, Lohan. Nanoka. Oh, look at all the characters there. They're all listed here now. Oh yeah, Chi-Chi is a little bit better than I thought yesterday, apparently. She does more damage than I realized. We didn't have multipliers yesterday, to be clear, and I didn't know. Even if I did have them, I don't know. We didn't know what the scaling exactly would be. So, but yeah, apparently Chi-Chi does actually real damage. And she does directly generate energy particles with her coordinated attack, only with Stellar Conduct. So it's basically only for Chandrone for now. But yeah, Chi-Chi is actually better than I thought yesterday. Yai's also seems to be very, very good. So, yep. Anyways. What is this? Local specialty. Oh, I see. Oh. Technically, that may have been very minor spoilers. Hopefully, you didn't notice what it said. Don't look at it. Again, I don't think you should look up what the region is if you don't know what it is. I think it's better to be unspoiled and be a cooler reveal. It's the first area in the game that's like, oh, that would have been cool to not know about it at a time, okay? I want to emphasize that. Can I have all characters? There we go. It's literally 25% cheaper. It's more than 25% if you have to pay sales tax, like I do. Because I don't pay sales tax when buying through their top-up shop for some reason. I only pay sales tax when I buy in-game.
I still have so much to learn about human interactions.
Moth. Okay. Yeah, the moths aren't bad.
I'm nervous.
Moths aren't bad.
Really
so I really want to make friends with everyone. So razor materials. What are you? Oh yeah, I'm choosing wolfhooks. Wolfhooks are a pain in the ass. There's like 40 that spawn per 3 days. 100% wolfhooks. All right, claim Elysium because need more Nicole talents. There we go. Okay. All right. Standard wish. Is that a Nicole statue? No, it's just, well, it kind of is a Nicole statue, Sealy statue. All right. All right. Standard wish to make our dreams come true. Wing. All right. And sure, let's re-roll the Emily piece because it's like the main piece holding an Emily bag. I want a better circlet still, but like, The circlet's not that big a deal because I do actually appreciate the ER quite a lot, so I'm happy with it. It's not the perfect circlet, but I'm happy with it. This one could actually be better, and do need to level that one. But the feather is like an incredible feather that just has not rolled in a satisfying way to me, right? Like one more crit roll, like getting no EM rolls, one more crit roll would be my ideal. I don't need 5 crit rolls, right? But also just like higher roll values for the crit too, because 5.8, 13.2 it just looks ugly, okay? And I like Emily. Fuck. I mean, it's better. Yeah, okay. It's better. It's fine. Can't complain that much. It's fine. It's better. Not meaningfully so. It's like a min roll crit better. A min crit damage roll better, but that came in sacrificing some attack. But at least the attack rolls were high. So that was a 10.5 attack. I had 14% before, so I only lost I lost less than a minimum roll of attack because of that. So it's gain, and I gained a little bit of crit rate too, but like, god damn it. Whatever, it's fine. It looks much better than it did before. I'm much more happy with that, but still some low crit damage roll values. But at least it's 30 CV now, but ugh. Only that EM roll had been attack percent. Damn it. Oh well, it's fine. It's a very, very good Emily build. I shouldn't be complaining. Check this quick. I have... Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay. One more level and it's doomed, maybe? Yeah, it's doomed. Whoops. Sad. Is it doomed? Yeah, it's doomed. Well... I don't know. The flat attack was nice, but like that EM roll kind of doomed it. Because again, if that EM roll is flat attack, then I'd be fine with like sacrificing an ER roll maybe. Yeah, I'll take it to 16 in case it's like a high crit roll. Okay, never mind. I apologize, but thank you for the free XP. EM for burning. Yeah, exactly. Okie dokie. Oh, I forgot about that thing. Not gonna worry about that right now. Okay. Oh, we need to do the freaking... Oh, I forgot about the quests. So we gotta do both of the quests. Okay, plan is to... Wait, let's do the song because Duran is cool, paid for the song. Sorry. But plan is I gotta do the quest. And then also, there's 2 accounts I gotta do wishing on. We got a lot on the docket today. Because I told these people I would do wishing. Mitsu, I think... Oh, no, Mitsu is here. Okay, so... The plan... is also I don't know is the other person here? I forgot the name of their username. Bruh, my brain. Why can I not find it? I messaged them yesterday. I can't. Oh, there they are. Okay. Oh, I can't see the username in God damn it. I can't see the username in Discord. Whatever. You know who you are. Begin with an R. Hopefully you're here as well. Let's plan on doing... We'll do the song thing. We'll go level Duran's weapon. And then... Yes, we'll level Duran's weapon, do the song thing. And then we'll do the quests... No, sorry, we'll do the quests for the Hexarite quest after we go and do the viewer summons. That's the plan. So we will... But I do want to get Duran's weapon done and dusted. So, level Duran's weapon. Seems like I have enough of these. Good. Yeah, level Duran's weapon. Let's do the song. Then we can go do viewer wishing. Then we can do these talents because we want to be able to have the Hexarite passives unlocked, to be able to test the characters properly. And then we can start testing things, which is a lot of things, but oh well, my apologies. Can I ask something? Does the payment options change if you change VPN? It shouldn't, because it should just be based on whatever region the VPN is in. So if the VPN service is working properly, it should show like yen when you select Japan, no matter what VPN you use. So, okay. Yeah. Okay. So Duran is cool. In Twitch chat, they gave me way too much money. They gave a ton of gifted subs to people. I gotta drink. I see the drink. Well, you know. Fine. I have a soda. You know, I'm gonna drink water and then the soda because I want caffeine. But I want to rip your hands, oh dear. I want to do this song because they paid an obnoxious amount of money for it. I didn't actually think they were gonna do it for some reason. I thought doing it's cool was just being silly in Twitch chat. But sometimes people are silly and they give $100, well, $50, $100. Well, no, how much? What is the revenue split for Twitch subs? You'd think I would know. I don't actually know. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Thank you for the monies. I imagine the people that got the gifted subs appreciate it too. Where is the music thing? It's right here. I am blind as a goddamn bat. Okay. What is the song called, by the way? Is it a new song or is it? It's official song, right? Does it have official icon on it? 20 subs is like 100. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I get, I think 50 or 60% of that revenue. I think it's a new one. Okay. I want to do that one, but this one's much more my pace. Nice. La la la. I don't know what I expected for Varka's song, but it wasn't that. I heard it before because I watched the thing. But is this Simulonga songs? Bro, re-add Simulonga to the game. I want to go back. I forgot how good the song was. I forgot how good the music was in Simulonga. Fuck. It's this one, isn't it? It's 4 minutes long, bruh. 167 BPM. It's this one, right? Or is it a different one? Yes. Okay. Oh boy. Are we gonna start immediately with... No, let's do the second to highest difficulty first. And then we'll do the highest difficulty. Is the music fine? I think it's loud, but I'm gonna be silent, so it's fine. Who cares? Oops. Where's the setting for? Fuck! God damn it! I wanna put them Jeff style, straight. For some reason, I always did better with them in a curve. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna be bad regardless. I'm. Okay. Anyway, shut up. Shut up and focus. Pro first. Before we die under the fires of this song. For it's a little bit... Oh my god. It's a little bit chill, I think, to start. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. Guys, this is not the hard version. Oh no. Whoa, no. My brain. Oh no. This is what happens with this. I get... Shut up. Fuck. Oh god, how bad is the next one gonna go? Oh my god. I'm so bad at these. I've never felt worse at video games than when I play rhythm games. Fuck. Like, I I always like really love the idea of a lot of rhythm games. Like one of my favorite video games that I like love conceptually that I cannot play is Crypt of the Necrodancer, because I like roguelikes and like the idea and like the rhythm combat system in Crypt of the Necrodancer is brilliant. I cannot play that video game. I can't get past the second floor without just failing terribly. Fuck. How? What? I hit the wrong button! I didn't hold. Oh my god. What? I commanded the wrong button! Okay, I gotta put it just straight. Maybe that'll help me. It probably won't help me. No, it's gonna help me. I need a new brain. Please install a new brain. This song is so long! Can I keep... I hate when I hit the right notes and I don't hold. That feels worse than just completely missing a note. What did I get? 80%? That was not 80%. That was like 2%. Okay. This is a carpal tunnel speedrun. Okay, yeah. Anyway, I got 80%. I guess that's okay. But that was not the highest difficulty. I did great. I think I did okay for that difficulty. Where the hell do I change the, Is it here? No. Where the hell is the setting for it? Also, I forgot I didn't know there's a difficulty. You can make this harder. Music notes will shrink in size, giving you less time to hit them. Long notes will have longer... I mean, I'm not going to do this, because that will just mean I don't do it at all. Should I do hard notes? No ads. I like how Durin is cool is the type to give 20 gifted subs to other people. They don't buy a gifted sub for themselves to have ad free. I guess let me know. Let me know when ads done. I don't think you realize how funny I'm finding this rage. I mean that's why we're doing it. That's content. Not planned content, but it's fine. I've been paid for it. You can torture yourself even more. Yeah, you know what? Sure, why not? Musical notes, long notes will have longer tail ends. Less time to hit musical notes. Why not? If we're gonna play the Insano hard song, sure. Interface styles right here. Okay. Is the contrast gonna help? Maybe. I don't know. Vertical mode. Okay, try vertical. See if that helps. I don't know if it will. I think with how big my display is, maybe when I put my new monitor up. I think with how big my display is, there we go. Okay, my like eyeballs can track the curve a little bit better, but is the main problem. Should do co-op with this. Maybe someday. What? I thought I'd... Wait, why did I select the do not make mistakes? I didn't realize I selected it. I didn't mean to select the do not make mistakes. That was funny though. Let's turn off the do not make mistakes, because there's no reality where I will be stuck here until the end of my days. Now turn off this. I'm fine with getting no score, but I do want to complete the thing. Oh god. Immediately I think the straight line is not helping. Why is my display turning off in 5 minutes? Stop it! Sorry, I'm gonna restart. Fix my display. This is one of the reasons I wanted a new monitor. Just to fix this problem, but... No, no. I actually I need to turn it back to the curve thing. I think my brain just can't work with this right now. It does do what I'm used to. Like my like the visual tracking like is fucked up in my brain. Guys, this is the easy part of the song. Oh god. Oh, I was pressing the wrong button there the whole time for that whole sequence. Oh no. I can't. This is ridiculous. Immediately. Okay, we gotta like recalibrate. There's no chance to recalibrate. It's just go. Shut up. Fuck. Bro, this is. What does the Jeff get on this song? Oh my god. I can't read the chat right now, so save the answer for after. What the? Oh my Jesus Christ. What is happening? I feel like I'm just pressing random buttons at some point of this. Bro, I just missed like 10 in a row. It's just chaos. Crap, didn't double hit. Oh, damn it. Like, had it there for a second. Oh my god. I can't. What is that? I just try to shift my eyes where I was looking like towards the top to try to like see things coming ahead of time, and then my brain got more overwhelmed rather than like being able to track anything. Like I just, oh my god. Oh fuck. It takes all my mental focus just to do these. Yeah, I did that. I missed that though. Oh my god, no. No! How am I so bad? How did I perfectly time the sequences in between? Oh my god, no. No! I think I was right that I'm getting less than 30%, by the way. I have no idea what my score is. Bad. %, but bullshit. I did not get 50%. I guess 50% is maybe accurate to the vibe where I felt like half of the time I was just doing. This line of thing doesn't help my brain. My brain couldn't like properly track the notes that were on the sides at all. On the I think it's just again how big my display is. When I switch to my new display, it might be fine, but like here is a mouse. Oh, I gotta charge it. Here's a mouse, right? Like the vertical thing is fucking, the notes are like all the way over here. And how human vision works, like you don't fucking, oh no, I agree it's easier on mobile for sure. You don't actually see like this wide of an area. But it's again part of the reason I've decided. There's many reasons I've decided I don't want this display anymore as my main computer display. I liked it for a lot of reasons. Anyways, we should do a song to detox because good God, left and right hand actions takes a lot of training specific to music systems. Yeah, like that is yes. I am definitely not a musician. I am not. The last time I played an instrument for realsies was in middle school band. Let's chill with a Lanyan. I still haven't even gotten 100% the pro, but you know, no, we're gonna do chill. I was gonna do legendary. No, let's chill. Let's do a chill little Lanyan song. I'm never getting 100%, am I? Oh, I miss it. Oh my. No, my brain is just not functioning. How did I bungle that? I blame the official song. I just let go. This is the most chill song. Just bungle up basic. Oh my god. How am I? How? What did I screw up there? I think I didn't let go over there. I do have the higher difficulty. That might be a part of why I'm screwing this more. And I'm just bad, to be clear. Failed. I did really bad. Ugh. Can't believe I got 99.6% on that song before. Oh well. Such is life. Okay, sorry, alright. Well, thank you, Duran. I honestly, I kind of want to do more right now, but I should probably get on to the intended topic of the stream. I'll probably do some more music in a music stuff in a stream this week though, because there is 60 Primo Gems there, and I need more Primo Gems for Nicole. So yep. Thank you again for the subs. I honestly, I'll probably I might try that Visceral song more to try to get better. But yeah, I don't know. Without like if you do it enough, if you practice things enough, you'll get better. And like, I think, in particular, if I was already musically trained to, like, disentangle my fingers from actions, that would be better, but I think there's a pretty strong correlation, by the way. Like, I have friends, one of my main friend groups is, like, some friends that I've been friends with since high school, and they, I would say, are better at video games than me, and they both played, like, piano from a relatively early age, right? I think there is a strong correlation in general to being better at video games with like musical training from early on. So I find it fun now. Yeah, like to be clear, you can get good at video games I think without musical training. It's just like the same like mental skills of like timing and coordination with fine movements with doing specific actions with your fingers at different times is fine motor skills is what you need for both. So, yeah, which is interesting. AKA pro gamers are the same as classical orchestra musicians. In some ways, honestly, yeah. But anyways, Zajeff's also a piano player. Yeah, I was aware. So I think that is unironically a big part of why Zajeff is like so good at that, and also potentially why I think he is a better player at like Genshin than I am. Right? It is a correlation I've seen, not a cause, correlation. We're gonna level Duran's weapon. It's Mondstadt talent domain, right? Level Duran's weapon and not talent, material. Yeah. And then we will log on to Mitsu or actually let me go DM the other person. Oh, I just finished the Archon quest. Alright. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. I will log in to either your account or the other one very shortly.
Every footnote before I turn to the next one.
All right. I think we'll log into Mitsu's account first, if that's fine. Because may I remind everyone Zajeff is not good at video games. He says he isn't, but I think he's pretty. No, I think Zajeff is pretty good. Like, I understand why he says that, because you gotta like know he's associating the sphere of like other people who are really experienced with Genshin, who have just as much knowledge as him. But like, if you have the knowledge and you also have skills and you spend thousands of hours playing the game, like, you know, he sees people like Bote that exist and whatever, and feels like that those players' existence means his skills are lower. I think he is still very much in the upper tier of skills. Do I think he's at like Tar's level? Not necessarily, but I think he's like around Tar's level, and I think I am like a bit below his skill level for sure. So, yeah. Anyways, this domain shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. Not that Emily is an ideal choice here. But, what is a... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, what does Nicole give her damage here? Nothing, because they died too quickly. Okay. I'll spend my normal resin. Hard to judge how good you are at this game, because every character is like a new game. Yeah. And, like, so much of Genshin is, like, a knowledge check, and then... Which is part of like why it strikes a good balance to me, because like Genshin is not obviously entirely a skill-based game, duh. But it's a weird mix of very grindy for its progression structure, while you know, so it rewards you for long-term grind and investment in your characters, but also rewards, you know, knowledge on character kits and nuance of game mechanics, as well as knowledge on enemy mechanics. Oh, nice. And then rewards how you then, you know, understanding those things, and rewards how you understand your character kits as they interface with the enemy mechanics and the timing of things and whatever. And then, so it rewards routing, right? Which I like, is routing a knowledge check or is it a skill check? Like, kind of both, because you have to, like, be able to refine your ability to play to be able to adapt to certain things. But, it's a good balance is ultimately my point, right? Just let Duran and Nicole kill. Pokemon VGC, yeah, yeah. I can vibe with that comparison. So, leaks allowed here? No. I mean, leaks are allowed. We can discuss character kits, but do not discuss story spoilers. I will time you out, and potentially ban you if it's a repeat. And I also think that talking about the new region, the new exploration area, in the next patch, well, normally I think it's fine, because usually it's just like, oh, new Nod Cry region. This time I think it's better not to spoil this for people. So I am treating that as like the same as a story spoiler. So, but as far as character kits, yeah. And I know that, yes, the character's next patch, I guess, is a minor spoiler, but let's be real, it's freaking obvious. Everyone knew this character was coming back, so I think it's fine. We can discuss Androna here. Call myself an average player when I lock in. I can do Skirk's walk cancels, and I'm proud of that. Yeah, like I know of the technical things and I can do them, and I know I could practice them to do them more consistently. But other than just like, I don't really put in the time to practice. Like people like Furu and Bote put in so much time optimizing things. It's fucking insane. Like, And that's where like their skill comes from. Just a ton of practice and obsession over refinement of a specific thing. Do we know how the 5-star reruns are next patch? I don't think so. I don't think there's been any info yet. I think there's a very good chance it's Seat Lolly. And then from there it's kind of a crapshoot. Like maybe they'll rerun Risley, but I feel like rerunning Risley would be a mistake right now because Risley does not have a compelling teammate to enable his new kit. So, you know, we discuss sub-detection units, potentially. It's just, I guess I didn't need to leave the domain quite yet. Yeah, oh yeah, Columbina. There's a very good chance for Columbina, I think, and there's a very good chance for Sea Lolly. And then other than that, I think it's kind of a crapshoot. I think there's a good chance for Yai. I think there's because Yai is potentially a best in slot unit, very likely a best in slot unit for Sandro and his teams. Will that be permanently? I don't know, right? It's going to be a little awkward. Like, are they if they're going to release a better off-fielder, like if they're going to release a Stellar Conduct variant of Inefa, that character is probably going to be better than Yai. But I don't know. Yai's kit also kind of gives Yai's kit rework kind of gives the vibe that they intend Yai to potentially be the Stellar Conduct Inefa. So I don't know, right? Like maybe Yai is worth pulling on a rerun for Sandrone, but it also simultaneously wouldn't be surprising if a few patches later, or even the literal next patch, if they release a Stellar Conduct Electro unit off field that replaces her, right? You can get C1 for free too, yes, which is interesting, and C1 is made meaningfully better now, which is good. I can. We'll see if we get some dupes. All right. We will use Albedo is weapon dupes, right? Yeah. Okay. Albedo, your Duran's teacher, buddy, fellow homunculi. Give me duping those is whatever. Give me dupes of the important high tier ones, okay? This is for your boy Duran. Thank you. Alright. Thank you, Albedo. Alright. Enhance. No, that's the wrong weapon. Oh, you know, I guess here. Give this to Kiwawa. Where's Kiwawa? Hello? There she is. I mean, the Farina's weapon is a better drip weapon on Kirara, but we'll give Kirara the green stick. I think Jade Gutter is a better weapon for Kirara than this weapon. So, you know. Go to this. Send. Emily cons do you have? I mean, I technically have C1, but I'm only going to activate it if they add her to the selector thingy. Because the long and short, the reason I have C1 Emily, so while I do farming here, I have C1 Emily because I liked Emily a lot, and I had enough wishes, without doing any top-ups, I had enough wishes to go to Pity again. And so my logic was, you know what? I'm fine with losing if I lose the guarantee, I carry that guarantee into version 5.0, which is when Mualani was releasing, and Mualani I was interested in enough that I was going to wish for. And I was planning a specific video idea in wishing for Mualani too, because in 5.0 was when they announced capturing radiance as a mechanic. And so I thought it was an obvious opportunity to make a wishing video where I was like, okay, it can, spending X amount of dollars, trigger the capturing radiance mechanic. And I should probably just fucking delete this video at that point, but I don't think that many people watch it. I should delete that video because, like, how we assumed the capturing radiance mechanic worked originally was more simple than it actually works. And it works in a way that's actually, I think, more beneficial than we had originally assumed, to be clear. But Hoyoverse, like, described it in a way that was very hard to determine exactly how it functioned. And so it was assumed that it worked differently. And so I had a very specific video idea about, like, okay, we have a decent chance of triggering this new mechanic if I do this amount of wishes, right? But I knew I was going to make that video. But then, you know, Gamba brain rot happened, and I liked Emily a lot. I liked Emily enough, and I had enough wishes to get to Pity again, that I was fine with losing my 50-50 and then saving that guarantee for Mualani. Right? And what happened was, I lost my 50-50. So you might be like, okay, why do I have C1 Emily then? Because I realized that that video concept I mentioned, where I had a specific amount of money set for seeing if we can trigger the capturing radiance mechanic, like that entire video concept kind of fell apart if I had a guarantee at a baseline, right? Because the capturing radiance mechanic is the capturing radiance mechanic only triggers on non-guarantee 5 stars, right? So I was like, God damn it. I realized after the fact that I really goofed up because wishing to pity and losing my 50-50, even though I was fine with that on a level of that would guarantee Mulan, that was dumb on the level of it breaks my video concept. It completely bricked the video concept. It doesn't make sense to record that video if having a guarantee completely fucked the actual chance of seeing the mechanic at all. And to be clear, in hindsight, many months later, knowing how the mechanic actually works means I never really had that real of a chance of triggering it in the first place unless I did hundreds of wishes, to be clear. Or some weird RNG happened, like getting 3 5-stars and only 150 pulls. When does that happen? When do you ever get 3 5-stars and get C3 of a character and 150 pulls? Never. Oh god, I don't understand. I don't understand what's happened to my luck this year. It's fucking insane, but whatever. And this might be enough. I might have actually overfarmed. So yeah, so then I was like, well, fuck. Now I think I just need to go and get C1 Emily to make sure I don't have a guarantee so that this video concept works. And I don't regret doing that because that video performed well. Like, I don't think I lost money making that video, right? Even though I spent money on the video itself and I had to spend extra money to get rid of the guarantee. But, I don't know, it felt stupid because I was only fine having C1 Emily on the logic of winning the 50-50 for it. And C1 Emily is strong enough that, like, and then over time, I've wanted to be, and her weapon is already strong too, right? Like, I wanted, because Emily's like even now, it's still, like, she's more appreciated now, I think. But she's a pretty underappreciated character. And I think she's one of the most fun kits in the game. Like, I thought her kit was kind of boring at first, and then the more I played around with things, the more I enjoyed it, right? And like, she basically made burning my favorite reaction in the game for the nuance of, like, you would think certain ideas don't work when you start bringing in Pyro and Dendra together. But then a surprising amount can work, but it takes like a lot of awareness and knowledge to get things to work properly. So, you know, like I kind of like embrace being a salesman of C0 Emily, but C0 with her seg, and like that's fine. But like C1 R1 is like a little too much. But if C1 Emily is guaranteed, like anyone who has C0 Emily, if C1 Emily is free from the constellation selector, if they add more characters to that, then I will activate it, okay? I will activate it if everyone has access to it already at a baseline, if they already have Emily, if they did the constellation selector thing. Because then that like aspect doesn't matter when you could get it anyways. Then the only factor is the weapon, but the weapon can be unequipped, right? So if I need to showcase a non-SIG weapon Emily. So yeah. Emily's biggest problem is her weapon still, and the lack of that many compelling polearms that aren't like deathmatch for her. So it's basically Fav or other bad attack percent stat sticks or crit 5-star stat sticks like Jade Cutter or her Sig or whatever. Why am I on that page? Okay, Albedo. Let's see. No dupes there, it's fine. It's the base one, not that big a deal. How about here? 1 bonus? Well, that's enough to guarantee the crafting, so that's cool. Let's see if you can save some, because these are fab materials. Nope. Alright, that's fine. Dupe it? Oh, come on. No gold dupe? Come on, bro. Oh, I had 6 already. Okay, yeah. So I did overfarm a little bit. Probably spent like 40 more resin than I needed. But it's fine. Those are fab materials. There's a non-zero chance I'll need that for fab in the future. Okay. Ascend, bam, and a bam. There we go. Alright. A theme artiste. Should we... Okay, honestly, I think for some of the Nicole testing here, for a lot of the Nicole testing here, I'm going to put Durin on Noblesse, but it's going to depend on the team I play a little bit. But I think with the theme, I use this weapon at a baseline, right? Yeah. Okay, so 100, 200, 150 ER. I like this balance overall. But If I need more ER, I can force more ER in some form. What do I have for, like, attack percent ER with no crit rate, if I'm fine with that? Yeah, okay. If I want to... Actually, I kind of want to equip this one. This is more buffing from C1. Yeah, that's fine, right? It's a little bit lower ER. But maybe I'll mess around with this. 2500 attack with 90 crit rate, 200 crit damage. I think the other build is better. But... I don't know. It's the only one that has a ton of ER. That has a good chunk of ER, but no attack percent. I want like 21% attack plus 2 ER rolls. That's what I want. Don't think I have that. I also should maybe just do an attack percent circlet again. What does my attack circlets look like? ER crit damage. I have that one. Oh yeah, for Noblesse I have this one on Shenhe. Interesting. Okay, we'll just leave them on what I got for now. We'll put them back to the other one just because, sure, why not? Why not have 100% crit rate? Oops. There we go. Why not have 100% crit rate? It's a nice, pleasing looking balance there with 150 ER, but we'll try that and I'll look at other builds in the future. All right. Would you get C2 in that case? C2 what? Oh, C2 Emily? Oh, I mean, yeah, well, I don't know, like, I'll probably just activate C1 and then pretend that I got C1 from the constellation selector thing, and I'll never have to mention it again. But it will be very tempting to still choose C2, don't get me wrong. But then again, C2 is then takes it to a further layer of not being relatable again, because people don't have access to that without pulling an extra 5-star. And we again want to be an Emily salesman, so yeah. Anyways, I don't need to be a Nicole salesman. She's popular and she's simple and easy to evaluate. Emily has nuances that isn't the same. So yeah. Why are you waiting for C1 Emily? Because I want to be an Emily salesman, and because Emily is not the same as the other characters. Varka is a main DPS. In Varka, I can remove the artifacts to easily power down. Can I do the same for Emily? You might say yes, but I actually can't. C1 Emily has a mechanical change. She generates sense faster. This actually matters. No, I have long given up. I've never really tried that actively to make my account be free to play friendly or maximize decision efficiency friendly. But like, anyways, like that's not the goal, but the goal is to be like, yeah, Emily can be a very good character, C0. And yes, I've usually been showing C0 R1, which is already not free to play friendly, right? It's just a step too far to do C1 R1 in my head for this character when it changes mechanical nuance for how she can function in teams, right? So yeah, my personal favorite reaction is Quicken, and I asked, yeah. I asked, that's a funny emote, sorry. But yeah, anyways, let's claim my dailies, and then let's go log into Mitsu's account, sorry. Making people's wait too long for their summons.
Thank you for...
But yeah, I like burning because, surprisingly, you can usually have Emily and keep up Quicken uptime without a problem. Overburn teams are really freaking fun. I love being able to get overloads and keep up aggravates at the same time. Dendro's great. I'm gonna be so sad if they make Rhymegrass be lame. And Emily will probably, as long as they don't make Rhymegrass lame, where it only basically wants a team full of Dendro and Cryo and nothing else. If they don't make it actively punish you for bringing other elements. Rhymegrass could be really fun too. We'll see. Anyways, why do I keep interacting there? Alright, how many wishes did I get today? I think I'll probably wait to do 10 pulls in the banner. Though I'm not gonna lie, it is tempting to do single pulls. What's my pity at? Sorry. I need to log on someone else's count. Fuck. But if it makes sense to do some single pulls to get like at a 5 increment of pity. Okay, it kind of does. 25, 26. And I have 4 wishes? Okay, we'll do 4 wishes. Then I'm at a 5 increment. It'd be funny if I just got an early C6. I don't deserve it. I definitely don't deserve it. Gambit fix from other accounts? Yeah, we will. And cool. Alright. We'll stay there. That's 30 pity. Right? Yeah, 30. Alright. Let's go into Mitsu's account first, and then we will log into, I need to check their username, sorry. Discord's privacy thing when streaming is on, so I can't actually see. Where's my tab that I have open? I have a sheet. There it is. Rina Teren. That's their name. But yeah, Mitsu's account, or Yamako, they were going for Caesar and Nicole, and they're hoping kind of get to C2 Prune or higher, if we get lucky. But we only have about 100 pulls there. Rina Teren's account has 300 pulls, and we're going for Caesar and Nicole and as many prunes as you can get, ideally C6. So we'll see what we do on that account. Because statistically, it's not super likely to get C6 Prune in going for Caesar and Nicole, but we'll see what we do. I assume they don't want to spend the whole 300 wishes, so anyways. And then we'll log back in, and we can get to... Oh, fuck, I still have to do this, the Hexarite quests. I'm sure the Hexarite quests are going to be good. It's just a little annoying that I have to do them before testing. Better luck than me on Prune. She hates me for real. C2, 2 account. C1, the other. Oh boy. Alright. You explain why you don't activate the con as much as you would explain she is good even if she wasn't C1. Yeah. But anyways. And to be clear, I've had like no temptation. Like the desire to have C1 Emily was just like temporary Gamba desire. Oh, interesting. Did you... Okay. Yeah. No, that's why... yeah. Yeah, I do not recommend the login services, guys, from these fucking, the top-up services. The main thing I didn't like about... and why I didn't want to take sponsorship from them for a while, but I became fine with taking sponsorship as long as I was allowed to only recommend the UID service, not the login service. I've never recommended the login service. Do not do the login service for those top-up services, in my opinion. But, and at this point, just use a fucking VPN. Those services, Hoyo has killed those services. They did provide a valuable service for convenience, but Hoyo has killed those services. Just use a VPN. Alright, yeah, have a trip to Japan. Okay, what, user? Sorry, apparently I hadn't gotten their username ahead of time. Maybe I do? No, I don't. Okay. I might have, but I think I've logged into their account before. I think. Even get Battle Pass in Japan, exactly. Your Nicole is only good because she's C6, yeah. But, I don't know. The game's direction has gone that I so don't care anymore. Will I activate C1 Emily eventually? Maybe. I don't know. Even if she doesn't get added to the thing. Like, no, I don't think it's that big a deal at this point. But also, like, I haven't felt much need for it. Here's the Chungus. Hello. The almighty Chungus. Alright, here we are. Like, I just like, I've had, like, almost no desire for it. The only time I actually had a desire for C1 Emily meaningfully was in the during Emily's banner. Like, it was just Gamba desire and being high on liking Emily way more than I thought initially, right? So, that's, like, if I actually had a really strong desire to actually have it activated, I would have probably just activated by now, right? To be clear. But, anyways. Caesar or Nicole, right? Is there any particular stopping point just to make sure, Mitsu? Depending on situations that happen. So yes, ideally they're hoping for C2 Prune as well. But do we have pity? I think you mentioned to me in your DMs 4 pity. Okay, that you're at a 1 streak for Radiance because that Escoffier, or 1 count for Radiance because that Escoffier was a Radiance trigger. So you should be at a 1 count. So that's worth keeping in mind. Of course, if we lose it 50-50, so that means you go to a 2 count, which is relevant. Because you have an significantly increased chance of Radiance at a 2 count. And obviously if you lose again, then it's a guarantee. So, yeah. If we use Star Glitter, don't know if we are. We have that, but yeah, about 90 pulls. Okay. So, just stop at Caesar and Nicole. Cool. Simple, easy. And we'll go. Hopefully we don't have to get in the star glitter at all. But we'll see. 90 wishes. Just need to win a 50-50 or get lucky with some earlies. 14 pity. Okay. I guess we'll click through because Prune.
Hello, Prune the Witch Hunter.
That's a pretty good start.
My enemy? Oh, someone who takes pleasure.
She yaps for a long time if you haven't heard her yet, by the way.
Other people's imaginary friends to ensnare them in her schemes. Someone who's a complete show-off, way too dramatic, and obsessed with wearing a hollowed-out hat. I'm referring, of course, to the wickedest
so
witch of them
yappy.
all. Any relevant intel on her whereabouts is more than welcome.
She's in version 7.4. It'd be funny if that was true. Probably not. I don't know. Currently, the rumor is Alice is not. Ooh, a Fab Lance. Currently, the rumor is not that she's not even in 7.x at all. But, anyways. Yes, I know I have multiple C6 limits now, but like, that's not the point, actor. My point was that, like, I don't have to play, I don't have to play Emily with C6 Nicole, right? For example. And then secondarily, like C6 Nicole does not affect Emily unless I play C6 Nicole with Emily. And then secondarily, well, yes, in the context of those two together, at that point, C1 Emily is irrelevant, right? But again, the nuance is that there's significant mechanical changes that change how teams can actually function with Emily with C1 in a similar way to what her weapon does, even. And I already have her weapon. So, anyways. Did Hoyo fix Miliastra Wonderland? No. Absurd Gamba RNG happened. And a little bit of Gamba Brain Rot, to be clear. No, I don't have C6 Nicole yet, but I will get her. I'm going to grind for it. At 400 pulls, by the way, counting my existing pity BMF. 400 pulls got me C5 Nicole, and I won every 50-50 for C5 Nicole, except for in the 10 pull, the literal 10 pull after C5 Nicole 50-50 win was a 50-50 loss to Dia, but that then easily guaranteed C6. I'm stupid. Like, and I got, to be clear, I got C3 Nicole before getting C6 Prune, and I had like 40 pity still on the banner after C6 Prune. So that made me Gamba Brain Rot more tempted to go to pity again to see if I continue winning 50-50s. Like, yup. Anyways, sorry. 24. Speaking of continuing winning 50-50s, we got a nice early Nicole here. Hi, Razor.
I am Chi-Chi. I am a zombie, and I
Damn it.
forgot what.
I mean, this early is a dub, anyways. Also, new Chi-Chi, and Chi-Chi has a real kit next patch. I don't know if you're planning on pulling Sandrone. I think Chi-Chi's only most likely, at least for now, mostly relevant for Sandrone. But you know what? Hey, it's actually not that terrible anymore. Didn't remember her literally saying, "I'm a zombie." Yeah. There you go. I want Sandrone and I have AI. Holy shit. That's actually a dub then for you. Because that means you got Chi-Chi. You don't have to choose her from the thing, unless her constellations are relevant, which it might be, because I think C1 is energy. But so you can still choose Chi-Chi. But either way, it's a dub. And we got that early enough that we should be able to still guarantee Nicole pretty easily. Like, that happened at like exactly early enough that we can now guarantee Nicole with the pulls you had. Like, that's just basically a dub all around, I think. Minus 20 wishes. I'm pretty sure if you would, like, if we're like, okay, in 75 wishes you get Nicole, and then we can give you an extra Chi-Chi for 20 more wishes, you would probably have taken that deal, right? So that's a good result, I think. Especially because we're going to get Nicole early again. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Also, yeah, plus Radiance. That's true. That's true. Like, the early 50-50 loss is also plus in the Radiance, which influences your ability to get Sandrone, right? So dubs all around. All right, that's 10 something. See if we can get C2 Prune as well. Also, we probably couldn't get C2 Prune if that had been a 50-50 win. So again, look at the upsides. There's a lot of upsides, actually, to losing a 50-50 that early. Full official. Okay, we'll skip after we... Yeah, okay. 30-something? You're also getting Lohan. Oh dear. Okay. Well, you're going to need a lot of pulls, I think. You might need some luck to get Lohan and Zandrone. That's a little greedy, but... Okay. But I wish you luck. That's a lot of cryo you're going into. This is, your account is suddenly becoming very cryo. Wait, you're Chungyun main. It's not really suddenly becoming very cryo. It already was very cryo. All the time, I suppose. Alright. We getting early then? Because it would be nice if you had Wishard remaining for the characters, but... Hello, official. Alright. Looks like we might not, but it's fine. It's not a bad result. Just would be nice if you're planning on trying to get the next 2 5-stars as well. Oh boy. A Razor? Oh boy. Okay, I think C2 Prune might not be happening. Oh well. Okay. We're gonna skip this time. 2 Prunes. Damn it. Okay. This is, I think, probably the pull before Pity, but I wasn't keeping that close a track. Okay. 3 Prunes. 1 Prune. Acceptable. Okay, maybe it will. Maybe it will. Alright. I assume you're fine with using Star Glitter? I think we're at Pity. We have, I mean, we have 4? Yeah, no, 3 wishes. Oh, wait. I think you said you had maintenance Primo Gems that you didn't claim yet. Yep. There we go. Oh dear. Oh dear, what? Did you need the Star Glitter? I know you, it seems like you don't have all the standard banner cons, which is fine. But I assume we can do at least one more temple here. I want to make sure. For Cho cons? Okay. But yes or no? No Star Glitter, or do you want to stop? If you want to stop, I can do single pulls, right? We don't have to use Star Glitter. You do have 154. Like that's enough for like 3 characters. Yes? Okay. Let me know if you want to... So do we want to save 34 Star Glitter, or are we saving more than 34 Star Glitter? I'll assume at least 34 for Cho. I don't know when he's in the shop, but, you know. Hopefully it doesn't matter. Sick. There we go. Okay. We got Nicole. And do we get... a Lynette? I was going to say, do we get a Prune? But unless there's an early, probably not. So that's a little unfortunate. Hello.
Oh, should I introduce myself again?
I think this was Pity.
Like no
Maybe it was slightly early. I don't know. It's probably Pity.
This time.
So we had 90 wishes. We got like 20. Yeah, I think this is Pity.
I'm Nicole. As you can see, I'm... Oh, again? Guess I spoke too soon.
Mm-hmm. Prune? Oh, damn it. Okay. I didn't think that was the end of the poll for some reason. Oh, it's not even C6 Lynette. Nice. Oh, speaking of, hopefully we can remember. Maybe we won't. I don't know. Lynette, I think, is one of the winners from her release. By the way, with Lynette C6, because she was awkward to work with Bennett. One, because you should probably C6 Bennett. C6 Bennett is really good, but C6 Bennett does break Lynette C6. Her Anima Infusion, and it was. Like C6 Lynette is like the only instance on my own account that I actually felt like it was a downside to have C6 Bennett personally. But there was enough upsides to C6 Bennett, it's worth the downside, to be clear. But now that Nicole exists, and the fact that Lynette does some off-field damage, like she doesn't just do on-field damage, right? And the fact that Nicole gives higher uptime, I think Lynette DPS should be upscaled pretty meaningfully on multiple levels from C6 Nicole, or C6 Nicole. C6 Lynette should be upscaled by Nicole C0. God damn it. Fucking Gamba brain. I was broken my brain. I keep on saying C6 Nicole. So, yep. C6 Bennett permanently ruins Melt Chongyun. Well, now you have Nicole. So you can C6 your Bennett because you have Nicole. Maybe. I personally still would, but, you know. Yes, C6 Nicole would indeed still be an upscale, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, good results. You got a Chi-Chi for your Sandrone. It's going to take some luck, I feel like, to get Lohan and Sandrone and save your Star Glitter. I feel like you might have to sacrifice the St. Cho dupe. What's your St. Cho at? Ooh, okay. so far away. I realistically, even with buying from the shop, and like you buy one from the shop, you buy one, you're still gonna have to pull or still wait years to get C6 anyways. So like, and honestly, for most team building where Xingqiu is relevant nowadays, I don't think it's super important to have a C6 like it used to in the past. Like it matters for Hu Tao still potentially. It matters for like Bloom core, like Hyper Bloom teams. So I'm not saying it doesn't matter. It's a nice to have. But unironically, if we're talking, you're trying to scrounge every last pull. I think maybe you sacrifice the Xingqiu in exchange for 7 more wishes towards Lohan and Sandrone. But it depends how lucky you get. So, gonna have the VPN spend. You can probably find a free VPN. Oh wait, sorry, you meant I'm a dumbass. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Hopefully you can get lucky and avoid that. You at least, like, you have a 2 streak if you trigger Radiance on either lose a 50-50 or trigger Radiance on Lohan, right? Then you're on a normal situation for Sandrone. Or if you lose 50-50, you get guaranteed Lohan. That gives you a guarantee Radiance trigger for Sandrone. So your net amount of wishes you need is meaningfully lower. Like the worst case scenario would be like 200, but you probably can't get 200, to be clear, without spending some money. But between now and like the end of Sandrone's banner with the exploration patch next patch, I'm pretty sure even with this current patch, like if we're talking spending money, if you just do like Welkins and Battle Pass throughout now and next patch, that's 2 months of Welkins. And over 2 months of Welkins, actually. And with the exploration next patch, I'm willing to bet you could get very close to the amount of wishes you would need to guarantee both Lohan and Sandrone. But Lohan is the more weird factor, because Lohan is the one you have less amount of time to get wishes for compared to Sandrone. So, anyways, I think there's I'm just saying I don't think you need to immediately jump into I must spend $200, right? I think it might not be as doomed as you think it is in your situation with the 2 streak, but anyways. Seemed fun and sexy to me, so I want him. I don't know why that's such a funny way to describe Lohan. Fun, like, Lohan is a funny boy. Fun and sexy is just a, I don't know. I don't really conceive of characters in general as that sexy, because I'm me, but yeah, I don't know. It just gave me a giggle. So my BF describes him. There you go. Alright. Love that Lohan is psycho. It sold you. Is that psycho mentality fun and sexy? Thank you very much. Yeah. You don't think Hazo is fun and sexy? I mean, no, not really. But when you mention it and I think of the Hoyoverse birthday post for Hazo, I can maybe change my mind. I guess I need to look it up, because I feel like there's probably at least a couple people watching that never saw it. Hazo's first birthday art. The biggest surprise I've ever seen when I opened a birthday art post. This is from 2022, by the way. It's like the first year I started playing Genshin. And like Hazo was a cool character, so I was like, oh, what's Hazo's birthday art? Oops. Oh, it's wrong. Oops, 1 second. Copy the link. Can I find my window? There it is. Like, if you haven't seen this, oh, it's too good. It's too good. Whoa. I love showing it, because there's always someone on the stream that like hasn't seen it before. It's just a yawn. Yeah, I know, but like... It's like the most provocative way you could draw a yawning boy. I don't know. He looks like a girl. That's fair, yeah. This is like this is the cover of a yaoi manga, I feel like. That's my vibe. A not safe for work yaoi manga, to be clear. The blush and sweat unnecessary, Lamau? Yeah, I know. Alright, let's log on to the last account for the day, and the last viewer wishing forever. No, at least, I might be. I've done too much wishing. I might not be doing any viewer wishing for the second half of the patch. I think I might be wished out for the day, for the patch. Alright. Let me get the login info. What is your... Are you in chat, by the way? I don't know if your Twitch username is the same as Discord. Rintrin. I guess I'll DM them. Gonna log in, just in case they're not in the stream. Now, what is your Twitch username? Oh, I'm here. Oh, I see you. Okay, never mind. That makes sense. Rendito's in YouTube. Okay, I see. Never mind. Thank you. Alright. There we go. Okay. Oh yes, reminder, anyone's account I've logged into, or for whatever in the past, if you give me your password and email information, I do recommend deleting that from your Discord message history, just in case either your Discord account gets hacked, so then you don't want like your Discord account to be hacked, and then your messages with me ends up leaking another different password to the hacker that hacked it. Like, that's just bad, right? This is an EU account, right? No, it's an Asia account. Okay. There we go. So delete your password. Just it's already. I mean, it's already. You know, it's better practice to just also, you know, not share your passwords on Discord. But we don't really have a better communication option that's convenient for doing this kind of thing. So, anyways, I'm gonna post the kinda sexy Chung Yoon birthday art from 2024 in the members Discord. Sick. That's the reason to go to the members Discord, guys, or the Angel Spout. That makes sense. Okay. All right. So, Bryn, no, I'll just call you Bryn for simplicity. Or Ren. You want Ren or Rin? I don't know. So we are, I know you said you had 300 wishes, which is a lot. That's more than enough to, what you listed is you were hoping for C6 Prune and going for C0 Nicole, right? So, are we, Ren? Okay, cool. Are we going for, if we get C0 Nicole, are we stopping? Or are we going to continue wishing on one of these banners after we get Nicole? Because statistically, that's what I expect to happen. I just want to like get some layer of like what the plan is here, exactly. With 300, like 300 wishes, unless we get horrifyingly unlucky, should be enough to guarantee. Oh, you already converted them. Should be enough to guarantee a C6 Nicole or fuck. I mean, with my luck, it might get close, but it's not my account, so I don't know if that will transfer over. Why do I keep on slipping up and saying the wrong C6 Nicole is just on the mind? I'm sorry. All right, if we win, we go for another pity. All right, cool. Let's go. 4 pity. Okay. And now 14. Okay. Since we want Prune, we will click through. But I will skip after getting a 4-star again. Do we start on a positive note? No. Hello, Razor Boy. We like Razor. Planning to build you this patch, hopefully. We'll see. Resources, especially if I get low end. That's a lot of resources for characters. If I get low end, I'm 100% skipping Sandrone, by the way. Which will be a little bit of a bummer because I won't be able to do, like, you know, Yai, Sandrone, but I think I will enjoy Yai more with the changes when they release an off-fielder that will enable her superconduct gimmicks rather than an on-fielder. So it's fine. I can wait. I can be patient. All right. Sorry. I had to cough for a second. Okay. 24. Okay. Oh, I love that this is a problem in this game. I think we can just like level. Is there a particular thing you want to I don't care, whatever. If you need to level up something else, you can whatever. Who cares? We need to just feed things. Wait, can you convert things to materials? Is there a way to trash things differently? Oh, it does. Okay, sick. You can just do this. Never mind. Okay. Auto add 3 stars. Bam. There we go. Are we fine with this? Let's see, what did it select? Oh, it can only select 100 at a time. Never mind, that's fine. It just selected a bunch of sharpshooters. Alright, 6. 6? Sick. Was that, wait, there was slingshots there. Oh, fuck. I thought it was only sharpshooters. God damn it. Oh, you already have an R5. You have 2 R5 slingshots. Okay, good. Never mind, we're fine. Check for Dark Iron Sword. Oh, that's true. We'll keep an eye out for it. Okay. Auto add, 3 stars. Destroy. I see no Dark Iron Swords. Okay. And this is probably fine for now. Although I do recommend going through your inventory later and cleaning that up. Alright. Where were we at? We only did 1 temple, right? So that should be 24. Okay. 3 R5s when I had one. Alright, cool. Really useful to have a lock 3 R5 3-star of everything? Yes. That is the safe thing to do for sure. With it. Alright, skip. No prunes. Oh boy. 34. We are not getting the 4-star luck we would want to try to get a C6 prune in a C0 Nicole. It's possible.
Hello.
More possible.
Prune the witch hunter at your service. My
We're very average for prune right now.
someone who
30
takes
pulls to get 1
pleasure in
prune?
teasing children.
Average.
Uses other people's imaginary friends to ensnare them in her schemes.
Mm-hmm.
Someone who's a complete show-off, way
She's
too
so yappy.
dramatic, and obsessed with wearing a hollowed-out hat.
I think it's a flavor fail to not have Nicole yap for like 10 times longer than she
Any
did.
relevant intel on her whereabouts
I
is
guess it
more
makes
than
sense though, because
welcome.
Nicole just like got flustered when. So it makes sense. Like I think Nicole's yap fits when pulling her. It just contrasts weirdly with this yapper. Be quiet, child. All right. Okay. I want Nicole to yap for 10 minutes straight. Yeah. I need to take a peek through her voice lines and see. All right. Razor, hello. And see if she has anything special going on there. I believe this is 50, 54. Alice is to blame for both. Yeah, that's true. Alice creates yappers. Is Klee gonna grow up to be a scholar? Farazan, hello. Do you have C6 Farazan? Nope. Alright, that's probably a dub then, I guess. Although C6 Prune is arguably more relevant than C6 Farazan at this point, I would say. But it depends on the team exactly. Alright. 4-star? Prune? Wrong purple. Right purple! Oh yeah, I love the wrong and the correct. Okay, sick. Free visual. Free star glitter. Onto alright, C1 Prune. Only 5 more. And I think this is 74, so yep, okay. So unlikely, but 74 is technically the starter's hot pity. If I was skipping track at least. And how about a C2? C2 with getting Caesar and Nicole with the 50-50 win is pretty good. That might not happen though. Nope. Okay. 74 prunes. Yep. Why don't we have 74? Every freaking poll should have been a prune. What the heck? Alright, this I think is pity. Yup. Alright. I'm gonna guess. So this should have been 75, I think. 78, and it's a 50-50 win. 76. 77. Hello, Nicole. Damn it. Hello, official. Wrong purple. Right character.
Should I introduce myself again? Looks like no interference from Alice's self-introduction magic this time. So I suppose I'll just go ahead. I'm Nicole. As you can see, I'm... Oh, again? Guess I spoke too soon.
My Nicole luck strikes again. Didn't expect the one-click double Nicole. The double 5-star pulls where you get a double 50-50 win, and it's literally just literally right after. That was a completely free C1. Also, this means, I wish to note, this means we have C1 Nicole and C1 Prune. This tracks with me. This tracks with me. This pretty much tracks with my experience for 4 stars. Yeah, double 50-50 win and literal 1 biddy completely free. Holy, all right. And if you didn't know what your radiance count was at, getting 2 50-50 wins means you know your radiance count is at 0, so that's nice. In case you weren't aware of that before, so you should keep that in mind in the future. It's not even a free C1, it's also +1 wish. That's true, yeah, exactly. With the star glitter factored in, if you're not going to buy something from the shop, that is also +1 wish, technically. Like, literally, we got a free wish in getting a free C1, Nicole. Exactly. Can you share that luck with the rest? I mean, I'm glad my Nicole luck on my main account is transferring somewhere. Oh, gosh. I've only gotten 1 double ever, and there was a win plus a loss. I know. The 1 double I had for the longest time in Genshin, like until this year, was the double in Nahida banner, which was a loss on Chi-Chi into 1 click later was Nahida. So basically, it was just a 50-50 win, but there was technically 2 5-stars in the pool. And then I had a weapon banner. I got like Kyokasha's suit and Jade Cutter at the same 10 pull. One of them was at pity though, which is more likely to happen on character banner, by the way, because it's higher base rate. But anyways, and then this year happened in my Genshin account with Farka and with Lauma. I don't understand what has happened to my luck this year. Hoyoverse is trying to trick me and trick everyone watching into thinking that Genshin's gacha is much more generous than it actually is. Should we continue for C2? I mean, look, I like Nicole, and I myself decided to pull for C6 Prune. I think at this point, being that we got C1, statistically, we need 5 more copies of Prune. So, like, if we're trying to weigh the odds of what is likely to happen, we have 240 pulls. That is enough for, at minimum, even if we don't get a single additional another early, even though there is likely, in 200 pulls, we are likely to get an early somewhere. We don't know how early, but in 200 pulls, we're likely to get another early still. So we can actually expect like 4 or 5 stars, but let's assume no earlies, all pity, 3 5-stars. In 200 pulls. How many pulls will it take to get Prune on average? Well, we should run with the 30 average if we need it from here, with needing 5 more copies of Prune. So we're talking 150 pulls. Like, we're getting at least 2 more 5-stars. Not at least. It is very likely that if we continue wishing, you will get C2 Nicole in going for C2 Prune. Or, sorry, C2. Maybe. You never know how 4-stars go. But it is very likely that in going for C6 Prune, you will get C2 Nicole at this point. Very likely. And I'm not saying that to rationalize that you should do that, but if you wanted C6 Prune anyways, and you like Nicole enough, and the fact that you got C1 for free and C2 Nicole is pretty strong, like, this functionally lowers the cost of C2, even if we get unlucky in going for it. So I'm not saying you should, but it's worth factoring in, like, expectations about what could happen, and whether or not, in particular, if we lose the 50-50, just go for it at this point? Okay, so sure, we'll go for it at this point. But it's worth asking yourself again. I know you might be committed at this point mentally, but it's worth asking yourself again, if we lose the next 50-50 and we don't have C6 Prune, do you want to save that guarantee for a future character, right? Because I don't think C2 Nicole is the end-all be-all, right? And C1 Nicole is pretty good on its own, I think. But yes, another pity then save? Okay, we'll see what happens. So we have like 5 pity-ish, and hopefully we actually start getting Prune copies. Also, wait, just to make sure, you didn't... I assume we're not going on Durin banner at all. Do you have it already? Come on, get a C2 Prune at least. Make Prune... Okay. Can we get Prune at least to be ahead of the Nicole copies? Right now, we have matched. We're at C1 and C1. Okay. Alright. Save the guarantee. Okay. 20-something. Doot. Okay, let me know if we're... yes, okay, good, good. Thankfully, now Prune is ahead of Nicole copies. Yay. The universe has slightly corrected itself. Wonderful. Let's see if we can get it. We need to get a little bit luckier here, I think, to have a real chance at it. But yes, let me know if we should be switching to Duran for some reason. Come on, C3. Ugh. Wrong purple. We're getting Genshin on Switch. Wait, really? Was this leaked or was this just announced officially? I kind of thought that after they took so long to get Genshin try to work on Switch, I think they wanted to get Genshin on the Switch, but they couldn't get it to work well enough. Even because the Switch is like really underpowered hardware, yo. Like, so I don't blame them for not. 6.7 has Switch login and code. Let's go. There you go. I'm willing to bet it's going to be Switch 2 only. Prepare yourself for it. That's cool though. I'm down. Okay. Wow, these prunes look really weird. Yeah. And a lot more chuny. I mean, Prune is pretty chuny. Oh boy. 1 4-star is Brain Slasher. Alright. Genshin on Switch, I can die happy. Okay, are we even gonna get it another Prune before the 5-star? Like, come on. Hi. My name is Zyox. Zyox, get the fuck out of here. Also, hi Razor. There's a lot of pulls. We can take that. But, oh my god. We keep on losing the 4-star 50-50, and then we get another 4-star, and it's not Prune. Oh god. I feel like we might get C2 Nicole while not even having C3 Prune. We might match the... we might just 1-to-1 match Prune copies to Nicole copies. You know what you're expecting going on when asking me to wish for 4 stars. Holy shit! Never mind. We're holy shit. Crazy. Prune is officially properly, kind of, not really, but properly ahead of Nicole, and I think we're probably at pity with this. Nope, I lied. Maybe we can get C4. That would be a pretty big comeback. Come on, Prune. Damn it. I was gonna say I have a witch for you. Oh, but nope. Nope, I didn't get to finish my sentence. As normal, Official interrupts with her own supposition of reality. Switch only, they bet they got rid of PS4? Yeah, like, oh yeah, the PS4, like, there ain't no way they're gonna release it on the Switch, the OG Switch, when they got rid of the PS4 client. But maybe they still will. Maybe they will, and it'll just run like shit. Just because, like, on the software end, it running like shit, but like it takes the same dev team to get it to work on Switch 2 as it does on Switch 1 potentially. Like, it might not cost them much more money internally to make it be available on both platforms if it's already gonna be available on Switch 2. So maybe they'll let it be on Switch 1 just because, sure, we'll let Genshin run like shit on Switch 1, and that will allow, because there's a lot of people that have a Switch OG that don't have a Switch 2, right? That's a large player base of people that could, you know, give them money. So there's a chance still. I don't think it's entirely cope, but I think if you want a good experience playing Genshin on the Switch, you maybe should consider a Switch 2. I don't know, it's going to be one of the, like, I don't know, it'll be interesting. I think the Switch 2 is a good hardware, and then you can get portable Genshin that probably looks a lot better on your fucking phone, and then also have TV and whatever. I don't know. I think it'll be a compelling experience. Especially if they add motion. I hope they add, like, gyro controls for whatever. Or what if you... Wait, the Switch 2 has, like, the mouse mode. I hope they allow mouse input mode. That'd be cool. But anyways, sorry. I think it's a pity. Alright. Hello, my wonderful, acute angle. I mean, I do like Official, but you weren't who I was referring to. Neither were you. Okay. Well, we have a guarantee, so you're pulling out from here, you're stopping, you remove yourself from the banner. 4 stars are paying. Yeah, it's a little sad. It's hard to complain, to be clear, still. Like, wrong cat. You Kaching and me, Gene. This is my viewer account, but yeah. We're saved. Thank you so much. Alright, cool. So yeah, that's a good decision. That's a healthy decision, everyone. To, because I think a lot of people, when something like the C1 happens and they have this many wishes, would just, like, hard commit. I mean, I probably would have, to be real. Like, I get it. But I was already, like, kind of committed to C6 Prune in the first place. But there is a situation where, like, what I probably would have done, and I'm saying you should do this, I'm just saying, I think my logic, because I knew I wanted C6 Prune for various reasons, if I had the same exact situation in this account, starting with 300 wishes, getting the C1 Nicole for free, and then that 50-50 loss, I probably would have continued doing some wishes to see if I can, like, okay, maybe if I do 20 more polls, and I get 2 more copies of Prune, well then I'm 1 Prune copy away, and then I'll full commit to C6. Like, I kind of test the waters with a few more polls. I've done that plenty of times in the past. I don't think that's necessarily what I'd recommend. I think it is probably smarter to just save. It's really, you're in a situation where you can save this guarantee, and guarantee your Lohan if you want him. You guarantee a Durin, I guess, if you wanted to continue going for Prune too, if you don't have Durin. And you could guarantee Sandrone, whatever else. You could save it for 7.0, Horde Wishes, like... Saving a guarantee is a very powerful thing that allows you to accrue a lot more wishes and guarantee characters without having to spend money. So, anyways. Link in Genshin would be crazy. Oh god, we're gonna get another collab character and it's Link. I mean, if they finally give a fucking free 5-star in Genshin and it's a collab character, and they actually have like a 5-star worthy kit, not Aloy level kit, I'll be down. Aloy has a unique kit, don't get me wrong, it's just not there. Ties in with the movie, yeah. Genshin on Switch, Link in Genshin Impact. God, that'd be very funny. If Breath of the Wild Link is in the most notorious, the game that is the most notorious for ripping off Breath of the Wild, even though to be clear, I think Genshin is a very different game than Breath of the Wild. I think anyone who understands that if you played both games, but marketing-wise, Genshin did try to present itself as a Genshin or as a Breath of the Wild similar style game. Who do you recommend Nicole for? Oh boy, I mean, who I strongly recommend Nicole for is any kind of off-field, any kind of team you're playing with attack scaling units, but specifically when you're playing with attack scaling units, when you have a off-fielder in the team that does significant damage scaling on attack. So one of the teams I'm looking forward to test the most, we can log out of this account. Thank you for letting me wish in your account. One of the things I want to test the most is, for example, Yai, pre-buff Yai, Nicole, Durin, Emily, right? That team's really interesting on a level to me of, there's no one unit that, like, needs to stay on field all the time. Yai will probably have the most field time, but there will be reasons to, like, hang on field with any of them potentially. But I'll probably default to hanging on field Yai and doing some charge attacks on her potentially, right? Particularly because I have C3 Yai. But, we're at, oh, you know what? I need to go log into Poems only quick and do dailies there. Sorry. So, Fox McCloud and Genshin. Oh god. Imagine the new model Fox McCloud and Genshin. My review? Oh, can you give me your UID again? And whatever character. So I don't see it scrolling back. I don't know how far I have to scroll back. So, Zubai. Alright, I'm down. Oh yeah, Zubai has leaderboards now. Yeah, so who do I recommend Nicole for? A lot of potential things. A lot of potential different things. Do I need the new artifacts? No, I don't. They're irrelevant, aren't they? For now. It won't take long on this account. We just need to do artifacts real quick. It'll take 2 seconds. Okay. Mario and Genshin, but it's a Diluc with a mustache. Oh god. Let's do your review really quick. But like, if you are, like, Nicole's in a state that I'd say is fairly balanced, which I think is a good thing, in that her baseline kit is not like power creeping Bennett out of any team you would consider using Bennett in. And so if we're talking on like the meta level, if you're the type of player who you only play the best teams available, so you are, you have a non-cry team, you have a Malika team, and you have like a smattering of other units, right? You might, if the units you like playing, let's say you want to play Varesa and Malika at the same time, and you don't have like Eons on C6. Maybe there's more relevance to pulling Nicole there, but maybe there's not, because maybe you should just prioritize Eons on instead for Varesa. Like Eons on being a Bennett alternative for a relevant character that wants an attack buffer is like I don't know if it's healthy to focus that much on as a Bennett alternative when we already have kind of alternatives of Bennett, and with how they're designing newer main DPS units, even if they're attack skillers, they don't necessarily want Bennett, or they don't care that much about attack buffing versus just more units that are synergistic to whatever their kit gimmick is. Like Sandrone, for example, probably, despite being an attack skill unit, probably won't want Bennett or Nicole as the best in slot, but they won't be like necessarily terrible options. Maybe they will, though. I might be underestimating things, particularly in the future, depending on future off-fielders released. The more that strong future off-fielders are released that scale on attack too, the more compelling of a generic utility unit that Nicole becomes for random fulfillment of team building conditions for meeting enemy mechanics for clearing something, right? I'm in the wrong browser. Whoops. There we go. So anyone that just joined the stream doesn't know why that's on there. We just want that to be there. Don't worry about it. So I don't know. We'll see if I get any more refined opinion on Nicole at this point. But I think she's a pretty simple unit. Like with she does team-wide attack buffing with less on-field buffing potential than someone like Bennett. So like she should be worse for you than Muika. But as soon as if you happen to like go for C0R1, Nicole is basically the same as Bennett for Muika, just with the weapon alone. But it still might be like weird on a gameplay level for the 3-second wait thing. Like this 3-second wait condition is quite awkward. But for some characters that doesn't matter at all, right? Like for their burst animation time and how long it takes them to start doing meaningful damage. Or it has a minor effect. Like someone like Kanich, it's kind of annoying, but not that big a deal kind of thing. And you can wait out. And like Kanich is like, to make sure you have the 300 attack buff on Kanich's first cannon shot, this is not Zabai, you just do like a normal attack or two, I believe, and then press a skill. And then by the time you get your first cannon shot, you will have the extra 300 attack from the observation thing. So I think it'll be Sandrone, Nicole, official Yai. Maybe, yeah. Or it could be Sandrone, Yai, Nicole, Sucrose, right? So, I don't know how team building is going to look in the future. I feel like Nicole is unlikely to show up in a ton of best in slots as teams because of how much she's balanced around what other Hexerize do, and she's also balanced around this artifact set. And you can have this artifact set with 2 Hexerize units without having Nicole. But you have more flexibility with team building options if you have Nicole and this artifact set, right? So it leaves her in like this like comfortable middle ground where I think she's very much perfectly fine to skip. But she's also the type of thing where I wouldn't be surprised to log into someone's account when I'm trying to do a viewer Stygian, and if they don't have the ideal units to clear for like a shill condition next year, we might run into, oh, well, if only we had a team-wide attack buffer to be able to throw Inefa plus Durin plus Nicole plus Emily together, and that will probably clear a lot of bosses kind of thing at Fearless difficulty. But maybe it won't because, my god, Fearless difficulty is becoming extremely cringe with how specific the enemy mechanics are. And like, so just like almost nothing might matter anymore with how cringe the enemy mechanics are. Like it might just be fuck you, pull the new units no matter what, doesn't matter anyways. Even if you could have compelling, even if Nicole, Emily, Durin, Inefa, wait, and there was no Hydra in that team, wasn't there? Ignore me, I forgot. I'm dumb. I didn't put Hydra in that team. Don't worry about it. Pretend Mona was there or something. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna say Nicole's strongly going to give long-term value, but if you have a bunch of attack scaling units in your account and you tend to play with a bunch of attack scaling off-fielders in various team formats, I think Nicole has meaningful value right now. Even if she's not going to be like, oh, she's going to make you have a new team that is doing meaningfully more DPS than you were doing before with different teams. She could give you a lot more team options and team adaptability to having more buffing potential, and is a really nice quality of life unit for providing a shield, which can make it a lot easier for you to optimize and route gameplay and longer buff up time than someone like Bennett. Blah, 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 blah. So, anyways, we'll see, basically. Sucrose will be better than official for sure. Yeah, I expect that to be the case, but yeah. We need Sucrose 3, yeah. What is I doing? Oh, yeah. Polearms only. 222. Wait, I didn't even review your Zabai. Sorry, we got distracted. Harbinger Dawn R5. Probably want to level it up, but it's not that much more crit you're missing. EM is basically similar to flat def for her, so it's an okay substat, but not preferable. Def percent substats are a lot better. And you just have some in the circlet, so that's a quite good circlet, at least. It's kind of a perfect circlet, other than, you know, obviously being nicer to have crit roll or actually, wait, what do you, well, no, with C60 Lua, I don't know if you have C60 Lua. I think C60 Lua, this is actually the ideal crit rate. Without C60 Lua, technically would want a little bit more, but not too big a deal. Goblet is not particularly amazing, but it's not useless. For an off-piece Goblet, it's kind of underwhelming. It's underwhelming enough that I would consider using a if I had an onset Goblet that only had one additional crit damage roll, I feel like you could use an off-piece Feather to get an overall better build. But you might not have any onset Goblet right now. It's just worth keeping in mind that I think an onset Goblet with literally, even an onset Goblet with only one crit roll, even just a Def Goblet with a crit damage roll and no rolls into crit damage, could end up being better to use an off-piece like Feather to get like 3 more. Because if you have an off-piece Feather that's like, you know, 45 CV or 40 CV with a Def percent roll, that's probably net gain, right? Your Lua is C6, nice. Car cam, there is no cars nearby. Sorry, Rish. They were being crazy earlier in the stream, but they're gone. Rip. Car free zone, yeah. Sorry, I'll try to remember to turn on cat cam when they pop in. So yeah, I think it's a pretty good build. The feather, the flower is good for crit value. Obviously, again, could have death percent, but hard to complain about a 4 crit roll piece. So the feather is the main piece I could improve. I'm getting a call. I turned unknown callers on so that the delivery driver could call me, which is good because they did call me. I'm getting a call from Carmel, California. I'll answer. Hello.
Hello? Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Oh, apparently FedEx be damned. Well, that's why I normally have silent unknown callers on. To be clear, I would recommend not picking up unknown calls if you're not expecting to get a call. Like, the good strat for calls nowadays, sadly, is like block all unknown callers, except if you're for whatever reason, like if you're waiting for a FedEx driver to call you for a package delivery, disable that function, right? I always answer. The problem is answering oftentimes sends a signal to scammer systems that, hey, this is because there's a lot of phone numbers that aren't like actually people. But if you pick up the phone, then your number can get flagged in a system as, oh, this is a real person's phone number, and they are the type of person to pick up calls, which means you might get more calls, right? But I thought it'd be funny to pick it up on stream, so it's fine. I'm just saying the recommended thing is to literally not even answer it at all. Don't even hang it up, because like they can detect that, like, you know, a call was declined early, which indicates a human declined the call early. If it's like a active phone number with not like a human attached to it kind of thing, going completely to whatever can signal to an automatic system that it's not worth, right? So anyways, but yes, just block them. It's the simple option. But I also just completely silent it unless I need to be aware of getting an unknown call. But at this point, it's like, there's a reason most places will just fucking text you instead of calling you nowadays without like arranging calling, is because like you can't get a hold of anyone through calls now because scammers have fucking ruined calls. And that's the reason no one does phone calls anymore, is because scammers have ruined phone calls. and phone networks don't want to improve their goddamn systems to make the problem go away. They've done things. They've said they've done things. Maybe it is not a solvable problem. I don't know, because of limitations of technology. I don't know the full nuance of the situation, but it's like, it's not like there's been a social change for why people don't do phone calls anymore. It's because if you do phone calls, now you just get this shit. So, anyways, get 100 calls from my college and insurance. If I don't pick up, they get angry with me. Well, they can fuck off. They should set up systems where they can get a hold of you without goddamn calling you. But again, you just add them to your contacts, and that's fine. Oh, hey, there's an NF apiece. I'll take that. It's scam warning on some calls, and it's your carrier or Google. It could be both. A lot of phones do their own scam detection thing in their software. A lot of carriers do their own phone detection thing. And then you can have stuff like that. Like, you could have a Samsung phone that Samsung does their own scam detection things. Your phone carrier, wherever you live in the world, could do their own scam detection. And Google, who makes Android, could be doing their own scam protection. You have multiple layers. Like, who the fuck knows who actually is, like, trying to detect scam calls. Whatever they're doing, it doesn't fucking work, I think, for most people. That's for damn sure. But anyways, I think it's kind of funny that that was obviously just a fucking not very good quality AI voice. Was my vibe. But it's interesting that it hung up immediately after I laughed at it. Like, I wonder if they set it up. I wonder if they set it up to hang up after someone laughs, because that's like, someone laughing on it is obviously a signal that, oh, this person picked up and is someone that can tell this is a scam. So we're not going to waste our time trying to scam this person, right? There's a lot of these interesting filters that scammers do to filter out people who are not actually worth the time because they're not likely to scam. They'd rather just get the vulnerable people that are less aware, right? All they needed was you to say the word yes? Oh, okay. I guess, yeah, that might be the simplest way to do the check. But anyways. Financial aid officer randomly called me while I was in class. Nice. Thanks. And they're like, why didn't you pick up? Like, fuck you, I was in class. What do you think I'm in school for, dipshit financial aid person? I'm actually paying attention to the class. I don't care about the financials when I'm in class. Like, oh my god. I would be really pissed off if the financial officer got upset about me not answering a call while calling me when I was in class, when, like, the financial aid is for, you know, payments for classes. So anyways. We are done on this account. Yay. Now we can, 3 hours in this stream, we're getting into testing. Oh boy. This is why I originally said I probably shouldn't have done, probably should not have done viewer summons today. But we've been distracted more than just viewer summons. Oh dear. We might have to do a more in-depth testing. Testing? More in-depth testing tomorrow. Alright, why do I have so many red dots on Poland? What's happening here? Go away. It's too much. I don't think I have to accept anything right now, though. Claim these at least. I'm leaning more and more, by the way, with the Raiden C6 potential on the horizon. I'm leaning more and more towards just getting low-end Caesar on this account. Like, with the new buffed characters with Stellar Conduct, I get strong vibes that they're not going to add any. They're not going to make. There was that brief rumor that they were going to like make Mika and Eula and Jean and Amber, Kaya, Hexarai characters. It kind of seems like that's not real at all at this point. Like, I think they're moving on as of next patch, and then they're moving on from Hexarai. And they want you to not care about it as far as next patch, because if they're not, unless they release Alice, then they'll magically care about it again. Maybe when Alice releases, they'll make new Hexarai characters, right? So there's still some cope, I think, but I think Lohan just might not ever get a Hexarai character to fully use his kit, which is sad. So I think I might just stick to C0 Lohan, unfortunately. He just is not going to scale very well, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. As rumor was based on merchandise buttons. Was it really? Jesus Christ. Alright. Yeah, so it wasn't worth believing in the first place, but man, they gave us Cope. Like, how the hell? Wait, like, why did Eula get no buff, man? Like, what the hell? Just some of their choices are so confusing. Like, also they could have chosen Eula to get a kit change for. I mean, people would have complained, but what if they made Eula a stellar conduct DPS? I think Eula enjoyers would have been like, what the fuck? Why did you remove the entire gimmick of her being a physical DPS? But still, I think Eula players would have cared more about just enjoying Eula more than that, right? But I don't know. Like, they could have, without making her a stellar conduct DPS, they could have still given her a tweaked kit that would have given her buffs. Like, they've had 2 opportunities where they could have done something, and they didn't. So, anyways, I need to go to the bathroom quick. We got to do the Hexeroi quests, and then we can actually test. So, yeah. Anyways, accept quest. Focus mode. I'd like a reason to pull her. Yeah. So, all right. The role of a guide. All right. Let's go. Enjoy this yapper for a minute. Let me know your favorite yapping that happens. Our idle lines are really short. I didn't expect them to be so short. Maybe I should go through the voice and see if there's anything really, really long. But we'll be right back. If I see cats that I can do cat cam. Oh, I need to plug my mouse in. It's almost dead. Forgot about that earlier. If I see cats, I'll maybe give you a cat cam after the bathroom.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. It's been getting busy recently. Today's recommendation is come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Today's recommendation is the steak. Not the best idea I have ever had. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Today's recommendation is the steak. What am I now, you ask? Just a human who's lost her voice. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. not the best idea I have ever had.
Hello. Premium content, yeah. I kind of thought he would have been there. He was that was on top of the bathroom cabinet, by the way. It's probably his favorite spot. DD's two favorite spots, I think, are on top of the bathroom cabinet or inside of a box in my bedroom. A box that was from Chewy.com when I originally bought the cats and bought a bunch of random cat supplies. It's a big old box. It's like 2 feet by 3 feet wide and 2 feet tall. And I cut a little hole in it, so it became a cat house. He loves that box. Okay, weed my comment. Weed your comment? Someone who did not manage to get a single prune while getting both Nicole and Durin, and does not have Venti, who is the second best anime option for Varka, Nicole, Durin? Sucrose. Because Sucrose with the Hexerite buff, especially if you have C6 Sucrose, buffs a decent bit of damage bonus. Yep. And you can put Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers on her. You don't need to build her for EM in that team, to be clear. You just have you want as much energy as possible, ideally, actually, on Thrilling Tales, because in theory you could burst every rotation. Although I think you just burst every other rotation, actually. Still, so you'd have Thrilling Tales and a burst every other rotation. But yeah, with C6 in particular, you get a total of like 40% damage bonus, right? Which is pretty good. Bye Mitsu, have fun with your errands. So yeah, it's Sucrose. Your alternative option, if you want, you can do something like Lanyan, sure. But with Nicole, Varka, Durin already, Nicole gives a shield, so Lanyan is less, relevant. But you can still get TDDS. So if Sucrose is used elsewhere, you might be more than fine with Lanyan. So yeah. Oh yeah, we're doing the quest. I have C6 Lanyan when I go. There you go. Oh yeah, sorry, read your comment. What comment? Did you do a redeem? I don't know what you want me to read, sorry. I don't know what I'm looking for. Eula is broken and not in a good way? Yeah. I don't see your comment. Wait, I can click on your name. I'm dumb. Is Prune a better Kazuha? I mean, as far as buffing potential goes, yes. There you go. Listen, Nicole, good morning, good afternoon, big yap voice lines. Oh dear. Do we really want to head here? It's going to take a while.
Do I sense treasure? Where is it?
This one sounds a little...
Where is it?
Well, I don't know. She's just being silly. Where is it?
Do I sense treasure?
I like this one. This is my favorite one of the special charge attacks because...
Do I sense treasure?
She sounds very happy about it, which is nice. Fall in 3. Spider, I'm gonna time you out. I expected like some sad line.
All possibilities.
Yeah, I expected this.
Come to a close. So much for that novel.
Ugh.
I shall be your guide. Rest, for I am with you. Uh-oh. Alice! Barbie! A little help here?
Barbie, a little help here. Clearly Barbie's gonna become playable, that's what this means, guys.
I'm not sure whose work this was, but this one was hidden quite well. Ooh.
Okay. That might... Is this now my favorite chest opening line? Ooh. Like, what is this? It's like she had an overly happy reaction to a chest being opened, and then Like, it was like, oh wait, no, I have to have a more subdued reaction now that I'm. Like, what? Fucking weirdo.
Heaven's will made mine.
Okay.
I live within you. Our little secret.
Your burst lines are a little weird.
Such defiance. Begone.
Big
I
hone.
think not.
Alright. Her skill in burst lines kind of boring, which is sad. Since you hear that the most in combat. But, oh well. Okay, so we can't. This would take 10,000 years. I mean, I could retitle the stream. I could retitle the stream just being distracted by Nicole, instead of testing Nicole, and maybe testing Nicole's tomorrow. I don't know. I feel like I have lost the plot of my own stream a little bit. My bad. I kind of want to. Her voice lines are very sus. Yeah, some of the I don't love some of their choices, like for them going into I am a hot lady making sexy sounds voices. But as well as the I am within you. But what if Varka's line? I mean, people would have gone a little bit more wild if Varka said I am within you. You were testing. You thought you were testing Nicole, but Nicole is testing you. I want Varka's burst line to be changed to "I am within you." That would have been funny. Okay, I can't. Look, we're here. I'm going to. I'm sorry. I wanna. Yeah, that I already knew.
Best idea I have ever had. Metaphors speak for themselves. What am I now, you ask?
These ones I heard before.
Just a human who's lost her voice.
They're more short and sweet idle lines than I thought, but I don't mind them. I like them. And she's a pleasing lady to just listen to. So, like, there's plenty of Genshin characters that have really annoying voice lines in the like idle lines in the game. I would have respected if one of these idle lines was like really long and just her rambling about something. It would have been funny, but it would have gotten a little annoying. So, he didn't see it. What? Nicole, oh my god. Resh, do you want to get timed out? I'm joking. Is your Nicole C6? No, but she will be. I gotta grind for it. I mean, I don't have to. I could spend the money, but I'm not gonna activate it immediately anyways, so I may as well grind. I'd feel more satisfied, personally, if I grind for it. I've spent enough on this damn banner. I already planned to have money spent for Prune in the first place. I've spent a little bit more than I wanted to, but with how lucky we got for Nicole, I kind of wanted to, so oh well. 400 pulls for C5 Nicole, and we have a guarantee is so stupid. It's bonkers. Anyways, after the rain.
In truth, it's thanks to the Seelie that there is always treasure at the end of the rainbow.
Okay, that was funny.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is it just gonna be good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night?
Nighttime is
Nope.
when
Okay.
inspiration strikes the most. So it was also the most common time for people of
This
the
is what I
past to
expected from her.
encounter angels.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose they're the ones who are largely to blame for why we turned into a bunch of night owls. Although, that's not quite accurate. It's not like we had biological clocks or sleep cycles.
Okay.
What we did was more akin to
So angels are
regular
robots.
functional maintenance. So, I suppose it was just a matter of avoiding the evening hours.
Okay. The contrast there of like, good morning,
Good morning.
good afternoon.
Nighttime is when inspiration strikes the most. So it was also
And then
the
is this
most
just gonna go
common
back
time
to
for
good night?
people of the- Heading to bed already? Good night then.
Okay. A little bit shorter too. Popular works.
As long as an author still lives, the most they can hope for is to create something popular. People are an amalgamation of the present after all.
Just got her to C2. Nice, congrats.
Just as it's impossible for an academia scholar to have 20 years of knowledge at the beginning of their studies,
Mm-hmm.
a modern author cannot hope to write a classic in their own time. In other words, all one can do is simply write what is interesting. Anyway, I'm not the one doing the writing, So I feel a little pressure in that regard.
Yeah. You are not a writer. Is she an author but not a writer? By the way, speaking, like I really like her voice actor is really good. I have to expect whoever's probably didn't ask her to do this. I think she's just a good VA. The little like very subtle and like how long she is pausing between certain lines to indicate, like it indicates to me like Nicole thinking about what she's saying a little bit more, and I quite like it. Jeff went crazy over it. Yeah, the stellar conductor has a weird stacking mechanic. We'll see if it actually matters what damage it deals meaningfully, or if it just matters for like conditions in the future. But there's a lot of little minor things that I quite like. The intonation, yeah. But is Nicole is not a writer, frankly. She doesn't write that much herself. She has Mr. Nine, a Sealy, do the writing for her because she's an ideas person. And like I'll give her credit for at least, you know, having someone else do the writing for you with your ideas, at least is still getting your ideas out in the world. And that is the most important thing with ideas, is to actually get your ideas to exist. Ideas don't mean anything unto themselves until they exist, quite frankly. But so like she is a writer in a sense, but she's not doing the writing for the most part, and therefore I would say she's probably not really a writer. She understands what it means to be a writer, clearly, but that's beside the point. But is there a distinction between being a writer and being an author? Like, can she be the author while not being a writer? I think, for some reason, I think that's a fine distinction in my head. Like, Nicole is the author of her stories, but she is not the writer of them. But it's still weird though, because so much of like writing does come down to specifics of the person writing it. Like I would still consider Mr. Nine the author as well. So I'm on 2 hours of sleep. My brain isn't ready for that. Nobody cares. Okay, only I care. As a writer, I say no. Okay, so she's not a writer or an author. So writer and author is just synonymous, other than author means, you know, you have a actual book that you made, published or whatever. Supervisors don't do shit and are still authors on thesis. That's true. That is true. On a academic paper level, she's definitely an author. I got C6 Prune before 1 Nicole. Don't know if I'm happy about it. I think it should be. That's very unusual. Not very unusual. It's definitely lucky. I mean, like, if you get like 150 pulls, 160 pulls is what you can expect. It can sometimes cost to get one copy of a character, right? There's a 50-50 pity twice. And getting C6 Prune in 150 pulls is pretty lucky. So it's not a bad result at all. It's just, again, the problem with 4 stars is always like the contrast of their pure RNG compared to how many 5 stars you get is always weird. Whether you get low 5 stars or a bunch of 5 stars or a bunch of 50-50 wins. It always feels weird to wish for 4 stars and compare that to what the 5 stars were. So, anyways, I don't know if she's an author. I think she can, I would accept her considering herself an author, but not a writer.
In the past,
Oh boy.
angels often relied on allegory as a means of communication.
Interesting, okay.
Why? Well, because as society changes,
That little soul.
allegories lose their effectiveness. So, more often than not, the key to interpreting them is lost forever. And I must say, thank goodness for that. Sometimes, the people of the past would obsess over the strangest questions. The kind we couldn't just answer or ignore, but toss a cryptic allegory at them and, well, problem solved. All that is to say, if an angel starts speaking in metaphors and allegories, you might be asking the wrong question.
Okay.
My sculptures are a perfect example of this tactic. The little squirrel is actually a metaphor for humanity.
Okay. That's an interesting line here. Or an interesting little nugget of the lore on angels. In the Genshin universe. Okay. Her voice actor's goated. I know, it's fucking so many little subtleties here.
Lately, it's been getting harder and harder harder to get Mr. Nine to listen to me.
I wonder why.
Ever since regaining her intellect, all she does is argue with me about plot points and writing choices.
I mean, she's the one actually writing.
You're quite knowledgeable.
Are you interested in becoming my ghostwriter?
Ghostwriter?
God damn it, Nicole. Are you trying to fire your ghostwriter because they're trying to write for once rather than just spit out your... Go. Oh god. You know what the worst part is? I feel like Nicole is absolutely typed to be like, wow, large language models are so useful because I can put my ideas into ChatGPT and it'll spit out the writing for me. Like, just stop being so lazy. You're an immortal being. Just sit down for a second and write. I know myself and my own fucking brain problems that way too often I just need to stop myself from doing whatever other random bullshit that I can do and just do the thing that I can do to create the thing. That is the idea I have. It's not that hard to do the writing if you have an idea for it. People clap for Nicole's normal text. Oh, God.
Oh, a story?
Okay.
You really want to hear one?
Mm-hmm.
You actually do, don't you? Well, that makes me so happy. Most of the time, when I open with a long, long time ago, it's because I'm explaining some complicated thing or another.
I'm upset she doesn't actually go into,
Since
like...
we're just
I wanted to see,
chatting-
like, a wall of text here that you have to scroll through.
Arcadia, Long Gone, Delphi, Patra. There are so many stories I could tell.
And you're not going to tell them? Oh my god. They're super baiting us, I feel like, with not... Like, described as basically what a Polish Nobel Prize-winning author uttered the other day. Alright. There you go. So, yep. Alright. Little bit annoying that they're not actually going to tell us a story. But, oh well. It just feels like bait of like, yep, she has the information that you want, but do her lodge quest. Are we just gonna turn this into a Nicole? Do I need to retitle the stream? No, I haven't played the new Archon quest yet. I mean, I'm tempted. I'm now in a Nicole mood of just I want Yap. I want Yap today. This is crazy. This is the first time I really care. I do really like. I want to do a lot of combat things. Don't get me wrong, but like. This is the first time somehow Genshin has managed to accidentally get me to care on the first day of getting a character, to care more about doing something else that isn't combat on the first day. To your stream, you can do what you want. Yeah, I know. I'm just waffling on it, and I feel weird because I did title the stream for Nicole testing, and then if I'm not doing that, it's a little weird, but at this point, if the stream is so off track, I don't know. Sandrona is seemingly worse than Nefer in terms of relying on Yai. Oh dear. So Yai is definitely rerunning. Oh fuck. I'm not gonna lie. If C4 Yai doubles her burst damage, I kinda want. I have C3. I got C3 from the constellation thingy. Kinda want. Would I consider if Yai is rerunning, would I consider skipping Yai, or consider skipping Lohen over getting Yai instead? Yeah, I probably would. I probably would consider skipping Lohen just for that. But don't worry about it. Lohen, yeah, but the problem is like, I feel like with the new things coming, I don't know. Lohen feels like a temporary whimsy. This is how a lot of main DPSs are that I'm interested in. Is like they're a temporary whimsy to have fun with, but then I end up not using them a lot over time. And that's where I think Lohen might be. He's such a perfect unit for a standard banner unit, but he's not standard banner. I don't know. Low value and yeah, I don't know, but he's got a fun gimmick, but then the actual way his numbers for when the combat when you're doing combat, the way his numbers actually care about engaging with his gimmick don't actually matter that much compared to just, you know, doing things on field that I could mostly do. And I don't know, it's weird. I still want, but like, he's team restrictive in a way that I don't have high confidence will be super compelling long term, but maybe something like Lohan, Nicole, Yai plus a stellar conduct enabler in the future could be cool. Like Cryo Traveler. I don't know, right? Standard character gets popular, Hoyoverse makes them limited, yeah. Alright, anyways. One thing I like about this line, as far as characterization goes, so this is a writing thing, but also the voice actor did a good job communicating this. But like,
well, that makes me so happy.
so
Most of the time, when
the first bit here are like, oh, a story you really want to hear one, you actually do, don't you? And then she says that makes me so happy.
But since we're just
I really like on a communication level, on a writing level, she communicates to
Arcadia, long gone,
you that she is happy, but you also can hear that she's happy before she communicates that you're happy. But this removes potential miscommunication aspects because sometimes people misunderstand your intent, right? So, you know, a lot of times we communicate as weird monkeys that we are, with all kinds of little norms and assumed things of like, you know, a certain gesture or intonation or whatever you say is intended to be perceived in a particular way, but isn't actually that as universal as you might expect and could be construed the wrong way. And so like a good communication practice is actually just saying what your intent already was to reinforce something that they probably already hopefully noticed, such as it was clear she was already happy, but just to make sure you're well aware, she says she's happy too. I appreciate that. I like that on a characterization level, on a writing level, and the VA did a really good job of like sounding happy and then saying it after the fact. Anyways.
Do you know why squirrels are a good metaphor for humans?
No.
Because
What?
both belong to
Eucontoglires? Eucontoglires.
Eucontoglires classification.
You were
Sure,
contoglires.
let's go with that.
The fuck?
Are you familiar with that term?
No.
I learned it from Alice.
Is this a real term? You are... Wait, it has Archon in it. There's no way it's a real term. It has Archon in it. It is a fucking real term. God damn it. It had Archon in it. I thought it wasn't. I thought it was a bullshit term. Fuck. You are contoglires. Super primates. Clade superorder of placental mammals. Living members who belong to the following groups of rodents, logomorphs, tree shrews, primates, and colugos. Alright. So a lot of things. Okay, so there's, yeah, okay. It's one of these branches of things like, no one that isn't like in the researching field discusses these branches of creatures in this term because it's a wide enough spread of different types of animals that typical people just conceive of them as different animals. But, so squirrels are a good metaphor for humans because both are in this classification. I like, so humans are in here, right? Like because primates are in here, to be clear, right? But so are fucking many other things. like every a tree shrew is an equivalent metaphor to a human as a rat and a and a capybara from this logic of Nicole. So or it's not even, we blame Alice, okay? We blame Alice. Yeah, I think she just likes squirrels, which is fair. Squirrels are great. Squirrels are great, but the justification for the metaphor is kind of loose, and I feel like we just blame Alice. It's fine. All right. She communicates like she's neurodivergent. That's good. Yeah.
Making sculptures is my way of keeping records. The written word loses meaning over time. Besides, documents crumble and disintegrate, while paintings return to blank canvases as their pigment fades. Sculptures, at least, have a better chance of standing the test of time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
That's fair.
no, it's not because my handwriting is ugly. I'm too lazy to write things down, or I can't be bothered to practice painting. Just so we're clear.
Man, imagine being... No, my handwriting is not ugly. And that's... Obviously, this is the type of thing, as soon as someone says this, you're like, I was not thinking that, but now I am. like the logic that is even believable that you're so lazy. Like, no, it's my handwriting's not ugly. I'm actually just too lazy to even write in the first place. Is this actually the source of why Nicole doesn't want to write in lore? Is that her handwriting was ugly? Like she was made, some fellow angel bullied her for having ugly handwriting? Yeah. Nicole, I was fucking right. Nicole would love AI. Nicole would love AI to let her do yap to text. Nicole would adore yap to text algorithms. Nicole would be one of the AI billionaires. But at least she'd be genuine in her belief in it for very practical means. Like, it's fine having a practical utility for AI. I'm not an anti-AI absolutist. I think it has a place for being a tool in society. I think the problems with AI are actually just the billionaires in charge. Nicole could be a genuine billionaire. Like, endearing in a form, but also still problematic in another form. Fannies, your writing is trash. Yeah, exactly. God. Alright. Nicole, I think handwriting is great. I feel like Nicole... Here. I gotta... Wait, no, I'm not gonna... I have to hold this paper at the same time. I'm gonna write the quick brown fox jumps at a lazy dog. This might look a little sloppy, but I don't care. Might look a little bit sloppy, what I'm gonna show you. Just because I'm writing on a not hard surface, on a not great quality paper. But I feel like Nicole is the type that if she spent a little bit of time purposely, like I have what I would not consider as like really neat handwriting. Like what is stereotypically considered nice handwriting is that which is like really consistent, like font-like handwriting that is, there's a lot of characteristics you can have to like make your handwriting more readable. And then it's a matter of just practicing the same letters over and over kind of thing. Particularly letters as they sequence with other letters to make them look nice. But it's the generative stuff that gets icky. More stuff is generative than you might realize, but yes. Generative AI is still algorithmic, but anyways. As far as how... whatever. Anyways, algorithms are everything in software, basically. So, anyways, I'm going to write a sentence down, show you my handwriting, because like I didn't try to make my handwriting look really nice and readable, but I purposely tried to, this was like in my high school, I did this. I purposely tried to get my handwriting to be, I practiced just a little bit to make my handwriting more consistent and more stylized, so it's more mine, rather than just like sloppily writing things down because of necessity. So, anyways, I have a cat in my lap because he's like, oh, you grab paper and a pen? I'm gonna be in the way. And stop biting my headphone cord. Seluna could never be a doctor. Oh no, I know how to do a doctor. Here, hear me do. I'll write Seluna in doctor signature style. I don't know. Does that look like a doctor signature? I am actually proud of that one. You'll see it in a second. I don't know. Like I have this intuitive framework that a doctor signature is basically. Imagine trying to do print writing, but then in the middle of doing printing out your name, turn into cursive. Do some kind of horrifying amalgamation of doing your printing and cursive writing merged together, and that's what doctor writing looks like. I can simulate it, and then I have like completely unreadable handwriting if I do it. It's very easy for me for some reason. Like I can purposely, but it's a conscious effort. Anyways, let me write the quick brown fox. There you go. There you go, I'll show you. So, I think Nicole would like writing, but anyways, so this is the doctor signature, so I just wrote Seluna. I've never practiced that before, I'm gonna be clear. I just like was like, okay, I'm gonna do like a normal S and then like get lazy most way along it and then just like kind of do a scribble in the like do the motions of the like you can see the SOL there a little bit more distinctly. Here I can follow it along. It's too readable. No, I'm not talking this. That's too readable. This is not Doctor. This is too readable. But this, so this is S and then O and then converting into the L, and it's still like one quick like thing. It's all connected. But I was doing cursive where I'm not lifting my pen from the paper, but I was doing the printing as far as the symbol. So I'm not doing cursive where it actually sequences well. Instead, I'm doing my printed symbols that don't sequence well, but I'm not lifting my pen. And then getting lazy halfway through where I did UNA after, but I did like the general like motions of UNA that I'm used to writing, but then I just made super exaggerated motions instead. And it turns into like a weird scribble. That's how you do a Doctor writing. Anyways. And there's my general writing style. It's not particularly, I accidentally put way too big of a space between the S there. That's meant to be one word, not space S. But anyways, and then this T looks a little rough. That looks like a completely different letter. I know that's my T, but I could easily see someone struggle to realize that says the. And then also I have a bad habit of, I like doing a little thing of a stylized L, right? So something like this. Like I like that as my lowercase L. Oops, sorry, I'm writing to the camera. That's why that was misaligned. But so lazy would look more like that. But oftentimes when I'm writing fast, I accidentally have a bad habit of making too long of a line and it looks like a 7. So anyways. So yeah, my sizing is inconsistent, but like I've leaned into my inconsistent sizing for my writing in a way that like flows in an aesthetically pleasing way to me. Can we see your cursive next? Oh boy. Sure. I don't write cursive as much, but I just fucked up the Q. God damn it. I think I deleted a letter from lazy. Yeah, my cursive is definitely harder to read and less specifically refined stylistically. There you go. Look at that. I accidentally, that wasn't even that on purpose. I accidentally did a fancy little twirl in the queue in trying to fix it. Yeah, I definitely just didn't put a Z there for some reason. My brain just didn't. The lay dog. No Z's. Oh well. Can we see your cursive? That's not cursive. Did someone say that's not cursive? I mean, to be clear, I did purposely make my printing kind of like flowy in style. Like the reason I write a the with a capital T like this is because the stroke order I do is down like this, and then I go here and go up like this and down. And this means when I'm doing printing, I only have to do a slight lift and movement to do this. So instead of doing something like, you know, this, and then have to like awkwardly figure out like, okay, I guess I like try to space this. Like I never found a satisfying way to space and sequence things in a way that looked satisfying with doing a typical thing. But I was like, wait a minute, I can angle the T and then do a downstroke there that looks kind of nice, and then very slight lift, and like right at the same spot, continue the H, right? That's kind of the idea. When did you start writing like this? I seriously doubt you were doing it. Oh, I was. I definitely did written exams in this. This is my handwriting at this point. This is like, give me a sentence. Actually, here, hold. Oh, that was terrible. Scribble that. Oh, fucking ice. Whatever. You were... I have to look at what the words were. You were doing exams like this. To be clear, I don't think I'm a very fast writer because of this. That caused some minor problems, but it wasn't usually problematic. Like, I definitely can, like, be more consistent with this, to be clear, because the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog is something I just habitually practiced. But, like, this was what I did. Hand cramps. This is actually, so part of the reason I got motivated to be better at writing is because when, like, note taking at school and whatever, I was getting cramps. And so, like, the motivation that I had to start writing better came from a foundation of, like, learning how to, like, write a little bit less with, like, the bad thing, you don't want to write it by moving your wrists a lot. Like, resting like this and then, like, doing a lot of this is bad. What you want to do is have your wrist off of the ground. Like, I can't do this properly with the paper, like, floating over the thing, but, I'm still not that good at this, to be clear, but it really did help my... No, I've never practiced... Weirdly enough, I like fidgeting, but for some reason I never tried to practice like pen spinning. Like, I definitely like just do this. Like, I like moving it around between my fingers in one hand. So I definitely was the type in classes to... Oops, that falls on the ground and I make a noise and I'm just like, oh, ignore me. But, you know, I never did, like, real pen spinning. So, anyways, but, like, I was motivated to actually, and I got into pens partially because of this too, to refine my writing because I learned that, like, just writing better, like, practicing how you're writing and getting rid of bad habits with how you write can basically entirely remove cramps. I'm not kidding. Like, I got to the point... I don't think I could write for hours and I don't get cramps anymore, I don't think. For the most part. I mean, maybe because I'm kind of out of practice of writing at this point. Like, this is a little sloppier than it looked when I was in school and writing more regularly, to be clear. But I'm a major fidgeter. I am, but it's like I just fidget, like, I'm definitely I'm sorry, I'm a pen clicker. I'm definitely a pen clicker. Pens are fidget toys. I don't know, I just never felt the need to spin, other than, like, just twirl them around in my fingers. So, like, I kind of was a pen spinner, but not in, like, a typical way. So, anyways. What brand of pen was this? I don't even remember. I like this pen. I think it was like $5 at an art store. Oh, it's a Japanese pen. That's why it's a good pen, probably. Japan tends to make some good writing utensils. But anyways, so yeah, I would die if I was sat next to you in class. My brain hates pen clicking. I'm sorry. I apologize. Oops, I didn't turn off the camera. Oh, by the way, there's my monitor's color calibration. You know what's a slightly fancier monitor when it comes with factory calibration? Wow. Delta E is 0.62. Crazy. More important delta E's for specific colors. The red is a little bit concerningly high, but everything else is so fucking accurate that it brings down the average, which is funny. That's also not that high, to be clear. It's just... this is because it's a QD OLED monitor, so it's not that surprising. Anyways. Yay, I like factory calibration because I'm not the type to calibrate my own monitors. Anyways. What monitor do you get? Here, I can show you it. Oh, actually, just make sure I don't accidentally show my address on the site I'm gonna go to. No, I guess I can just go to the MSI site. Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't have my address. This is full of MSI gamer advertising, but I bought this one. I got it for about 900 USD plus tax. It's expensive, but that's about the same price I paid for my current display, with a number of things that I think are going to be better for me, and I plan to sell my current display probably. So anyways, I'm going back to ultra wide because I miss various aspects to ultra wide. Did I use that big gift card? Yes. That is where I got these headphones that I'm currently using. Wait. Yes, I think. Yeah, anyways. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do 360 hertz. I didn't check yet. I think you need a display port. Maybe it works with HDMI 2.1. I'll have to check the manual. Whether or not it can actually do 360 hertz on my PC. I might need a newer graphics card because I have a 4070, which, yes, it's a newer-ish GPU, but like I don't know if it has HDMI 2.1 or DisplayPort 2.0, or is it DisplayPort 2.1? I don't know. You need a newer DisplayPort standard, I think, to do 360 hertz on this monitor. I don't really care that much. I know I'll be able to do 240 for sure. No way a 4070 can't. It's not that it can't output 360 frames per second. It's that the cable and the port itself might not support that data throughput. I know it has DisplayPort, but there's a difference between DisplayPort and DisplayPort 2, and the difference between like HDMI 2.1 output and HDMI 1.4, right? So, anyways, by the way, HDR True Black 500 is a bonkers rating. Like, what the fuck? So maybe I'll finally turn on HDR on this display. I don't know. I've turned HDR on my current display, but like due to Windows software problems, I usually didn't keep it on. And particularly for like content creation, it was kind of annoying with OBS to get colors to work properly with HDR on. But we'll see. I don't know. HDR True Black rating is like basically the best HDR rating you can have. But yeah, the most notable thing that convinced me this is the first OLED monitor, as far as I'm aware, that uses a completely RGB stripe subpixel layout, which should functionally make things look a lot nicer than my current display, which is a RGBW, and that causes some weird problems with like text fringing and functionally make it look to my eye, most likely what the effect that I've seen described and what I expect is it will look higher resolution than it is maybe the vibe. On top of then, it's also a QD OLED panel with a new coating that doesn't have this weird purple tinge to it as much, so, which marketing bullshit term is for this. And it has higher scratch resistance, because if you look up QD OLED monitors before this generation of panel, there was a problem where they were very, very easily scratched. Like if your cat chose to be near it, there would be a scratch. And like the scratches wouldn't be visible when the monitor was on, but like, you know, feels kind of bad. Supposedly that is much less common now. It's not like they're glass, to be clear. It's not gonna survive me scratching it with a knife or whatever. But anyways, the real reason I just wanted it was OLED, and then it being a newer display technology was enough to tip me over the edge and back into ultra wide, simply because I am disliking my current 4K display for various reasons that aren't related to visual quality per se, but more just aspects of this specific display I'm using and weirdness with how games don't really like to, in my, like, for how I like games to look and run, don't really like running at 4K, and I feel like 4K monitors are a scam that tries to push you towards buying a better GPU than you actually need, when it doesn't look that much better than a slightly lower resolution display that runs much better. Like that display is like half the pixels of 4K, so games will run a lot better, and that display probably looks better. So other than the fact that it's slow, like slightly less crisp, but like I don't think that'll matter.
Just like that, the group was thrown into a panic, staring at Nicole in utter disbelief until a question broke the silence.
Oh, I'm clicking my pen. Fuck, put the pen away.
Why would you do that, Nicole?
What is this Ascension line? Sorry. We can go back, by the way. I know that we didn't do anything past something to share. What? Just like that, the group was thrown into a panic, staring at Nicole in utter disbelief until a question broke the silence. You knocked Alice out? Why would you do that, Nicole? What is the... What?
The very picture of calm. Nicole raised a finger and replied, Alice has exhausted her strength.
She's just telling a story about her beating up
Out
Alice?
here on the battlefield. Now we can take her to rest.
Is this just Nicole being like exasperated with Alice being Alice? And so her ascension line is just her having a silly story to tell about beating up Alice because she's annoyed. This is Alice's story from the live stream, is it?
But without Alice, how can we possibly hope to be a match for Rhindaughter? The group wondered.
Razor gonna get buffed? I
dismissing
mean,
Nicole's
Razor already got
suggestion.
buffed, so probably not.
Seeing their frowns of doubt, Nicole stepped forward.
Okay.
Before you stands an angel who has wandered this earth for millennia, she replied. Upon her declaration, the clouds parted, a golden staircase unfolding at her feet. And with a simple step,
When the buffs happen,
Nicole
next match.
began to ascend the stairs
The
of
superconductor
divinity.
related things mostly, yeah. Other than, there's some non-tied to superconductor buffs, to be clear, like base kit changes other than that, but a lot of them are very much stellar conduct specifically related, so related to pairing the buffed characters with new characters specifically. But Mizuki is at a baseline, probably the most notable change in that it's not at all specifically tied to stellar conduct in the new reactions, and she just has a more good kit now. That makes sense. Alright, well that was a weird ascension line sequence.
Birthday! I hid your birthday gift inside a chest and set up a bunch of puzzles for you to solve. Come on, I'll guide you through it.
No, I would like if someone gave me a birthday gift and like I hid the birthday gift in the puzzle and with puzzles. Fuck yeah. I fucking hate gift giving, but if, like the real gift here is the puzzles. Someone taking the time to like buy me some minor gift is like, that's cool, thank you, I appreciate it. It's whatever, it's a gift. But like gift giving feels like a normalized societal thing that was largely just something I feel like human society convinced us of because rich, powerful people benefit from a society. Like in a capitalistic society, rich, powerful people benefit from the people that have less money than them giving money to them to make them the more powerful people by having habits like social norms of constantly giving gifts to people. So I don't kind of vibe with gifts, but the sentiment of giving like a really minor thing, because like, you know, someone gives me a pen. Someone gave me a $5 pen from Japan. Sick. You know what? I appreciate that. But if you give me a $5 pen, but I have to solve a puzzle for it, and you took the time to like try to make a puzzle for me to get the pen, fuck yeah. Like the gift there is the puzzle and the fact that you took the time to make a puzzle for me. I vibe with it. Anyways,
Oh, what a curious aroma. Oh, do I have to? This is absolutely delicious. Oh, how sweet. I can certainly tell how much thought you put into it.
something about, I don't think it's meant that way, but there is something about this receiving a gift to line that gives a vibe of I don't know, like with knowing that it's food is all. It gives a different vibe because you only get this from food, right? Or do you get it from non-food? I don't know. Anyways, it gives a vibe of her being like, you tried your best. It's like your mom telling you, you did your best, sweetie. I got that vibe. But if it's not food, that changes the context a little bit. Maybe it isn't food. I don't remember what the gift system is.
That's a tough question. As long as the food is made well, I'll pretty much eat anything.
Okay. So this is really saying something.
Just like
No, not
that.
that.
Oh, what a cute. At this point, all
The
my
set.
closest
Oh, it's the
friends
gift
know I'm a
sets. Yeah, I forgot.
chatterbox. So does that mean I don't have to pretend anymore? But what if that gives people headaches, and no one wants to talk to me ever again? Plus, Klee's still not old enough. Guess I need to put on the dignified angel act a little longer.
Klee's still not old enough? Oh, because you're trying to like be a more put together adult in front of the children? Sure. Yeah, I get it. That's normal for people to do. Pretend you're a more put together human being in front of the children so that the children think better of you. I don't know. It's the kind of thing like I'll bear all the headaches for your apps. Exactly. I don't vibe with personally just because I have found like interacting with my sister's kids, for example, or my cousin's kids at like family gatherings. If I just sit down and vibe with them and ask them random things and just talk to them like they're a person, because they are a person, they're just a little person. They're right. They're not. This isn't my line. I got this from someone else. I don't remember who. But like, you know, children aren't just. They're not a different species, kind of thing. Like people tend to treat children as a different species. So I don't know. Of human, it's like no, they're just humans. And in many ways, I still don't feel like I'm fundamentally different from when I was a kid, per se. So. Have you tested anything with the new characters yet? I've been a little distracted. We'll still definitely go test things, to be clear. But I'm probably going to have to do a more proper testing stream tomorrow, realistically. They assume you're more put together than you are. I mean, I think children always do that. Like, even if you are not that competent of an adult, I think children always tend to give adults benefit of the doubt, and they don't assume anything like is wrong with you on an inherent level unless another adult says something is wrong with you, right? Like if a kid's parents says, oh, there's something wrong with that Saluna guy, then the kids will start to think there's something wrong with me. That's the vibe I get. But if you just like interact with children as normal human beings, at least this is my experience with my family, the various family members that have had children and interacting with them at family gatherings, right? I don't know. I feel like it's just a little weird to like try to be like act more put together than you are when the children are not thinking about that at all themselves, right? So, and in fact, I think you tend to have better interactions with children by just being more yourself. So adults, though, are the ones you need to save face a little bit more with, because adults are more cringe. There is something wrong with the Saluna guy? I know. Something very wrong with him. He pulled C6 Nicole and only got C5. And he's gonna grind for C6 Nicole. Clearly there's something wrong with the Saluna guy.
Does that not go without saying?
What? Nicole's hobbies. Isn't the context for this voice line like the travelers asking hey, what's your hobbies, Nicole? What? I need to know what prompted her to say this. It is obvious. What is obvious? What am I missing? Oi, Aqua. Well, I just saw the line from Aqua. Go fuck off. No, I don't really like children, frankly, actually. I like... The reason I don't like children is, like, despite the fact that I think it's just ideal to be myself, I'm also overly paranoid about how much they are weird little fucking sponges who absorb all information. And, like, you know, the type of thing where, like, if I say fuck in a family gathering just passively because a bad potty mouth, whatever, I don't think I have done that in front of my family's kids, but family members' kids. But like, it wouldn't be surprising if, you know, my sister started saying, "Oh, you know, ever since you said fuck at that gathering, he has started, you know, saying fuck all the time." It's like, oh god damn it, right? Like, I don't like children, but I dislike adults who dislike children way more. Oh, my apologies. I guess you dislike me. I don't know. It's not like I dislike children. I just get morally paralyzed with the consequences of how much accidental influence you can have on a child's life because of how much they just take in information and trust everything by default. Because that is, I think they do that because that's default human behavior. And you only learn to stop trusting as you become older. So, anyways, I'm going to do groceries are still on their voice lines. Watching your mouth around young kids is hard sometimes. Yeah. So, I don't know. The thing I don't like about children is my own moral paralysis. By being around them, making me think like I do not want to be an overly high influence in my sister's kids' lives because I don't like the idea that my life influences the kind of people they are. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's not that I think I'm a terrible person or anything, that they're going to become a worse person. I just don't like the idea of that for some reason. I don't know. Anyways. I'm the cool uncle. I'm the avoidant uncle. Are the cars around? There is a car around. Did you miss the bathroom, Dee Dee, before? The cabinet bathroom? You didn't get to see the whole bathroom. Why would I show you the whole bathroom? There you go. Guys, my uncle spent $300 on women in game. No, you don't tell them that. The responsibility of potentially having permanent influence, yeah. And like with my sister's kids, like it'd be different if I had kids myself, to be clear, because like that'd be something hopefully that I'd be intentionally getting into. It's a conscious decision, hopefully. But like my sister's kids, I didn't ask for that moral responsibility of the influence I have on her children. I have 2 kids, that's true. I do have the cats, right? I didn't ask for that moral responsibility, and that's why I avoid it, right? Should I? Does that make me a worse person? In some ways, yeah. Like, I think there's certain parts of my family that make me tend towards avoidant of my family members, including new creatures who are new family members. But I don't know. I grew up as the babysitter whenever we were with family or friends, so I'm kind of used to children being extremely annoying. Yeah. I also do enjoy taking care of kids and don't think I would consider myself fulfilled in life if I don't have children. I think if you don't get them too attached to you, being avoidant isn't bad. Yeah. Like they don't I don't think I'm negatively affecting their life by not actively being a part of their life. Exactly. And it feels more beneficial to my life if I don't actively involve myself. But yeah, like I do sometimes have thoughts of like maybe I should be thinking about them more, and but like I even think about the things like would I when like one of my sister's kids is getting to the age where like I could now buy him gifts that I think are good gifts for children to stimulate them to become to try to like spark their interest in something. So let's say I buy like a KiwiCo toy or something. That'd be something that I default to. I haven't bought them one yet, but I don't dislike the idea of buying a preschool, elementary age kid one of those Kiwi like those like things that force them to use their brain in a way, and create a toy for themselves essentially. But then I'm like, I don't know. Most people I think would be proud of the fact that like let's say that me giving a gift to that kid made them interested in robotics, and then that's like the spark that they needed as a kid to become an engineer later. And like I'm fine. I wouldn't hate that idea, I guess, but like it also makes me feel weird though, thinking about the fact that my minor actions of giving a toy to them could have consequences of what they are in their adult life. That's all. Like I don't like the idea of it. It makes me feel weird that minor decisions have massive impacts on someone else's life, right? big box of Lego is the best, right? But it's also a little bit weirdly narcissistic to assume that like just that one toy would be the influence that makes that happen. But in a sense, it kind of can be, right? When they're really young, when humans are really young in general, I mean, when they are really young, feels weird to say. Get them a gram of antimatter. That's true. I mean, do you realize that'd be like, I'm pretty sure a gram of antimatter is like blow up a city. Just an FYI. Only a couple $1 trillion. Yeah. Yeah, a gram of antimatter does not exist. Yeah, well, no, it can exist. It just, we've never created that much antimatter because why? But anyways, minor decisions do not have that much impact in 99,000 cases. Yeah, like I know. But ultimately my bit is just like, it's probably just something more deep in me that's just avoidant in general with relationships, so. And maybe it's just all stupid rationalizations on top of it. I don't know. A gram of it can't exist at once in a clump. Oh, yes. Yes, that's true. I suppose. Yes. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, how antimatter is contained and transported would not function if the antimatter was a solid mass. Probably not impossible to do that, but much harder than just having it in very, very small particulate forms. You always explain yourself well, and fucking up by swears around kids is something that's going to happen to anyone. I've worked with kids long enough that I would, with 100% confidence, know you'd be amazing. Thanks. But yeah, I don't know. If I lived near my sister, I probably would more embrace. Because, like, then it would be, if I lived more near my sister, it would be like, she'd probably randomly just ask it, like, something would happen. They're adults. Something happens in their life. Be like, hey, Matthew, can you go watch the kids for an hour? I'd be like, okay. Like, I'm not against the idea of it, to be clear. But I currently live in my situation with how far we are away from each other is not, like, sensible for her to ask that of me. Especially when I don't have a car. But, you know. So, yeah. Anyways, I'd be a good teacher. Yeah, I've considered going to teaching. If only teaching in the US at least wasn't such a hellfire of like, would you like to dedicate your life to a very hard job and then get paid the same that you can make working at Walmart, less than you can make working at Walmart. It's pretty easy to climb the career ladder at Walmart if you're a competent person. That's what feels bad about teaching. Like, it's society for some reason does not reward, in the US at least, society does not feel like it rewards one of the most valuable positions to society, which is unfortunate. So, give me college philosophy teacher vibes. I don't know if it's a compliment. Alright, anyways, I don't know what the fuck this voice line is.
The idea of writing a novel
Who's
came
Anya?
about after reading Anya's work. That's when I first discovered
Not just in the
that
US? Yeah.
metaphors
I was
and
specifying US
images
because I
so
wasn't
much could
sure.
be used to tell
but-
stories. I had something to say, along with a wealth of indelible memories to draw upon. So, it felt both like something I was meant to do and a path to self-fulfillment all at once. In the end, though, I was far too lazy to follow through.
I love how lazy Nicole says she is. She's very insistent on making people understand she's lazy. It almost gives me a vibe of like, are you actually that lazy? It's like, I think I'm a lazy person, but I don't go out of my way to make people understand it. Well, actually, fuck, I do, don't I? Shit. No, I do. Oh, damn it. Why do I? I'm just realizing, like, when I'm having random conversations with my mom about, like, explaining my life or whatever, and then being like, oh, what happened? And then like, oh, why didn't I not do this? Because I do use the "cause I'm lazy" excuse a lot. Why the fuck? Why do I do that? Fuck. See, this is why it's important to self-reflect. Maybe it's just a bad excuse, because, like, I do think I'm a lazy person by default, But I think much of my laziness is just a side effect of just psychological things and like brain being distracted and not like focusing down on things that could engage me in more healthy ways, and then that defaults to me not committing to anything, any like long-term project that's more fulfilling to work on, that takes more active effort and attention to focus on, say like writing a novel, Nicole, and then instead of just like, oh, well, there's a YouTube video from Lazy Matman that I can watch playing Binding of Isaac. And it's like that's more lazy behavior in my mind. And so that's why I think I am lazy. But is that lazy? Am I lazy really? Or is that just a side effect of modern societal structures that have accidentally conditioned me and many other people to be that way? I love Lazy Matman, yeah. He's the most like generic yelly boy content creator that I enjoy. I think that's lazy. I do think it's a little lazy too. Nicole's voice lines lead to self-discovery, yeah. Also easier to claim your laziness and say your brain just won't let you. Yeah. It's like, it feels like an easy excuse that people understand, but it's also like a weirdly self-demeaning thing too. Like overly self-demeaning. And I feel like it could have a negative, maybe it's had like too much of a negative feedback loop in my own life of me considering myself lazy is like maybe why I is like does it make sense what I'm saying? Like I feel like I'm a lazy person, and so like it's just natural that I don't put the effort into things, right? It's natural that I don't put the effort into things because I'm lazy, rather than like, oh, doing what I said, we're just like get the ideas out, focus down, make that video, write, whatever, right? Being lazy is healthy if not excessive. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. I don't think it's healthy to just entirely only only be creative, only always work on something, only produce. Just like it's not healthy to only consume, it is not healthy to only produce, I don't think. For sure. So I don't know. Weird self-reflection there. I might have to think more on it. To try to reconfigure my framework for how I consider myself lazy. Because I think that's the thing that's being communicated here from Nicole, is that she's not trying to communicate that much necessarily to someone else, but it's more like a communication to yourself when you're saying, I am lazy, as a reason for the reason you do things. Executive dysfunction is frustrating AF, yeah. What's the agenda today? Apparently just yapping, because for the first time ever, a Genshin character's release, and the first day of their release, I'm more distracted about, like, the things they say rather than the combat, even though I've wanted a team-wide attack buffer for a long time. Oh, God. How'd your Nicole polls go? I had absurd luck. I wanted C6 Prune. I got C3 Prune before I got... Or C3 Prune. I got C3 Nicole before I got C6 Prune. And I got C6 Prune like 40 pity-ish, I think, after getting C3. I reviewed it early in the stream. And then after doing other viewer wishing, and then someone giving me like a 3,800 Primo Gem top-up, that convinced me to gambit more. And by the way, C3 was all 50-50 wins. And then I won a 50-50 for C4, and I won a 50-50 for C5. And then I immediately got a 5-star after C5. And it was not C6. It was Dia. But that does mean I can definitely just grind to C6. So, yup. Infer that the angels were created neurodivergent. I mean, isn't that the same thing of like, take you're an alien species observing human psychology. Are you going to infer that the entire human species was created divergent? Neurodivergent? Also, how can angels be if all angels are like Nicole, they're not divergent from anything. They're all very similar to each other. They're only neurodivergent to something that is not an angel in that case. So no, I don't think there's any definition in which it makes sense to say angels are created neurodivergent, because neurodivergency is only something that like establishes itself from a standard of a particular norm of a population. Most angels have no emotions or to be logical or something like that. Yeah, but they're not neurodivergent from the perspective of angels then. They're neurodivergent from the perspective of you as a human with said emotions, but that's a different thing. You're different from them. Yes, we still need to do the quests. We can do we can do the quests.
Making sculptures is my way of keeping records. The written word loses meaning over time.
Oh, we already watched that.
Besides,
watched that? Read that.
Do you know?
All right. Well, thoughts on her voice lines overall? They were fun. I'm sure there's more here. Oh yeah. This is the thing I expected, right? Like this is normal. You get character story, right? But I expected like in her voice lines somewhere would be something really long, and they didn't have that, so I'm slightly disappointed. But overall, like other than that, like 9.5 out of 10 voice lines. Anyways, I'm gonna change the title of the stream at this point. Finally, let's not test Nicole and Prune. I'm just gonna put "not" in the title and thumbnail. I'll probably still do testing, to be clear. Anyone that's hanging around, but it's not gonna be as in depth. I'm not like. I thought this was gonna be like potentially a 10-hour stream where I'm mostly throughout the whole stream doing combat things. At this point, I've been streaming for over 4 hours and I haven't tested anything, and I need to still do their Hexer quest passive things to test them. So we'll still do some testing, to be clear. But like we're gonna do like relatively surface level things. The Jeff style testing. Okay? We're gonna do the Jeff style testing of some of the key things that I think are obvious to test. And that I'm specifically interested in, like Lanyan, obviously. Yeah, animations do exist for Sandrone. So Jeff, your best friend? No. The Jeff is too busy of a boy and too bad at looking at. There's a chance. I'm not trying to place the entire blame on to Jeff. I think we're both bad at like coordinating things as content creators, but I on occasion will have sent Zajeff random DMs about stupid bullshit, mostly Genshin or game related in general, and Zajeff is just, he almost always ignores DMs. Like I like bro just ignores all DMs, yo. So you know, I think Zajeff and I could be more friends than we are. I think we are friends. I would consider us friends, but not like friends that like, are super actively, regularly hanging out with each other kind of thing. Maybe he hates you. Yeah, that's true. Maybe Zajeff hates me, and maybe I hate Zajeff. So, Sandrone is a newbie style character. I don't know if I would say she is. I think she's like newbie but better. Not like on a damage level, probably, maybe. I don't know, but like not even on a damage level. I mean on like fundamental identity. I think newbie Sandrone is like Nubilet if Nubilet was fundamentally incentivized around like wanting to be on field but doing like imagine if Nubilet instead of like do EQ and then do 3 beams. I believe the intended gameplay of Sandrone is something like do beam attack, swap off field for a little bit, go back to her, do another beam attack. So it's like imagine if Nubilet didn't do the burst ball generation. Imagine you never used Nubilet burst, and you just had like a much shorter cooldown Nubilet, but you had to switch off field on him to be able to reset it, in a sense, where like you E on Nubilet, do his beam attack, swap, do some other things, swap back to Nubilet, you get an E back again, which the E is not what you use, to be clear, but I'm saying like E where like you generate 3 balls. It's like kind of the vibe I get from what I think the intent is. She's a unique character. She's like definitely a main DPS, but a main DPS you're intended to like do some weird swappiness with, which is kind of, so she's kind of like quick swappy main DPS, normally quick swappy DPSs in my mind are not as greedy for field time as she seems to be, but if you're playing her with high uptime ability off-fielders, and someone like Sucrose where you just like swap to Sucrose to refresh VV kind of thing, like yeah, hybrid quick swap, like she's really interesting. I will say, like, this is like one of the more interesting main DPS kits. Like Lohan's kit is interesting in identity as far as like incentivizing being built around off-fielders. I should go do this quest while we're yapping. I think Lohan's kit is interesting in like the fundamental identity and its idea with. Why is this where Nicole's quest is? Oh, I guess because yeah, okay. Never mind, I'm dumb. Okay.
Leaving already?
Sorry.
Hey, Barbie, aren't you forgetting
But
something?
Lohan, like, then how his actual damage happens relative to his kit identity of like being balanced and wanting off-fielders doing damage doesn't necessarily feel like it rewards you enough for that, which is kind of why it made more sense for him as a standard banner character. It doesn't feel like it rewards you for that, mostly because like the ability that gets damage amplified from that gimmick of off-fielders doing more damage is his skill, but then his skill isn't at C0 at least a particularly large portion of his damage. And this is the main thing. It's the main thing that made Zajef, I think, not end up like being more like, okay, Lohan is less interesting than I thought originally. And that's kind of my vibe too, the more I'm thinking about him, in that like I think he would have had to lean much more into like into a specific instance of like, it'd be a much more interesting variation of Lohan's kit is like, what if he literally has damage, like the damage multipliers he gets is completely tied to the damage multipliers of your off-fielders, right? But then he's a different element of your off-fielders, so you can still like do a melt on those to amplify those in a different way. So you can still do something else with those multipliers. But that'd be much more interesting. And that's kind of what his skill is like, except for the skill is a really low portion of his damage. So in practice, that gimmick doesn't matter as much. Instead, you're just kind of, you know, building a team around the off-fielders doing a bunch of damage, and he's doing decent damage on-field. Like, certainly nothing to scoff at. It's pretty good. He just seems a little bit underwhelming relative to the other power creeps things of the current day. And then his gameplay is just like spamming charge attacks, except for occasionally doing a skill. And it's like, and then the weird thing with his ICD as well, to be clear, like having to like purposely space out the timings of your skills for someone like Durin, it's like just unnecessarily annoying. Like something I'd be fine to work around with a standard banner. So anyways, yeah, I'm sorry. I am kind of like seeing more and more reasons not to go for Lohan that makes me think I wouldn't enjoy him long term. But I'm not sure. He still seems fun, to be clear. But I also do like quick swap. So, like, I almost assuredly would enjoy the dynamic of Yai Sandrone, right? So I don't know. I hate quick swap. There's too many things that interfere with swapping to make it reliable. Yeah, that's fair. I get you. That's part of why I like quick swap with quick swap Yai Dia dynamic. Well, Dia gives you interruption resistance. So, and I don't mind working around it most of the time. So yeah. Support set for Stellar Shield comes in 7.0. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, whether or not they release another DPS set, like I wonder if they're gonna release another DPS set, but that DPS set is specific to a new like maybe Rhymegrass DPS set, rather than a generic DPS set like the Night Sky set is for non-cry DPSs. That's the question floating in my mind. Are they gonna make a generic set at all? And if they do, there's a chance that the generic set is just the smarter thing to farm for Centrone. But I don't know. We'll see. They might go a different direction with artifacts next year, is my vibe. But I don't know. Are we getting Rhymegrass? There's game files that, like in Miliastra, for example, there's a in the game files for Miliastra icons for what reactions there are. There's like a cryodendro thing, but that might have just been in there left over from theater. Like the assets were just dumped from theater. I don't think that's confirmation of it 100%, but there's a number of different things hinting towards it that it seems likely. So. Me? Sorry. Like a whole bunch of stuff you're supposed to give I'm sorry.
Nonsense. Your arrival is more or less in line with Barbie's prophecy. Though, to be honest, I did think you'd be here a little later.
Okay.
Anyway, before we get down to business, it might
So we'd
be
be hungry.
best
I'm
to
kind of
head
hungry.
to
Actually, I'm gonna drink my
have
thing.
something to eat.
Barbara wants price, please. Say
no,
we'd be hungry?
of
No.
course not. But my hearing happens to be quite sharp, and I heard Paimon's stomach rumbling a mile
see.
away.
I wonder, does she mean that literally? Can she actually hear that a mile away? My stomach just rumbled. That's funny. I'm not kidding. My stomach actually did just rumble as that text popped up. You probably didn't hear it though.
Whoa! Paimon's stomach is rumbling for two!
Don't you worry about that. I've got plenty of cookies and cake.
Okay.
And as you know, nothing bad ever happened to hungry travelers who accepted food from a witch.
What's gonna happen here? Is she drugging us? That's the natural thought. I think she's drugging us, but like it's maybe it's good drugs. I don't know. Look, if she's gonna supervise, it's probably fine. Let her drug me.
Paimon's so
Hmm.
full!
Of course. You can't have a tea party without an ample supply of
Okay.
food and drink.
I think Nicole just doesn't realize what she's saying.
Though it's true, it is
Guys, I have
hard to
more
display
social awareness than
appropriate
Nicole. What's
maidserly
happening?
elegance after stuffing one's face.
Nicole's more
That's why the
neurodivergent
teapot
than
is
me.
usually
That's why
only
we like
half
her.
full, and there's only one cookie or piece of cake on each plate.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what? Hard to display an appropriate majorly elegance after stuffing one's face. But the teapot is usually only half full. Ah, so that's why the teapot has a load limit. Sorry. Laughing at my own joke. I'm proud of that joke. I'm sorry.
Paimon really can't eat anymore. She's coming apart at the seams. Can we get down to business now?
All right. I
You
gather
just
you're
burp.
here.
I skipped because it's a Paimon line. Fucking burped at us. Oh, I skipped a Nicole line. No.
All right. I gather you're here to deliver my homework. The one that Barbie prophesized? Nothing of the sort. We were discussing something completely different.
The moon's massive
The
shift has
moon's
knocked her
massive shift has
hydromancy
knocked her
away.
hydromancy out of
Hmm.
whack. So she needs to head back for a while to undergo a period of silent
Did the moon move?
meditation.
Oh yeah, it did move. Duh. I didn't even think about that. Wow, me, the astronomy nerd, didn't think about the fact that we moved the moon. I guess I just like thought it got pushed back into position for some reason. But like, we moved the moon. That causes some issues. Like bigger issues than the wizard can't prophesize properly, to be clear. I mean, like, Dorman Port is potentially underwater, or there's no more water at Dorman Port anymore, kind of thing.
While she's away, I'll be
It would have been
taking over
funny if, like, what if
responsibility for
Fontaine
everyone's
no longer
homework.
had water
I
after the
also
moon was
plan
moved?
to help her add the next round of homework to the dictionary.
What if there was like, if the moon is closer to the planet now, there should be like way more massive tides happening, potentially. So, like, Fontaine would go in. Imagine if like throughout the year, there was like, Fontaine was like half empty. Like there's no water in parts of Fontaine one part of the year, and there's water in another part of the year. We pulled it closer so it has even more pull. Exactly.
You can just
The waves
swap
just got
person
bigger.
in
Yeah.
charge like that?
That's too complicated for them to do. I understand. I don't really judge them for it at all. The astronomy nerd in me would have really appreciated something like that if they had gone to the effort of doing that, though.
Not like I had much choice.
Dorman
Before
Port gone
Barbie
like
and
real life
Alice even
Netherlands in
told
20
me about it,
years.
They'd already inscribed
Yeah,
my special
exactly.
homework in the dictionary.
Would that be every day? No. The tides aren't usually every day, but I mean the tides in real life aren't every day. Maybe the moon moves in a way around the Tevat planet. That is the planet called Tevat? I guess we can just call the planet Tevat. That did you just skip? Did I skip over a Nicole line?
Nothing of the sort. We were discussing something completely different. The moon's massive shift
Yeah,
has
no, I
knocked her
listened to that.
hydromancy
While she's away,
out.
I'll be...
While she's away, I'll be taking over responsibility for
Oh,
everyone's
what?
homework.
Oh, I
I
see.
also plan to help her add the next round of homework to the dictionary.
Oh. What are people... Wait. Oh, this is gonna add to the... They're adding more hexerized. Isn't that? That does kind of imply that. Why would they put that line here? That is a really specific line. Ah, fuck. Do I pull C1 low henna poems only? I'm not gonna lie, this line is almost enough to make me consider pulling C1 low henna poems only. I think we might try for it. It's gonna, if we hear that Raiden is gonna, there's a chance, I feel like that Raiden, it's been a while since Raiden rerun, right? There's a chance Raiden reruns in 6.7. So I don't know. But like if Raiden's gonna rerun 6.7, I'd probably rather save to make sure I can get Raiden C1 or C6 on poems only, not on my main account. But I kind of feel like that's not that likely to happen. But I don't know. What do they do something weirdly Yai rerun? Because with Sandrone, Raiden rerun, Seat Lolly, and then Sandrone. I don't know. But yeah. That's such a specific line. Like, why would they have this line next round of homework if they weren't doing it? Okay.
Huh. You can just swap the person in charge like...
Not like I had much choice.
Hmm.
Before Barbie and Alice even told me about it, they'd already
Interesting.
inscribed my special homework in the dictionary.
Has anyone made a YouTube short of that yet? This is the kind of thing that like a good content creator, good Genshin content creator would be like, let's make a short. Fine, I'll do a recording, maybe I'll remember. There's an interesting line here.
While she's away, I'll be taking over responsibility for everyone's homework. I also plan to help her add the next round of homework to the dictionary.
Maybe new Hexerite characters is not Cope after all. Isn't Yai tied to Chronicle now? There's no character tied to Chronicle after they I mean they did the Shenhe thing where they broke their own rule that they said for Chronicle Banner was in place, where they would only put characters on Chronicle Banner once they had two rerun banners normally. Immediately broke that rule with the second Chronicle Banner ever. We both know you won't make a short, I know. And then immediately reran Shenhe with Skirk's release. So like, no, I don't think they've ever said that a character that goes on Chronicle Banner will not be reran on their own banner afterwards. They never said they wouldn't do that. The only thing they said they wouldn't do is they wouldn't put a character in Chronicle Banner until they have two dedicated banners. But then they broke that anyways. So no, I think Yai will probably get a rerun. I'm willing to bet there's like, as it currently stands, Yai seems to be an intended, at least temporarily, but maybe permanent, best in slot for Sandrone. So like, it would surprise me if Yai did not get a dedicated rerun, frankly, with Sandrone. That's my vibe. But I don't know. I imagine if they do this though, they're probably gonna make Zajef skip Sandrone. I think Zajef's Yai hate runs deep. Maybe not. I don't know. Zajef's also easily compelled by just numbers, so I don't know. If the Yai Sandrone team seems compelling enough, he might do it anyways. I don't know. It would be funny that years later Zajef pulls one of my favorite characters. That's all. Anyways,
As much as I'd like to erase the whole thing and keep on casually observing the world, Alice is busy.
I so vibe with the mentality, by the way. I'm pretty sure I've yapped before how like one of the, like, if I was immortal, the thing I would want to do, like before Nicole's ever thing, so I'm not just mimicking Nicole, maybe you won't believe me, I don't know. I have yapped before in my content how this has been like a desire I've had in my life a long time of like, if I had the ability to just like live freely, my favorite thing to do would just be to like observe reality passing. Like something that makes me like feel more sad than anything else is not knowing what the like there's something weirdly appealing to me in like apocalypse stories for like the end of humanity, simply because it's like, oh, if I get to witness the end of humanity, at least I know I got the whole story, right? Whereas that's probably not going to happen. I don't actually think humanity is that doomed right now. I think humanity seems to be heading towards a worse spot in the current era, but I actually think humanity in a long term, like much past my life term, will continue to improve over time and flourish in some way, not flourish in other ways. But like and it makes me feel really sad inside that I don't get to see how that goes. And so like one of the desires I have for like, you know, I think like billionaires want to be immortal because they're fucking awful people, but I would love to be the immortal just so I could watch how things go. I would like to fade into the background and just observe, absolutely. So yes, I vibe with it. How dare Alice make her do something that makes her interfere with reality?
Octavia didn't bother to come back. And you can forget about Rhindaughter. The other mages all have their own affairs to attend to, so the duty of supervising this homework has fallen to me.
Hello, Kippy. He hopped in my lap. For some reason, these creatures go in cycles where, like, Dee Dee has been hopping into my lap when I'm at the computer a lot more. And Ashru has become very obsessed with, if I'm not streaming, he will almost always, if he's not, you know, if he wants to be near me, so he's a cat, sometimes he doesn't want to, he will hop onto my lap. But usually it's like if I'm sitting like straight up like this, for some reason Ashru's like, that's a signal I want to be on your lap. It's very cute and a little bit annoying. Hair. You were very hairy, sir. You barely fit on my lap. You're so large. You're not fat. You're just large. You're a big bone creature. Anyways. Mika Smith buff? Yeah, exactly. Personally, I would like Rosario to become a Hexerite character more than Mika, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm down for some Mika appreciation. Maybe he doesn't like your voice, that's why he stays out during streams. I think that might be the case for Ashra, yes. But he has been in my... Like, there's definitely been times where I've been yapping for 5 hours straight. And he goes and just sleeps in the cat tree, so I don't know. Not cry wings look good on Nicole? Yeah.
They really are. I don't even know how long it's been since we all got
I
together.
dare say they look better on her than they do on Columbina.
In any case, as long as I finish my homework, my story will be officially inscribed in the dictionary. After that, I'll be able to go back to observing and guiding.
I see.
So, traveler,
what's your homework?
It's time to deliver your message.
Being a main, they do. Yeah, homework? There you go.
Oh, and since this doesn't count as a prophecy, just something Barbie and Alice came up with 10 minutes ago, there probably isn't any useful information to be found in that dictionary you're carrying.
I see.
You're right, Nicole. We had to look before coming over and...
We're gonna have to do... actually, Tars DM'd me about this too. What? Are they gonna do a lore thing like how the Hexerite characters with the homework quests do the buffs? We haven't had any words on whether that's the case for the buff characters next patch. I assume they'll do something. My GF is hella salty that Lisa and Kai are not getting their stellar buffs. I mean, there's a line from Nicole here that implies they might actually still be getting Hexerite buffs. Maybe. There's some cope. There's actually some more real cope, I feel like. I bet my bottom Mora, it was Alice who'd added the second. Okay.
Anyway, let's get cracking on this homework. Just let me think. Where should we begin? Huh? Oh, Barbie gave me a rundown of my tasks.
There's a bookish item in the leaks? Okay.
Basically,
So
I just
that is
need
going to be
go
something
a
similar
few
to this, but
homework
what's going to
locations,
link it
make
together
sure
though?
everything's up to
Because like it's
scratch,
kind of a
and
weird
conduct
smattering
some
of
field work.
characters. Like what is the similarity between all 7 of those characters?
Wait a minute. Paimon thought she was giving you a prophecy. How does a rundown count as a prophecy?
Well, you see,
No, don't bite the cord.
I naturally view anything Barbie says to me as some sort of prophecy.
They're all related to the witches. The stellar characters, like Yai, Chi-Chi, Diona, Mizuki, Risley, Sino. Did I forget someone?
Besides, when Barbie wrote this homework of mine, all she actually did was flip straight to the final page of my story and tell me the ending in advance.
Okay.
You make a fair point. But then what's the
Momo
difference
rated with a
between
VRCon
prophecy
26.
and
Hello.
a spoiler anyway?
Welcome,
All
Wuma.
right, enough
Hopefully
dawdling.
your stream's
Come
good.
on,
Sorry,
follow
I'm distracted
me.
by Nicole.
We're
Very
going
distracted. I was originally like,
to-
this is the first. I'm a combat boy at a
Yes,
baseline, right?
That seems like as good a place
Bonjour.
as any.
By the way, Expedition 33 has done a funny thing where like, for some reason I enjoy saying French words more purposely correctly now, like bonjour, which might be more racist. I don't know. Like I'm sure I pronounced it wrong, but yeah, thank you for doing the shout out. Yeah, hopefully your stream is good. Do feel to raid and run if you need to, but anyways, I was originally intending to do like a big old testing stream. Like, there's a million a million different potential things to test with these characters, but distracted with viewer wishes that I did, distracted with this, distracted with Nicole. I've yapped for like an hour just going through Nicole's voice lines. So this literally never happened. No, normally when I'm looking forward to testing combat things, which I am, I just like get super into that and do that for hours when a character releases.
Did I use it to get
And then oftentimes I burn out
faster?
for a couple days. I just like don't play Genshin combat wise for a couple days. It's not a
layers,
bad thing.
and
Like maybe
nobody
I'm
really
not
uses
doing
them.
that,
They're
but
very
I'm still gonna do
handy when it
testing here.
comes to traveling about.
But I edited my stream title for a reason because I was like, you know what, this is not focused enough. So, yeah.
Besides,
Anyways,
Cecilia and
welcome,
I
welcome.
used to be angels, so we're old colleagues.
Alright.
I'm sure they won't mind me borrowing their homes every
What are you
once in a
doing now,
while.
Cat? Oh, Cat is trying to eat my. Here, I'll give you a cat cam. Can the phone unlock, please? Hello. Why does Face ID not want to work? I'm wearing the same pants 2 days in a row, by the way. I apologize. It's a privilege of living on my own. He was definitely trying to eat the sweatpant cord. There we go. Alright. Thought we were talking about Hex? No worries, no worries. One of my cats has developed a taste for USB cables, and it's a real problem. Yeah, this orange creature has been nomming cables a little bit more lately, but they tend to only nom cables when they're near me. I haven't found a single cable they've nommed on that wasn't near me, which is interesting.
The dictionary.
So it hasn't been that much a
Based on
problem,
how
but
it ended, you
still
and
gotta
Lord
watch them.
Barbados must have played quite a beautiful tune.
Nicole can use Sealy cords? Oh
Such a
yeah,
shame that
wait.
Barbie could...
Sealy and I used to be angels. Okay, sorry. The Sealy quartz are connected to... Oh, interesting. Yeah, what the fuck? I've had like 10 cables destroyed. I had to buy thick plastic wraps to protect them. Oh boy. Yeah, that seems a little annoying. Read about that in the dictionary.
I
met
read
you
about
and
that
Lord
in
Barbados.
the dictionary.
It played quite
Based
a
on how it
beautiful
ended,
tune. Okay.
You and Lord Barbados must have played quite a beautiful tune. Such a shame that Barbie
My
couldn't hear a
bunny
single note.
thinks one of my carpets is grass. I don't have much carpet left. Oh boy. Does that cause any health problems? Are they actually eating the carpet or are they just ripping it up? Because I used to have rabbits. Me and my sister, my parents got us rabbits as kids because my parents thought that rabbits were less high maintenance pets for us as like middle schoolers or whatever compared to other kinds of pets. I think they were kind of wrong on that. I do think rabbits can take a little bit of care, but rabbits, they weren't inside rabbits to be clear, but rabbits had a lot of funny behaviors with just like digging around and tearing up shit in general, even outside. So maybe it wasn't grass, but maybe they didn't think it was grass, but they thought it was some kind of like plant material, and they're just trying to dig and destroy it. But I don't know. Nicole's weapon good for Lanyon? We'll probably test that today a little bit. What did you just grab? Give me it back. No. Sorry. Sounds exactly like that. Okay. But yeah, Lanyon's weapon, or Lanyon's weapon. Well, we can test Nicole's weapon on Lanyon. Worked for a while. Oh, you tried the spray, but they eventually became immune to it. That's funny. Yeah, the cat, he jumped off my lap. He saw this sitting over here. This was part of this bottle. He saw this sitting over there. Culprit. Grabbed it, and I was like, what did you just grab? And I was like, no, you don't. This is like a piece of metal that could cut them if he starts chewing on it. And I was like, nope, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I'm gonna throw it. Does this cup have any? No, put it in that cup. He won't be able to grab it there. Okay.
When Alice heard about it, she laughed so
Yeah,
hard her hat nearly
the implication
fell
that she
off.
can use the Sealy quartz as ley lines is
How
interesting.
about we head to the next
Imagine that
location?
was her exploration passive instead.
See?
Imagine every single Sealy thing became a waypoint with Alice and the team. Or with Nicole and the team. Ah, cat. No, you're pulling the headphone cord. Doofus. Oh my god. These cats. I should go put the longer headphone. I have a different headphone cord that's longer. Oshru just came into the room, jumped up here, and then walked like into the headphone cord and started pulling it this way. Like it was tightened like this, and then he was like pulling my head and pulling this, and it was caught like this. God damn it. God. Okay. That would be too interesting, so it's not allowed. Yeah. It would be. Also probably take more work for them to implement. Because there's probably a lot of work that actually has to go into how they set up loading systems for the waypoints, so I get why it doesn't on a technical level. Would have been a cooler gimmick, though, than the compass gimmick. The compass gimmick makes sense thematically, though. I get it. I don't really have a problem with it. It's just kind of like boring because it just functions exactly like the compass in other regions, and it doesn't even work if you don't already have the compass in the first place, and it just behaves like the normal compass. The only benefit of it is it's a funny visual gimmick, and it has a lower cooldown. Of 5 seconds instead of like the 20 seconds or whatever. And you can use them in conjunction. So in theory,
This is the nearest Sealy
like it
quartz
can
where
make
we're
you
going.
like compass
Don't
more,
worry,
but like
we're not far from the starting point.
we're leveling Prune's skill and burst when she's C6. Part of Prune being a pretty good character. So like, someone asked her that. I don't think we actually finished the conversation. Hello Wolf. Is like versus like her being better than Coswell. Like she buffs. She basically can have more buffing potential than Coswell, but like it's not such fundamental different buffing potential to matter that much. What matters more is that she's like less field time than Kazuha for the same buffing potential, and she does more damage. So like even like a C2 Prune versus Kazuha, you do care about her damage. You don't necessarily need to build crit on her. The priority is just full attack for her damage bonus buff and ER more than anything else. And any crit stats you can give her are a bonus, because it'll make her do more damage. But she's building enough attack and has attack scaling damage that she'll do decent damage, with the conjunction of both her passive and her burst. Her skill is worth leveling up a little bit probably, because her skill can do like 500 or 600% motion value, I think. But I'm not sure that it actually makes sense. I haven't messed around with her yet, other than just her like trial, to know if it's actually going to make sense to spend the extra field time to do her second follow-up E, which does more damage. If it doesn't make sense to do her second E follow-up ability, then her skill is less worth leveling. But anyways, point is, some of her damage comes from her passive, which means you don't have to level her up. Like she's definitely not the priority talent-wise to min-max, but like her damage does matter as part of what makes her a good character. So, and part of why I wanted her C6, especially because C6 makes her even stronger. It makes her do more buffing. In general, you get more damage bonus, you get more you get attack buff for the on-fielder, and you get more attack for her doing more damage, right? And it makes her duration last longer, so again, even more damage. Like
not wrong, Paimon.
thought Prune was an
There's a
interesting
lot
enough character
more
at
he
C6 that
needs
she
to
was worth going for.
understand than
Plus,
just
I
the
like
chatter
Nicole
of
again.
wolves.
I'm trying to pay attention to the dialogue
That's
here.
about it for this place. I
So,
can do
is
with
it worth
the
leveling
rest. Come
her
on, let's
skill and
go.
burst?
Time to head back for a cup of
Yes, but like I wouldn't stress it that much. Like I think keeping her at level, like level 11 burst, it's unlikely being a crowned burst versus level 11, which is relatively low resources. Like as far as talents go, it's not that much resin invested in my opinion for how grindy things can get in Genshin, right? To be able to leave her at level 11 burst. Skill, I think, is less relevant and probably more comfortable to just leave it at level 6. That's my vibe. Like, I'll probably level 6 her talent, her skill, and I'm probably going to do level 11 her burst. And if I really, really find I like Prune for Lanyon, and I feel Prune is doing compelling enough damage to be more worth min-maxing Prune's damage even more, then I might invest into Prune's talents even more. But I currently suspect I'm going to prefer Venti as a teammate for Lanyon over Prune. And I'm just going to prefer Prune on more weird generic utility level or for Varka, right? So, and with Varka, with my investment into Varka in particular, Prune's damage doesn't matter at all. But even if you have like a C1 or even a C0 Varka, I think is doing enough of the team's damage. I don't think Prune matters that much to min-max the talent level-wise or for crit substats, you know. But she can do a surprisingly okay amount of damage. That's kind of what it is.
Let's take a look.
Which also means, by the way, she's like surprisingly decent as an interesting option for Lohen, I think. But the problem is cryo DPSs don't have many use cases for putting in an animo unit.
Thanks
So
for your help with the homework. Now hurry home and have a hot cup of tea. P.S. There is a surprise waiting behind this door. Hurry
Okay.
home. Wait a second. Why does this door look so familiar?
slapped a crit circle on
There's
her. She has
no
enough
way it
attack
could
with
lead to-
Atlas. I mean, her buff maxes out at 4,000 attack, in case you weren't aware. Wait, does it? Yeah, I think it maxes out with 4,000 attack. Did you hit 4,000 attack with Atlas? Damn, I wish I had Atlas. I didn't have the ability to read that fully. C6 R1 Muigo with a free-to-play team. C6 R1 Muigo with a free-to-play team is funny. It's gonna be Auron, Chevreuse, Eonson, though. From what I understand, that team gets C6 R1 Muigo with C6 of those 4 stars. Gets very, very, very high DPS with good gameplay.
No wonder Alice wanted to
I don't
borrow
remember what the
lodge
number is.
key. She said she wanted to set up a tea room, even though I told
But like,
her
it
I
should brute
already
force
had
everything in
one.
the game, basically. Well, I shouldn't say everything, because some boss mechanics are going to force you to have to change teammates out, which means like you might have to put in, you know, different characters sometimes, and that's going to break the Chevreuse team format, which means you're doing a completely different team format, like mono pyro rather than overload.
It symbolizes the completion of guidance, the end of a journey, and the fulfillment of prophecy.
Okay.
You followed Seelie before, right? Only when a Seelie returns to its Seelie court does its guidance come to an end. So, to give this unwelcome homework a clear conclusion,
Attack about
Barbie and
28 ER,
Alice
wow,
must
nice.
have built a Seelie court right here.
That's very lucky. Okay.
This is the only
Yeah.
way
Oh,
for my
damn.
story to be
Congrats on being able to run a crit
inspired
circle on her.
everyone
That's not
else's
easy to do.
without interfering with their own homework.
Oh, maybe I didn't even consider it. Fuck. Should I try to make a build work on Prune on... It sounds stupid, but should I try to make a Prune build work on... What's her Bucket's weapon? Instead of Oathsworn Eye, Shan Yun's weapon, Crane's Echoing Call. Like, Crane's Echoing Call is a similar, like,
not all
attack
that
stat
different.
stick
Once upon a time, we were all angels after all.
as Atlas, I
But that
believe.
doesn't
I'm
really
not using
matter.
it very
What's
often.
important is what it symbolizes. It's like writing a novel. As long as the main outline is there, there'll always be a way to flesh out the details, so the pieces fall into place.
The guys, I'm not gonna say Nicole's a bad writer, but I think there's a little bit more. It's no surprise, to be clear. I mean, I think we're supposed to think this. Look at Traveler's face. I didn't even notice Traveler's face before I started yapping, though. Like, as long as the main outline's there. There's, to be clear, this is the way I wrote like college essays. I slapped out my 20-page paper for my 400 level English course on like English linguistics history, and like in mostly one. I mean, it was like 3 days of work, pretty non-stop work. This was like a paper, by the way, that was like, I shouldn't have done this. This is a bad idea, but it was like, it was a class I didn't really enjoy that much. I didn't hate it, but I didn't like enjoy it that much. And it was like 70% of the grade. Like, this was the final paper, and it was like something that was the type of college paper you're meant to work on through the whole semester. And like, I did decide through the semester what I wanted to write on, so I did like some basic research beforehand. But like, the meat of the research I did, and then the entirety of the writing of the paper, was done in 3 days. And like 2 days of that was like finishing the research, figuring out what kind of articles I was going to specifically cite, and then figuring out a main outline, as it were, and then fleshing out the details and making everything fall into place. That's how I wrote that paper. And my professor's words was that, I can't believe this, my professor's words was that it was one of the best papers he has read from any students he's had. I was like, what? Because I was so used to like, making papers for college classes or just our high school classes, just in school in general, of classes like I didn't hate but didn't really enjoy that much, and then just like pounded something out that meets the requirements and it's good enough, and like, hey, it gets a B or an A, happy with that, sick. But like usually then I get a lot of feedback of like, why'd you make all these spelling and grammatical mistakes? And it's like, well, because I wrote it in a night, and didn't really care enough that I would lose 20 points on the grade because I spelled words wrong. Fortunately, I have to do my own words research lamau, which means lab time and failed experiments. Yeah, that's more fulfilling at the very least, I feel like. I wish I had had more of that personally, but it was a side effect of what I was learning. And anyways, I think that professor, to be clear, he probably saw those issues, but I think that professor was a pretty cool guy. Like, I didn't hate the class. It just was a subject matter that was not as interesting to me compared to other things I was doing, class-wise. And I think that was just the kind of professor that didn't give a shit about like grammatical aspects to the paper versus like the research that was done and what was being written about and blah, 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 blah. So yeah, so I don't know. Anyways, it's just funny to me that it's like I didn't put, like, it took a lot of effort to make that paper. Don't get me wrong. I put a lot of work into it. But the professor saying it was one of the best things ever. My point is, like, it can work. You can write by having a really solid outline and filling out the details in between. But I don't think it's a healthy long-term plan for writing. And this is very in line with Nicole not actually being a writer herself and just telling other people her ideas to write themselves. It's like Nicole, I don't even think Nicole's read her own damn stories, okay? I think Nicole feels very satisfied being like, hey, Mr. Nine, here's a very specific outline. And then Mr. Nine's like, what the fuck? It's going to take me 10,000 years of fleshing out the details. To get this to work, but Mr. Nine does it anyways, and then the book is published, and it turns into something good. But like I feel like Nicole never actually reads it. Like I bet like if Nicole read Mr. Nine's writing, it'd be like, Mr. Nine, how dare you not follow what I said to do here in the outline? Like, oh gosh, so it's not your writing.
This homework of mine will be officially over.
She had very hard homework. Go
nice
to a door
touch,
and sit down in the seat.
Like the ending to a story written on the fly.
Almost like
If
how
Anya
you
were
say
here,
you should write.
I'm sure she'd have come up with something more clever.
To be clear, having a solid outline is not writing on the fly. I feel like there are many an anime I watch that are definitely, they don't have a solid outline. They have a really basic outline, but usually it's just like the end and beginning of a basic outline and nothing in between. That's bad. But I think Nicole's a better writer than anime writers. The average anime writer.
Don't you worry. That's an essential
Or manga
element as
writer,
well.
whatever. Depends on the kind of writer you are. Yes, that's why I started the yap with saying, like, it can absolutely work, but the kinds of stories and writing I personally at least tend to enjoy probably is more like concretely planned out rather than just flesh out the details. Because not being consistent with the details in like things that you like kind of foundationally plan, like I don't know, it depends on how good of a foundation you make. Like you can do a lot of it, but I feel like it takes a lot of work to make that a really compelling story rather than just like an entertaining story. Because I think there's a difference between a really good story and like a compelling fantasy world, for example, compared to a entertaining one, right? But yeah, it just depends on what kind of thing you're actually trying to make ultimately. Wow.
Hey, a treasure chest. Now this
I didn't
homework's
expect the
starting
chest
to
for some
make
reason.
sense.
Makes sense.
What did I tell you? It seems like this has been a fruitful little excursion after all. And it seems my story has been formally
Okay.
inscribed in the dictionary.
Does she buff without C6? Prune? Yes. Prune gives a team-wide damage bonus buff based on her attack stat for each, like, point of attack she has over... Sorry,
Which
cat was being weird.
means
She has
that
over
today's
2,000,
homework ends here.
and...
also that there'll be a formal tutor to provide guidance on all future assignments.
What?
Well, that depends on what
A formal
assignments
tutor?
are assigned.
Yeah, Prune gives a damage bonus buff team-wide, even at C0. But to get a meaningful amount of attack on her is a little difficult in some team
Personally,
formats.
I'd love nothing more than to bury chests for people to find by completing their
Two of the
homework.
big sources of her
I could
attack
clues
are her
watch them
Hexerai
enjoy a
passive.
merry little treasure hunt.
Her Hexerai passive
Now that would be fun.
specifically requires... Sorry, I'm distracted by Nicole. Her Hexerai passive specifically requires a Hexerai unit that isn't Prune triggering a reaction. And then Prune gives herself 60% attack, and 60% attack for Prune converts to like 10% team-wide damage bonus. Or team-wide damage bonus caps out at 50. Which is, you know... So that's significant. That means, like, if I'm using Prune and a Lanyan team, by the way, like Durin, Nicole, Prune, Lanyan, there's no Hexerai character that can actually trigger a reaction because only the Animo units can actually trigger a reaction in that team. So therefore, I can't get the 60% attack for Prune. Therefore, Prune's doing 10% less damage bonus. And then another big source of attack for self-attack buffs for Prune is her C2 gives herself a bunch of attack. And then C6 also gives a bunch of attack to herself and gives attack to the Onvular directly, so it makes her even more of a buffer. This all culminates in, like, I kind of feel that C2 Prune is where her kit is kind of complete, where she starts buffing meaningfully enough and doing enough damage. And C1 refunds energy, and she's a burst reliant. You need her burst. Her whole kit hinges around her burst. So, yeah.
But Barbie's been
So close to
keeping a
200k
close eye
DPS on my
on me.
C2 R1 Barca. I'll have
So
to wait
I'm
till
not
next
sure
week for
I'll get
weekly
the
boss fights and
chance.
Nicole. Good luck, good luck. I'm kind of surprised you aren't already. Is it C2 R1, C0 Duran, C0 Nicole, I assume? Kind of surprised it's not already. Well, I guess Nicole's not like a massive DPS increase completely on her own. So, open the chest. Okay. Head to the mage's traveling spot. What is that? Alright, bye Nicole. That was a funny homework quest.
Which means that today
Okay. Alright, anything fun here? Cottage house. Things stapled to the wall. Honestly, that's a vibe. I should do that to one of my walls. My walls are kind of bare. Should go staple a bunch of newspapers to the wall. I feel like they just my family would think I'm a psychopath. Why do you have a bunch of newspapers stapled to your wall? I don't know, it's just a vibe. How good is Sandroni's weapon since it buffs superconduct stellar conduct damage for Yai? Oh, does it give a team-wide damage buff? Interesting.
Where is it?
I think Sandroni's weapon is going to be disproportionately a pretty good weapon, but only because of how shit the other weapon options available are, is my assumption. And the fact that, oh, hello, unusual hilly trailer. And the fact that other weapon options... There you go. Other weapon options, sorry, are not great. Like, Serpent Spine, not that compelling for Sandrone, it seems like. Because too much of her damage is stellar conduct damage, which means damage one is not as good. So... no treasure. Sad. I don't know. Like, that's my vibe. I think it's going to be a good weapon because of the lack of other compelling baseline alternatives. But, like, because even, like, Wolf's Gravestone and other stat sticks are, like, just going to be fine. But yeah, I guess the conjunction of it being a very good stat stick for her, not having super compelling other options, and it buffing Yai means it'll probably be... I wouldn't be surprised if her Sig is like a 20% plus upgrade, which is pretty typical of Sigs nowadays, more often than not. But it wouldn't be if there was a better option for her than just like Tidal Shadow or Wolf's Gravestone as accessible weapon options, or Milled Flower, right? So, hello doggos. Alright, what is this wanting me to do? Why is it saying head to the mage's meeting spot? Oh, that's the During quest. I should do that, to be clear. And the boy doesn't deserve it. I just the freaking the daily quest structure killed my motivation to do it. And I just keep on forgetting about it. Okay. Oh yeah, speaking of Prune, we should do her quest, first of all. I think. But more importantly, check her talents a little bit. Also, I should give her some artifacts. PV. I want to... Well, I guess I gotta yoink that from you, don't I? This. Definitely this. Let's see. Yep, attack percent and ER. And attack percent and 1 ER roll. Think I can get away with that. We'll see. That'd be nice. And then we need attack and ER substat here. So, okay. I'll have 48 energy from this. Surely it'll be fine. Crit substats would be nice too, but for Fab usage, because it's possible I will end up preferring Fab over Oathsworn Eye on her. Fell asleep during Prune Hex quest and woke up because my hand was hot from my phone. Oh dear. Oops, not ER. I mean, sometimes ER might make sense. Okay, actually, wait. ER attack percent. What do your stats look like? Okay, so not with this weapon. With this weapon. Oh, it doesn't give any attack percent in the passive even? That's unfortunate. I don't know. I think this is still similar stats overall as like a Skyward Atlas is for her, right? 3,055 before any self-attack buffs. Okay. So 60% attack from this. C2. C2. Let's say 80% attack from C2. So that's close to an issue. That's 700. So we're getting pretty close to the cap actually. And then C6 would cap it out. Okay, interesting. If 200 ER is enough. Okay. Compared to this weapon with Oathsworn, but with a different. Let's do attack. ER substat. And yep, I guess the Shao piece. I think Shao was actually on the pre-build for Prune on purpose. So it's 177 ER, so this is more ER, but because of Postwarn's ER, of course. But a bit less attack, of course. 786. So again, if we do an extra 80% attack for this, this would be more like 600. No, sorry. I'm gonna just grab my calculator. 0.8 times 786. All right, no, that's pretty accurate. 650. 628. So plus the stop making no sense. 2891 is 3500 plus the 350 from C6. So C6 makes her get pretty close. And there might be other attack percent buffs in the team, like if there's a noblesse buff in the team, that gets enough to basically be maxed out. Okay, so it should be doable without, for me, at least with Oathsworn, with C6, to be clear. That's part of why C6 Prune is good, to be clear, is it because it helps you max out her buff. I should be able to max out, I think, her buff without this, and I get more energy, so I'm going to default to this for sure. Unless I didn't think I need Fav. And if I need Fav, then it's going to just be sacrificing buffing potential in exchange for energy, because you need energy sometimes, either on her or someone else. So I'm comfortable with that at a baseline here. And to be clear, that right now is a build that doesn't have... Well, actually, I should actually check with her damage potential. My hope is I can get away with less energy, right? And then I could swap to... Because she has, 17 right now. I could swap to... I'd probably still keep this. But if I could swap to, like, this flower, you know... It's losing some attack percent, though, so I don't know. But particularly, actually, yeah, if I could swap to this goblet instead, so lose the 17 ER from here, that'd be great. And then maybe I can, get away with a crit rate circlet instead of a attack circlet, but I think I need heavy crit rate substats, or sorry, heavy attack percent substats to justify a crit rate circlet for sure. So I'll just do triple attack percent for now. Okay. Accept quest. Navigate. Oh yes, I wanted to... Talent, oh yeah, I activated C3 by accident, so... here, let's just... get her burst to level 8, I guess. There you go. Actually, no, I'll let her burst be level 9, that's fine. And then I'll level up his skill a little bit too. Just a level 6. I'm not gonna level that up past 6 until I am very... If I find that I have a team where I care about her damage more, I'll level it up past 6. I even might level her normal attacks. But kind of want to be conservative though with these resources. I think Razor uses the same ones, so don't need to be too all into Prune's talents when they don't matter that much. I haven't done Razor's homework yet? I can't yet. It's not leveled up. I've been wanting to level up for a while, but I keep on having new characters like the wonderful Nicole. And then they release a 4-star that I'm interested in. And then I might still be interested in pulling Lohan. I don't know. Freaking
Prune's assignment doesn't look much like homework. More like a declaration of war.
Okay.
Little witch hunter, have you found a way to defeat me yet? Shout your coolest challenge from the rooftops.
So Alice made this homework. Did Alice make all of the other homework? I thought Barbalov made it. I guess... Wait, is Prune hunting Barbie too? I'm with having a son who plays Genshin. He doesn't have Durin, he has Varka, but only wants to pull from Nicole because Durin's quest was boring. That's funny. Honestly, I respect that mentality.
I'll bet $1 million more that Alice wrote this. If it wasn't for the part about a witch
How old is your
hunter,
son, out of curiosity?
I would have thought this was written for Cleve.
I'm curious, are they like a teenager and that's their thoughts on the story? Or are they like 12? Because if they're 12, makes a lot of sense. If they're a teenager, I haven't completed the Durin story. I don't blame them for not being engaged about the Durin story, obviously. But if they did the complete Durin story and still found it boring despite other people saying it's actually quite good, that makes me think maybe they just have bad taste in stories. He's 10. Okay. That makes sense then. I think that makes a lot of sense that a 10-year-old would just get bored of stories for whatever arbitrary reasons, which is fine. So you know what? I think your son's making a perfectly fine polling decision for skipping Durin just because Durin's story is boring. I respect it.
Should we try to tone things down?
I think many of us that are much older players of Genshin should have maybe more of that mentality too. Of being like, it's fine if I don't pull the useful unit if I don't like their story or whatever reason.
Tell me what? Let me see.
Hello. Tiny though she may be, this little witch hunter comes armed with an astonishing depth of knowledge. She claims to be chasing the Wicked Witch, and has followed that chase all the way here from faraway Nogcry. Wait, she should have a moon sign. Sorry. That would have been funny. Wait, that would have been extra funny if we got another Anemo unit that's a far better support and it's a Nogcry character. So Yehoda had, like, no purpose. Well, to be clear, Prune's kit as it currently makes no sense for a Nogcry unit for the most part. But, like, imagine she gave a bunch of lunar damage bonus as well. Then maybe she could have actually beaten out Sucrose in, like, a Flynn's team or whatever. I don't know. Or Nefer team. Anyways. Prune has grown used to coolly sorting through everything around her with a gaze and a wisdom far older than her years. But compared with all the books that teach one to stay sober and clear-minded, Mondstadt's wings of freedom do far more to blow the mist from her heart. So, under the affectionate siege of her friends, Prune, always so quick to set her jaw and insist, "I'm not a child anymore," keeps huffing, protesting, and putting up a front, even as she slowly finds her way back onto the bright track of childhood happiness. I see. That's a fun little description. Also, M-dashes. I love M-dashes. That's good use of M-dashes. One of the best things about M-dashes is that you can use them while doing other breakers in whatever, like parentheses, or in that case, the quotations was kind of a breaker in a sense. Not really, but you know. I'm here. How are you? We're doing well. I have not really done much testing. We'll do a little bit of testing soon, TM. Whoever was it that mentioned to do the first Nicole house quest? We can do that too. I'm down. We've already been distracted. We may as well. They said it was short though, so that's if it was like an hour long, I'm not as committed to it right now. But boring.
I'm used to her childish little games.
Oh, hello, cat.
She likes to act mysterious, but it's all just cheap tricks.
Thought I had missed the testing after 5 hours. No, I haven't done any Leto somehow. Like that's why I put not testing in the stream title at this point. I thought I was gonna test all day, but we're just distracted. Are we supposed to meet Prune somewhere else? I'm guessing we meet her in the Archon quest. I don't know. Oh, no, sorry. You meet her somewhere in Dormant Port, but I never met her. Right? Don't you meet her in Dormant Port? I don't know where. I did the quest. I don't think there's a quest I didn't pick up, so I'm not sure where you're supposed to meet her. Somehow I missed it.
Challenge from the rooftops anyway. People walking past would look at me like I'm crazy. I'm not falling for that.
Zabai min-maxing, please. I don't know what piece to craft reroll now. Sure. Alright, cats. I'm drinking a drink that the cats really love trying to steal from me. You don't get this drink. Not yours. It even has chocolate flavoring. It's bad for you. Okay. Okay. Get wrecked.
My voice coming from over there?
I think she's like Lohan, just someone you see around town. I see. Okay.
Huh? What was that?
The main event? I did the main event last patch.
You could say that again.
If is good, yeah, it's enjoyable.
Hello, an idiot. Nice to meet you.
Haha.
Did you lose a bet or something?
Sounds like a prank to me. Some dumb.
Get wrecked.
Stop it! No! I'm an idiot! I'm an idiot! I'm an idiot!
Good lord. Honestly, that's honestly, it's like quite a lot of bullying going on. Is this adult witches bullying a child, by the way? Like, have you tested TCG Flynn's? No. I don't play the TCG. My apologies. Like, imagine... Like, I absolutely understand her hate for Alice. If Alice is such a fucking troll that she's gonna troll a child by putting phonographs all around a fucking city that have a recording of you yelling out loud, I am an idiot. Like, lady, chill. Alice is pretty nuts. I can see her bullying a kid. I know.
Hello, everyone.
No, speak of the devil.
I wasn't expecting a challenge like that.
You're an asshole.
It's certainly a novel approach. Anyway, congratulations on successfully activating your witch's homework. I've prepared a magical space for you with a real sense of pomp and circumstance. But it's going to take
It's
a while
what's
to
making me
load.
pull C6 Alice. Because she's a bully?
So I thought,
Oh, God.
why not turn your challenge into loading music while you wait? Play it
Loading
again and again
music,
to
okay.
really build the excitement and get you properly pumped up.
Bullying is based? My bad. That was the lesson I took from Silent Voice. I was like, Silent Voice is a really good movie. I think bullying is how you get the girl. Bullying is how you get the girl. Yep. Clearly, that's the lesson that movie was trying to tell. I'm an idiot. That's a lot of... Jesus Christ, you know how many photographs that is?
Hey, that wasn't a challenge.
Oh dear. It looks like there's been
What
a
quest is this?
misunderstanding. I'm
This is
afraid
the
loading music's already
Prune
merged with the
Hexerai
challenge.
quest to get her passive unlocked, which is a very important passive for her kit.
But I mean, if you're certain, I guess you can try another time if fate decides we should meet again.
No! Don't you dare run away again! Not after
Okay.
I finally tracked you down!
Prune Caesar with building.
How much longer does this thing need to load?
Huh? The magic
So, like,
space. It loaded
do you have
ages
Sworn Eye?
ago.
Or should we look at stats with the what Prune's stats would be at C0 with like Fav? No, okay. So like let's assume Fav. I can go quick Fav to her
the
quick
pinnacle of the dramatic
in a
arts
second.
in all of
But
Tibet,
like
the opera epic list.
I think she's
Or rather,
giving
a magical
not enough
facsimile
damage
of it.
bonus to be super compelling. But it's not that she'll be bad. Like like if you need sucrose elsewhere and have no venti for Varka, for example, I think you strongly consider Prune, right, in the Animo slot of Varka team.
Your challenge is to
Um,
win a debate, which is exactly
Because
why
she can,
this magical
because for
space is
Varka or for
created.
Venti
Not bad,
at C0,
huh?
she's still
Go on,
buffing 30%
try
attack to
telling me
them.
the sense of spectacle isn't
I don't own
overwhelming
Varka.
you.
What about for Venti? What about for Razor? For Razor, I don't know. Like, Razor doesn't get any 30% attack buff. Razor would just be the damage bonus and then, like, VV. And, I don't know. At C0, there is some nuance in that it's harder to get to higher total attack stats on her, such that she's buffing less team-wide damage percent. So maybe it's actually just fuck her damage percent buff and you just use her on TDDS and have a little damage percent buff. It's on the assumption that you can still get at least a little, to be clear.
A debate?
C3
Don't you
TDS
remember
fine.
I wiped the floor with you last time?
I think there will be some reasons to consider using TDS on her still, but most of the time,
Embarrass yourself again?
the extra damage bonus you could get from using a non-Thrilling Tales weapon on her is going to be
Displayed the
better.
intellect of a 16-year-old in a debate designed
Um,
for 12-year-olds.
But if you're doing 20-second rotations, so you have TDS every single rotation, or technically 20.5-second rotations, because TDS doesn't actually work on 20-second cooldowns, then maybe it could be better. So, like, I'm not... For example, for Prune with my C6 Varka, I think my Varka might get more benefit from Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers on Prune than the damage bonus stats. Might. But I'm not confident of that, right?
I know how much you like to argue, so I've prepared a wonderful topic that
Okay.
a spirited debate requires
this
a
the-
fair and
Is this the
impartial
Fontaine,
judge.
or like
Naturally, you
the...
were the only candidate worth considering. and
This
I'm
is the
sure
Fontaine
everyone
courtroom,
else
right?
agrees.
Did Sylveon see the result of her polls? She did, yes. She spotted it quickly. She actually joined into the stream last night as I was ending.
Actually, I've been wanting to say this for ages. Paimon's been sitting up there in the VIP
Also, why are the seats so big?
striking a pose
Like, look how small
for
she
a
is.
while now.
Like, what the actual hell? She's a child, yes, but this is like... if I were... This is a metaphor, just in case it's not clear. she's like the size of a squirrel, if that's a normal sized chair.
Seeing as we teleported right here, I figured we should imitate our friend. She's quite the superstar in Fontaine, you know.
As I recall, Paimon loves watching a good show.
Nicole's right,
There's
yeah.
no better seat in the house, wouldn't you say, Paimon?
Paimon can see everything.
Cat, don't step on the audio interface.
Is it really alright for Paimon to watch from up here?
Oops.
She feels a little out of place.
I'm gonna gain more desk space with my new monitor, by the way, which is nice.
Relax.
Another benefit
This
of
is my magic
not having this
space,
display.
and I make the rules.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you the hoi polloi police
It's
aren't
like-
coming to kick you out.
I can't. The Poyo? What the frick are the Poloi police? Poyoi? Yeah, I can't like put my controller under my monitor, which is annoying. Like, there's no good storage spot for this other than like shoving it like right here kind of thing, but it like it's just like ugh. Also, I saw an Oshu. Where is he? Oh, I see. But anyways,
Enough time wasting.
yeah, Prune has. I mean, has immediately made pretty positive first impression. She's a funny character.
Klee is a
Huh?
Klee's a bad what?
Klee is a bad kid.
I mean, this is true. It almost might be that her parents' attitude to parenting, a father that is absent, and a mom that is largely absent and a fucking nutcase, maybe is explaining it. Maybe.
This is the topic for you to refute. If you can convince our judge that Klee is not a bad kid, you'll earn yourself a gift.
Oh fuck. We have to beat ChatGPT and be a sycophant.
I don't want your stupid gift. Klee's your own daughter. How could you set a topic like this? You're a bad person.
True.
The worst person.
True.
People do say like mother, like daughter. Since
Oh.
I'm so bad, I guess Klee must be pretty bad too.
I mean, Klee is more innocent in her nature than Alice, to be clear. Klee is more innocent in her nature than Alice, so she can be forgiven more easily. Alice knows what she's doing more, and she's doing it with more intent. So, no. I don't think like yes, like mother, like daughter, like the reason some of why Klee is the way she is might be because of Alice, but there is a difference in the nature of the actions that either person takes. So, no, I don't think Klee is bad because Alice bad. Klee does things that aren't good because Alice bad, but Klee is a child who can learn from that and become better. Anyways, she's terraforming the land to help trade routes and boost Mondstadt's economy. Exactly. Clearly, Klee is actually demonstrably doing good things despite weird mentality around it and terrorizing.
Objection! That's pure sophistry. Your flaws lie in your character and conduct. There's no scientific evidence to show that those
true.
are hereditary traits. Nurture has shown
I don't think you
all
need
kinds of
science for it,
influence
though.
in nature. The people who look after Klee and Mondstadt are all better than you.
Also true.
Under their positive influence, Klee couldn't possibly turn out bad.
Yeah.
Do you dispute that Klee loves fish blasting?
And I wonder who she got that from.
Kid enjoys such a terrible pastime.
That's just the nature of a child who hasn't been taught right from wrong. Klee can see the boats in the harbor loaded with
Klee
fish.
keeps Mika
How
and
is
blind.
she
He has to
supposed know
redraw
the
the map every
difference
time.
between how they get their catch and how she gets hers?
Mm-hmm.
But is it not
Sure.
true that even after being sent to solitary confinement, Klee never learns her lesson?
It's true that Klee
I mean,
always
she
accepts
hasn't blown up
solitary
the lake
confinement
anymore,
and
has she?
doesn't try to escape. That clearly shows she understands her punishment and doesn't hide from her actions.
Yeah. Alice is definitely the type where if Alice gets put in solitary confinement, she just teleports out.
Klee shouldn't be labeled as
Everything
bad,
wrong with
but
Klee is
she rarely
Alice.
faces the consequences of her actions. Moreover, after her last time in solitary confinement, despite saying she wanted to go fish blasting, she hasn't done it once without permission.
Yeah, see?
In fact, the last time she did go, it was only at the behest.
Yeah.
You could say instigation of someone she trusted.
I'm fully on Prune's side. Fuck
No
Alice.
more, no less. At the end of the day, there's only one person here who deserves the title of bad kid. No, wait.
I mean, no, call her a bad kid. She's so childish with her actions. She may as well be a bad kid.
Bad kidult.
Oh, that's literally, I didn't even read the rest of the sentence. But then what adult is so immature? I know bad kidult. I didn't even read the best of the line. Fuck, I'm on exactly the same wavelength as this fucking kid.
Oh,
All
very
right.
compelling. A truly forceful argument. How's Alice going to respond?
Even if I accept your argument, it only proves that Klee has no bad intentions. It doesn't stop her from being a bad kid in other people's eyes.
But now we have to get into like the philosophical nature of, okay, like this is where I would transition to, like, there's a difference in the intentions that and being a child that results in whether or not forgiveness makes sense more or less on a social or larger scale societal level. And I think most people are generally on the page of, like, you know, even if children do really horrible things, we don't send children to prison. Unless you're in America, where for some reason we do that. You think I'm lying? I wish I was. That's what juvie is. Juvie is child prison. What the fuck is wrong with America? Anyways. What was it saying? So that's where I would take the argument from here, is that, like, there's a difference in her being a child and the intent behind things that manifests in a way that it's not that we think the actions are good, but clearly Klee has put in the effort to actively try to be better after her actions, and therefore it is sensible that she is forgiven. If Alice does the equivalent things, and if Alice encourages her to do the same things again, who's the bad one here? Like,
Still stubbornly
like there's nothing that Klee did wrong other than being associated with Alice.
Fine. If that's your angle, then listen carefully, because here's something even you can't deny. In other people's eyes, Klee is cute, so they will always forgive her actions.
It's not the logic I would use, but sure, okay.
Exactly. Klee is so cute. Who cares if she makes a few itsy
I
bitsy
don't-
mistakes? In Paimon's eyes, she couldn't possibly be bad.
I don't think this is good logic. This makes me, like, immediately conjure an image of, like, let's run a D&D campaign where the major villain is, like, a like weaponized cuteness on a fantasy level. Like, instead of an eye of beholder, it's an eye of beholder but cute. And, like, or a mind flayer but cute. Now, what does a mind flayer but cute look like? I don't know. But, like, I don't think being cute justifies doing horrible things. Seems flawed here to go this direction argumentally. And I suspect because this is all a front for Alice just being a goofball, Alice is just going to be like, you know what? You're right. You win. But clearly this is not the right argumental direction to go.
Contrary to everything you've said.
Point his line possibly to show Prince is still a little kid? Yes, that is correct. I think you are correct. I don't think it's a bad
When she
line.
wants to play, but
It's a bad
everyone else is
argument.
busy, she never pesters them and waits patiently until they're free instead. Most important of all, she's kind. In her eyes, everyone is a wonderful person. No matter what else, I won't let you besmirch such an adorable child by calling her bad.
Alice knows those fish aren't real.
I give up. You win. As her mother, I can't possibly argue with that. To hear you say those words, it seems you truly do consider Klee a good friend. My daughter really is adorable, isn't she? Don't say.
Oops, I didn't.
You're boasting.
Don't say I didn't warn you. I see.
It brings me so much comfort knowing that I do so look forward to seeing you both grow up. You can't imagine Klee still fish blasting at my age, can you?
Hold it right there. You're not about to say something corny like, ta-da! This was all a test to see how you really feel about...
You catch
Just
on
think of her
now?
like one of your
Seeing as
cats.
you already know the deal, let's jump straight to announcing the results. Esteemed judge, if you will.
I mean, yeah, I would definitely not call my cats bad because they are too cute to be bad. That's true.
Little Prune's Witch Challenge. Passed. Please accept the following witch's blessing.
Okay,
May
dokie.
you be as happy, healthy, well-fed, and worry-free as Klee herself.
When it comes down to it, you and Klee are both good kids. You're allowed to make mistakes from time to time, or even throw cutie-wooty little tantrums.
You try to teach lessons in the most frustrating of ways.
Thanks? This doesn't change anything between us. First things first.
Appropriate
stop
response.
treating me like a child.
Thanks? No, fuck off.
And second things second. I'm a witch hunter, and I won't forget my duty. You lost this time?
Oh my, would you look at the time? Well, I had a lot of fun today.
Hey, did you hear me? I haven't finished.
Alrighty. Well, that was a fun quest. Both these Hexerite quests were fun. That was a better one than the Nicole quest, as much as I like Nicole.
Everything just vanished.
Also, fuck Alice.
Classic Alice, huh? Ooh, you wicked witch!
I'll get you one day. Nice. Alright. Now I can actually test things. Crazy. Special story save point mode. Okay. I see. Oh, this is people complaining like when they like the Nefer quest, like a really long quest sequence, which didn't have any indicator that like things were saved. To be clear, like pretty much anytime you saw the game loading somewhere, it for sure was saved, and there was other points where it was saved too, but there was no indicator when it was saved, so you didn't know that you could like just stop. So now there's an indicator for it. I see. Alice Hex quest, and it's a divorce proceeding. I find that unlikely. I feel like her husband's gotta be just as much of a nutcase. Probably worse. Let's be real. I don't know exactly though. New envisions echo stages. No. Wait, should I do one of them? I think yeah, forget. Wow, that new domain is so rough. The new artifact domain? That's the only new one. Isn't it just two of the water things? I guess I don't know. I use Lanyan for it. My Lanyan's maybe too strong for it. I haven't fought it with any weaker teams yet, but a lot of domains, I think... Oh, this is the wrong thing. Are surprisingly rough, I would say. Where do I do this? Oh, it's over here. Wanderer one looks hard. I don't have Wanderer. I think there's Navia, though, right? I forgot about Albedo. Oh, and I have Venti now too, level 90. There's a bunch I can do. Oh boy. Okay. So unlock. Unlock. Claim. Chi-Chi. Jean, unfortunately, will never get done because I have like no reason or resource reason to ever level 90 her. So, oh well. We got unlock Venti boy though. Navio's the main one I wanted to do here. Friendship level 8. Sorry for not using these characters in Overworld enough. Oh my god. Okay, I guess I'm not. So what? I need to put Venti, Navia, and Albedo in my teapot. Hold please. Rip. Oh god damn it. Honestly, I hope Kleiner has a straight man personality to bring that family some sanity. Yeah, he might, yeah. I had to say more at my luck. I've gotten one of each piece of the new hex set, all deppers. I mean, I understand. It took me. I did not like that I had to use. I had 16 fragiles plus 2 transients plus 5 condensed resin that I brought over plus basically the entire or 160 out of like I had 190 resin I think, and I used 90 for the boss, and the rest 160. Like almost every bit of my resin, not every bit. I had like 5 fragiles or 6 fragiles remaining at the end, but like I had to spend 1,200 resin just to get freaking Nicole's okay build going. Like, it's completely functional. It's fine, but like, ugh. Way too much resources for just a triple attack percent build. So level 90 is the worst requirement? Oh no, for sure. Don't get me wrong. The friendship requirement is not that big a deal. It's just annoying. The level 90 thing is actually stupid because it just doesn't make resource sense to level 90 a bunch of those characters. Even if you like characters, like I like Jean a lot, but I get no benefit from level 90 her. Unless I was a super main of her, I don't see a reason of doing it, right? So it's a really dumb requirement and really wasteful resource-wise to try to force that. So I'm just not going to do it. Unless I end up winding up with a ton of extra heroes at some point, I guess. I believe Columbina and Varka are both... Yeah, you're level 10, so you can get removed. Bina's not level 10. Okay. So delete the Varker boy. Rest. You know what? I'll put Nicole down here. I know Nicole was not an Echo character, but you know, while I'm at it, may as well put Nicole down. Nefer and Inefa. Okay. Save changes. Are they both? Yes, level 10. I think Inef is level 10. Yes, okay. Alright. Oops. Please. Rest. Oh my god. Let it stop. Click. What? Why? Why does this click on the fountain? Jesus. Alright, companion. We want Navia. And then we want Albedo. What? Okay, I guess Albedo's going there. I wanted to move them, but whatever. Can I do another companion still? 6 out of 8. Oh, I can. Nice. Well, I can do another companion. Anyone I care about friendship 10 with? You can see I never use Ganichan Overworld. Same as Chaska. How about Yahoder? Yeah. Let's get a Yahoder name card over time. Bam. Alright. Nicole to unlock all our voice lines? That's true. That's true.
Uh-huh. If it isn't a certain someone's folded dimensional quadrant shift technology, I must say, combined with your artistic vision, the results truly are sparkling.
That's a compliment I don't deserve.
It feels like I've returned home. To Celestia, I mean. It, too, has an unusual relationship between its inner and outer dimensions, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Okay, that's why Celestia looks so small.
Am I allowed to be discussing this?
They're asleep, it's fine.
It should be fine. After all, these are just my memories, so it has nothing to do with my access to the knowledge base that I lost long ago.
What?
Well, I can't tell you much about that, I'm afraid. Just think of it as having the keys to a library, and then having them confiscated.
Okay.
Though plenty of my sisters...
Is she supposed to not be looking at us here? Some characters normally look at you
There
when they're
might just
talking
be
to you.
one who kept a key, or maybe even 2.
Huh, okay.
The best students are always so calculating. It's better to be like me and be content with what you have.
Yeah, you definitely seem a bit conservative.
I didn't keep any knowledge for myself. But that was more of a case of me keeping certain books by default, because I still had them the day that the library closed. Why not?
Is she broken?
Oh, I know.
I think it just might be Nicole.
Despite her languorous looks, the librarian there is a real bloodhound when it comes to hunting down overdue books.
Okay, see, she turned there. Like, if I talk to Columbina, see?
Hello, this is your garden.
Hello. Goodbye.
Good morning. May you find success in your though the moon has now hidden.
I guess I should listen to her other voice lines, but
you on my behalf.
chat fund by Nicole. Okay, let's see if it. No, see, she turns towards me. Is it because like I ran towards her too quickly? No, she turned towards me.
If it isn't as I must say.
Okay, so somehow we just managed to interact with her, and she just didn't turn towards the traveler.
Good morning. What's got you up so bright and early? If you're heading out to look for treasure chests, count me in. I can guide you on your way.
Thank you. Alright. Lisa mentioned, yeah. I forgot Lisa was very aggressive about getting books. Mysterious and dignified. Alright. I will, I'll talk to Colin at some point in the future. Alright. So it is just her. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what happened. She just didn't feel like, honestly, I understand. If you get a little bit yappy, sometimes you get comfortable talking with someone. You realize you weren't, like, properly maintaining eye contact. After a bit, you're just like, oh shit. I just looked like I was standing there not talking. I was just talking to the air. Oops. That happens sometimes. It's relatively rare for me. It happened when I was younger much more. I feel like Nicole's a little bit older. That shouldn't happen very often, but I can forgive her. I can forgive Nicole for anything. Not anything. Most things. I'm very happy with Nicole. She's made Albedo during auto battle team insane. Nice. Okay, so we can finally actually test this character. Good lord. Let's just go test. What do we want to do? Should we do an abyss run first? Should I get an abyss run vibe? You know, I'm gonna use this team, this exact team. Let's just use it. Should I put Durin on Noblesse? I think I should. Yeah, I'm gonna put Durin on Noblesse. There we go. I do have a very good Pyro Goblet, but I might put him. We'll see what my ER is at. I think maybe off-piece flower, and yeah, I think maybe because I have either this attack goblet on Shenhe, just some crit damage and a bunch of ER, and that would mean I buff more, but his damage probably is good enough that I should just put him on this. So let's just put him on this for now. And then Noblesse Circlet, probably this with no ER though. And then with an off-piece flower, 92, 212, 118. I need way more ER than that. Yeah, requirements for Durin. Always feel like he doesn't have enough. Yeah, that's my vibe too. I like having around like 50, but it just wildly varies in the team, to be completely honest. So I don't have a clear answer for you. Sorry. Maybe I go to this circlet instead and do an on-set flower. What do I have for ER with a bunch of crit? Oh, well, I have that. I could yoink that. I forgot I had that. Why is it not even on? Maybe I just yoink that. That's ER, but no crit. That's ER with some crit rate. Oh, I have the Nicole feather or flower. I should use this on Durin. This is actually really good for Durin. But no, I think for this purpose I'll use this, and then to be very comfortable ER wise, can I go back to this? Let's see. Is this going to be comfortable enough? 152, 83, 197. A little monkey brain not happy with not 197 crit damage. I will say that, but it's fine. It's not that big a deal. Monkey brain not happy, but monkey brain doesn't need to be happy. But monkey brain isn't happy. It's fine. We can deal with that. This is probably more ER than I need for what it's worth. But I don't really have a more compelling option other than something that would be losing attack percent rolls in whatever. Well, I guess I could do Bennett's piece, but that's too much ER. Yeah, it's too much ER. It's fine. It's fine. Let's just roll like this. So, yep, sure. Again, could do the triple attack percent build, but I think I'm good with that. We'll go test. I don't know what to expect of the DPS of this team, by the way, but it's fine. There we go. Okay, let's do Emily first, then you do Nicole, then Duran probably. Okay. Second half, we'll just be lazy because it's the second half. Frick the second half. Let's just be lazy and use a Nefer team, trivialize it. ER. Well, I guess we didn't need all that ER stats. Could have put more crit on him, but whatever. Okay.
I think not. Our little secret.
Story has only just begun.
Up and away. Yeah, closing in.
Pretty good. Caesar and Nicole. Yeah, Caesar R1 technically, but yes. Caesar and Nicole. It was C2 Duran, to be clear.
No more lies. Time to come clean.
I guess I could have played Nicole without the artifact set to try to simulate a non-C2 Duran, but whatever.
It all falls into place.
Oops, switch.
Lush as the moon. Can't hide the truth. It all falls into place.
Alright. 66k, no artifacts, Nicole? No, she has artifacts. Was Duran doing 66k, really? I think that enemy has lowered res in the downstate, to be clear, but... It seems like a lot.
Russian floral.
Okay. New life.
Up and away. Closing in.
Okay, the energy I have on Duran is much more than I think I actually needed. It's interesting. Is it worth actually using the burst there? I have no idea. Probably not, honestly. Oh, can I not be in the air?
Up and away. Swift is the swallow. I think not.
Well, maybe it's still kind of necessary. I guess I should have bursted on Emily. Oh, yeah, the Abyss buff is pyro damage, that's true. Yeah, we'll test the actual DPS of the team. I just wanted to get a good a vibe of it. Alright. I hate the fucking Abyss buff screwing the balance of things.
The deception ends here. No more lies.
There you go. Never said Dory sounds like a choking cow. Deserved.
Our little secret.
Story has only
Just stop bursting. There's no bursting here. Come on, go away.
I think not. A little
5 years to do that, Jesus.
I live within you.
Story has only just begun.
Let's see. Let's go here.
Dancing in the wind. Closing in. Up and away. Closing
Okay,
in.
I guess.
This'll brighten up
Considering this
the
has a bunch of Dender resistance, it's pretty good.
Turning point in space.
Such defiance.
Team dynamic's kind of weird in that,
Bye. Ills be gone.
I got downtime I don't have much to do with.
I think not.
Turning point in space.
Closing in.
Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. There we go. Alright. Interesting. Do.
Converge. For the everlasting. everlasting forest.
Positions.
It all adds up.
Damn. Wait, I don't need to do this. Is VV Lanyon? No. Lanyon is on 2-piece.
No more lies.
VV with equivalent stats wouldn't be that much worse, but I don't have equivalent stats on VV. Tag with Nicole and Ben together? A lot. Sorry. Don't have, yeah, a lot. Okay. I want to... okay, should I use you on scroll? I think I'll go try and use on scroll. You know, the off piece there. Take a scroll, Venti. A better timepiece than this. Tap percent with some crit rate, please. Maybe that one. Let's see. How's the stat balance here? 77, 150, 209. That's fine. Okay. And this team. So I'm going to use Venti in place of Emily here, of course. I want to see. This is the team where I feel like with Nicole, I don't know, so I don't really have to think about the elemental aura that's on the enemy with the burning variant, because burning is happening. It's pretty constant pyro aura. This I might have to worry about the pyro aura a little bit, but it might not be that problematic. I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, there we go. A lot of 5 stars here. Okay. Pity twice got Nicole and Radiance, won the second 50-50 and 0 Prune. Oh boy, well. Got Venti and pick up the slack, yeah. It's probably safe to stop there, but... There you go, C1 Nicole and 0 Prunes. Oh, good lord. 4 stars in this game. Why did I not gold first? I don't know.
Such defiance. Yahoo! Yeah. Open fly. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
The story has only just begun.
Time for takeoff. Up and away. Dancing in the wind. Closing in.
Oh, damn, okay. Probably shouldn't have done that, but fine.
Story has only just.
Here we go. Think you can get away? Open fly.
A little bit slower of a clear. I think I just cleared worse, but it's fine. Was it slower? Actually, I don't know. I don't remember what that clear time was. It didn't feel that different, but it did feel more like a normal Onion team. But didn't it work well? I need to, in like an actual situation where I need more DPS, I will definitely need to... What? Sorry, cat's attacking my feet. What was I saying? Sorry. In an actual, more longer sustained situation, I think I would have to be smart with how to use Venti field time a little bit better there, but it was a little different just because of those boss mechanics.
Are you? I live within you.
Leave it to me. Story has only just.
Brace yourself. Time for takeoff. Closing in. Open fly.
Okay.
Heaven's will made mine.
Story has only just begun.
Think you can get away. Closing in. Ills be gone. Fly. Closing in. Here we go.
Okay. If I had done that better with Venti, I think it would have been dead there. Wait, I don't need that. Okay, interesting. It definitely, my initial vibe is that definitely feels stronger than Bennett, with Caesar, R1, Nicole specifically. Which is what I thought. I thought my estimation was it was going to be like 20k-ish DPS ahead. But not because it massively buffs Lanyon more, but just because it buffs the offfielders, and then Nicole burst buff is enough to be pretty good. But I also, wait, I don't have her burst leveled up all the way, which matters minorly for Lanyon more. Should I level it? If I level it to 8, I can still... Wait, no, I can't level it to 8. So it doesn't... Whatever, we'll leave it at 6, it's fine. Okay. Oh yeah, part of this... I did forget, though. I do have Duran on his weapon now. I didn't have that before. That definitely matters. So I guess I wasn't really accounting for that at all. Because so I'm accidentally testing Nicole and Duran on Sig here, which is definitely relevant, but oh well. Wonderland Collection, DPS dummy, go. Would have gone for the weapon, but I already have Duran's too, so I don't want to lose that. Yeah, that's fair. It's a lot less valuable weapon if you already have Duran's weapon. I want both Loki, Lowhammer memes, Sandrone for also memes. Yeah, that's fair. I don't have a clear answer for you. Coming.
Increasing our combat strength?
Combat
I'll do my best.
Alright, there's a bunch of minor little variables of Nicole Lanyon things I want to test with, like, Prune, with Barazon, with Venti, that I'm not going to test today, by the way, because I've been streaming for 6 hours. I'd rather do some other, like, baseline tests of just testing the vibes of a few different other team formats, rather than getting too lost into doing 4 hours of Lanyon things. I can do 4 hours of Lanyon things on my own time. Or on a dedicated stream. But anyways, we will do at least a baseline DPS check here with Duran weapon. This is the upgrade from Duran's weapon and Nicole. Where's Venti? I would not be surprised to see if I play things well in 140k or higher. And to be clear, before I was getting like 110k with Bennett in the same team instead of Nicole. So, you know. And the artifact side is a meaningful change here too. But we'll see. Let's change the map.
Such defiance. I lived with it.
Story has only just
Caught up her voice line said.
Time for takeoff. Up and away! Dancing in the wind. Up and fly. Closing in. Yeah. Brace yourselves. Heaven's will made mine.
Okay. New life.
Yahoo! Think you can get away?
I can do a longer field time with Venti this rotation.
Yeah. Up and away. Closing in. Ills be gone. Let's play. Yeah. I live within you. Begone!
Story has only just begun.
Brace yourself. Time for takeoff. Yeah. Up and away. Yeah. Closing in. Yahoo! Yeah. Such defiance. Our little secret.
I gotta refine the rotations definitely. The aura, at least in this team, is not that much of a problem for what it's worth.
Dancing in the wind. Closing in. Brace yourself. I think not. Heaven's will.
Okay. New life.
Let's play. Time for takeoff. Up and away. Yeah.
No, I didn't get the inversion there. Whoops, yeah. See, that was my bad.
Swift as the swallow.
So yeah, there's multiple things. So I was very purposely not doing the waiting. Wow, Duran and Venti are doing exactly the same damage. That's very funny. But yeah, I think if I was playing as well, this is 140k, like I kind of expected. This is with Nicole Sig again. That was factored in. Although I guess it's a little bit lower than I expected since I was doing planning around not having this weapon. So I don't know. Let's see if we can refine the rotations a little bit to do 18 seconds. So ideally, if I'm doing things well, you know, I should be going back to Nicole at 18 seconds on the clock, then 36, then 54, right? But we'll see. And I need to figure out like what the ideal Venti combo is for this. Yeah, it's definitely stronger than with Bennett, for sure. I didn't start with the gold because I'm dumb.
Think you can get away?
Maybe that's ideal, honestly.
Butterfly! Ills be gone! Closing in! Butterfly! Here we go!
Heaven's will made mine.
That story has only just begun.
Time for takeoff. Brace yourself. Closing in. Swift as the swan. Up and away. Yahoo! Begone.
That was long. It was long because of trying to funnel, but I'm gonna do this.
Let's play. Closing in. Up and away. Yahoo!
Heaven's will made mine.
Here we go. Time for takeoff. Closing in. Ills be gone. Up and away. Yahoo!
Okay, I did worse that time. Duran did more damage than Venti this time too. Interesting. So yeah, this is honestly I think with the new artifacts as a factor to put on Duran or Venti, like when I get a good build on them, I don't know. I don't know that I'm gonna prefer Nicole for Lanyon for the default Lanyon team to play. Like I will prefer the Emily team variant for sure. Yeah, this is R1. I can we can go and swap R1 off, but obviously you can see there's rotation variants. There's also crit variants. Like the DPS might have been lower here just for Lanyon because I didn't land crit from Lanyon. That happens sometimes.
Think you can get away?
And stay on field until I can funnel particles on Venti. I don't know if it's worth it, but no, I didn't burst, so probably wasn't worth it. Didn't hit 2 of my crits. So purposely do a long rotation first rotation.
Time for takeoff.
And we just field time on you. Do an E.
Up and away. Butterfly. Swift as the begone.
Our little secret.
Turning point in space.
Let's play. Think you can get away? Yahoo! Closing in. Up and away. Dancing in the wind.
Okay. Yeah, so that was a little bit better of a dynamic. So the main change I did there was just spending a little bit more field time on Venti to get an extra Venti E instead of doing an extra swap to Venti. So yeah, I think as I refine this is 135 to 140k, but I'll mess around more with it. If you get Venti C2, he gets an automatic skill cooldown refresh after ult. Ooh, that'd be more particles for Lanyon. I don't think I plan to though. But I don't know. Get freaking red dots and melee astro, ignore it. Okay, let's do. I mean, I don't want to get too lost in configuring all the minor different things with Lanyon, but just to see like the effect of the Sig on Nicole alone. Let's see. Oathsworn Eye or Fav? What do you guys want to see? So, let's see. The buff potential... Oh, see, I don't have a Crown Burst, and I don't have Crown Skill, by the way, yet, which minorly matters. 2,700 attack at a baseline with Fav. That's so much worse. God. That's crazy. Lose 1,000 attack. Sorry, I muted my Oath. Hello, cat. Cat's being ornery. What do you want, sir? Okay. Our energy is probably relevant here enough, so... Alright, it's a bit more attack. Alright. See how that does. We'll keep that on her. We'll also test, we may as well, right? After this I'll test Lanyon just really quick on, not in-depth testing again. I'll want to do more in-depth in the future, but test Lanyon on Nicole's weapon, with Nicole not on Nicole's weapon. I think if I'm playing Lanyon with Nicole, Nicole should be using her weapon most of the time, right? But there's more to test with Lanyon on Nicole's weapon, like Lanyon on Nicole's weapon with Bennett. And again, the main value of that is potentially being the right balance of Lanyon damage, but then more field time on Venti kind of thing, right? So, how much attack I didn't see? It was 3,100 and change, I think. What? I thought that was... Okay, whatever.
Heaven's will made mine.
I didn't get any particles. So much to test? Yeah, this is just the Lanyon team. But that's just all the things I'm invested in with Lanyon, so that's a little bit different in the situation. I do want to go and test some other baseline teams quick. And we can test at least C2 Prune with Varka too. And Nicole with Varka, of course.
I think not.
I think not.
Okay. New life.
Let's play. Time for takeoff. Yeah, up and fly. Ills be gone. Closing in. Yeah, up and away. Such defiance.
Again, longer first rotation.
Turning point in space.
Yahoo! Think you can get away? Here we go. Closing in. Yeah, up and fly. Swift as the swallow.
Oh, I'm double non-crit. What the hell's that?
I think not. I live within you.
Story has only just begun.
There's definitely some min-maxing I can do here with Venti's energy refund for sure. Like Venti's energy refund is really good for Durin in particular. Unfortunately, Venti does not energy refund to Lanyon other than just generating animal particles. But yeah, I'm doing pretty slow rotation-wise here. I think I'm doing worse than I was doing in that previous attempt. But
Think you can get away? Let's play. Yeah. Up and fly. Closing in. Yeah.
I didn't get the infusion on that one. Damn it, the aura was a race. So it should be a little bit over 120k, but I think it's safe to say that you probably get a good 10k, maybe a little bit less DPS if I refine things from Nicole's weapon, which is again not too unexpected. So can you try skipping Nicole burst? Oh yeah, I guess that's true. We should try that. I feel like the Nicole, I think we're getting like 1 Nicole proc on Durin and 2 Nicole procs on Venti, such that I'm pretty sure Nicole burst is definitely worth it. But that's true. We can see what happens. Don't use Nicole burst. Immediately use Nicole burst. That will let us refine the rotation time down a little bit, so maybe it is actually beneficial, right? It is certainly worth testing.
Okay. New life.
Time for takeoff. Yeah. Swift as the swallow. Up and fly. Closing in. Be gone.
The story has only just begun.
Think you can get away? Brace yourself. Up and away.
Ah! God damn it, I'm running into the aura problem that doesn't happen with Bennett, or it doesn't happen very often with Bennett.
I think not.
Oops, I just did dark mode.
Time for takeoff.
He's not in dark mode right now, but if I don't skill beforehand, he will be...
Up and away. Yahoo! Swift as the swallow.
I mean, it's not that much worse. It might actually be better if I refine things. I don't know. Interesting. That might be a little bit sad. If our burst isn't even worth using. I won't be that upset about it, but it is a little sad that a double hex team that might not make it worth using. Right? Because like that wasn't that much worse, and that was a not refined rotation. And it allows more flexibility for a refined rotation. Did you activate Nicole cons? No, I probably won't for a bit, sorry.
Let's play. Think you can get away? Yeah. Yeah. Yahoo! Ills be gone. Flip and fly. Up and away. Yeah. Be gone. I live within
I
you.
didn't mean to do that. Oops. Okay, you know what? Let's do... That's fine. Let's do... I don't need to test the burst thing that much right now. Without burst, you should use Atlas or Shan Yun Sig. I mean, yes, I don't have Atlas. I do have Shan Yun Sig. I guess I can show Shan Yun Sig as a difference, though. This will be a little bit more attack than Skyward, than Oathsworn, sorry. Okay. Weapons. Back to this, and then equip this. So your attack stat is 3,611. Okay. So it'll be close to capped out. And sorry, my brain. Oh yeah. And then I want to test with Nicole Sig online. Oh, well, okay, sorry. No, I guess I should test just with that first. It's fine. It's fine. We're using Lanyan as the landscape to test different weapons on Nicole. I think it's important to show this at a baseline at least. Skip it first rotation, use it every rotation after? Maybe, that's true. Skip it the rotations where you get an extra Lanyan skill? Yeah, maybe that is what makes sense. Did you stop using the other DPS tester? No. I just think this one is a little bit faster to load into. It doesn't really matter. I don't know. It just happens, that's all. It doesn't really matter. I think both of them are good. I should use the other one, honestly, for Lanyan, because the other one for Lanyan is a lot better for, like, communicating the, DPS patterns for Lanyan's, like, spiking DPS and whatever. Because overall team DPS does not really tell the full story of this team, but or of Lanyan DPSing in general. So, anyways, shoot.
Time for takeoff. Yeah. Brace yourself. Swift as the swallow. Flip and fly. Yeah. Up and away. Flip and fly. Yeah. Be gone.
The story has only just begun.
Yahoo! Think you can get away? Yeah. Closing in. Ills be gone. Brace yourself.
I'm doing 20-second rotations, which is not ideal.
Time for takeoff. Let's play. Yeah. Brace yourself.
Oh fuck! God damn it!
Dancing in the wind.
God damn it! The vibe here, I think, is that Nicole Sig is not a crazy upgrade. Let's try bursting though this time. Okay.
I think not. Our little secret.
Turning point in space.
can get away? Yeah, fuck 'em fly. Swift as the swallow.
Like, I really gotta figure out. Like, it's so weird. The 3-second thing is so fucking awkward to figure out if it makes sense to actually wait on field with Lanyan or not. Because, like, clearly if I wait on field for the observation thing, I'm then sacrificing the ability to do venti damage. Which is kind of what I thought would be ineffective. And again, I need to test Bennett and with the 40% extra damage bonus in the team. A bit more too. In the graph you can enable, is there? Oh, there. I guess there might be. I did ask them to have a graph. I don't know how to enable it. Anyways, whatever. Sorry. Okay. Try to see if I can do closer to 18-second rotations.
Brace yourself. Up and away. Dancing in the wind.
I do 99k this time. What buff was not up?
I think not.
Decay! New life!
Let's play. Think you can get away? Yeah.
I didn't even do the I didn't get the full. Oh, not using Bennett. Yep, it's awkward. That's what I thought it'd be. As fucking with the pyro visuals going on, it's quite hard to pay attention to the enemy having the same color aura on them. Like Nicole on Fraud Watch, no, it's like I can reach higher total DPS potential with Nicole. It's just this is exactly what I expected with Lanyan, in that the gameplay was awkward in a way that I didn't think I would find super pleasing. So yeah, you put a pyro aura on him. Oh, just to like guarantee that I don't have to worry about that? Sure. Wait, isn't that gonna... No, I can put a pyro aura without immunity, right? Yeah. Okay. Rain, what are you doing? Dark mode. Dumb. Camera thing to the right. Oh gosh. Rotation marker. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Interesting. I'll mess with that later. Alright. Trying to think. I don't know. I don't know if this extra skill makes sense. Like the extra skill on Venti is good to funnel straight into Lanyan, but I'm gonna try doing Q with E into Lanyan first, or a few more times. Okay. I didn't do what I said. It doesn't really matter for this rotation. I'm fine with doing the longer rotation.
Swift as the swallow. Closing in. Fly. Here we go. I think not.
Decay! New life!
Think you can get away? Brace yourselves. Up and away. Ills be gone.
Turning point in space!
Time for takeoff. Yeah. Let's play. Yeah. Fly.
No, the energy.
Here we go.
Ain't no way I didn't get energy there. Oh my god. Oh, that's a rough energy breakpoint there.
Yahoo! Closing in. Swift as the swallow.
Yeah, okay, so if you have Skyward Atlas, or in this case I have the similar to Skyward Atlas stat stick, yeah, that as expected, Nicole's Sig is not that incredible of an upgrade. So definitely less than 10k DPS upgrade, but it is about, I think, a 10k DPS upgrade, but I don't know, it's solid. I don't regret it, to be clear. Is Durin? Yeah, Durin is on a SIG, yes, but that was kept the same between things. I don't exactly know. Should we go? I guess we can go do a Bennett run. Well, a Bennett run wants me to have the new artifacts though on someone, so I can't do a proper Bennett run without. I mean, I guess I can add. I can keep Venti on scroll and pretend Venti's on the new artifacts, and Durin can be on the DP. I don't know. I don't want to get too lost into Lanyon testing. I do want to test Lanyon stuff. Again, I like. This pretty much matches my expectation, maybe minorly below, just because one of the main reasons I wasn't sure about Nicole's impact for Lanyon in this particular team, and again one of the things I want to test variants of is like testing Prune here in place of Venti might be better, because then I can just work around the 3-second condition. I don't have to worry about Venti field time as much. I just do like Prune on probably Fav. For Lanyon's energy, but we'll see if I can make Osworn work for more buffing potential from Prune. But like, I do a Prune into Lanyon, and then I can wait the 3-second condition thing, and then do EQE after that, and do a 30 if I have it available. And it's not going to be as punishing as this team variant, particularly because I won't have to, if I do want to use Nicole Burst, which I might not care about using it, but if I do want to use Nicole Burst, then it's not as punishing as well. Like, I thought that 3 5-star burst animations was going to be a bit punishing, and it kind of seems like it is. But I gotta mess around a lot more stuff with this, to be clear, to give a hard line conclusion on things. But for the most part, this matches my expectation, where Nicole is an upgrade over Bennett, but I can't for sure draw that conclusion until I get a proper build going. I don't need a proper build. Again, I can go and actually try to test this by like changing stats around, of course, in the tester here on my existing builds to simulate if I had an invested build on the new artifact set, whether that be on Durin or on Venti. I'm not sure if it actually makes more sense on either two. So yeah. But at a baseline, I'm fairly happy with that. Like, it is a compelling team option for sure. Yeah, I want to be clear with Bennett. There's a C0 Nicole on with Bennett before, without the artifact set existing, to be clear. So there's a C0 Nicole without her weapon. I was like, if I played well, I could hit peaks of like 120k or potentially higher. But like the sustained DPS tended to be around 110k. So like this is like, depending on which weapon, whatever configuration I'm using, this is like a 10% ish plus upgrade, I think, for Lanyon. Most likely once I figure out all the nuances of the gameplay, and which character actually makes sense. Like Venti maybe doesn't make sense, right? So like it's an upgrade for Lanyon, but in my mind it's an upgrade that doesn't really matter on a DPS level that much, because I don't think very often the extra damage from Nicole C0 here would change whether or not I could clear content. But it is another team option that situationally could matter either on a DPS level or just because of some nuance of how enemy mechanics work, such as like that enemy in the abyss. Maybe it's better just to have Nicole because we can have more pyro on activation. Well, no, Bennett is just as good for that, so I don't know if that's a factor. Never mind. I don't know. Anyways, like it's a minor upgrade, but it's also in many ways like for C0 Nicole for Lanyon, minor enough that I don't think it matters that much, other than just I like Nicole and it's nice to have more team options, right? Because sometimes I might want to use Bennett elsewhere, and that has been a problem I've had before, where I was like, oh, I want to do this with Bennett. Oh wait, I wanted to play Lanyon on this side. So it's going to be nice in that level. Obviously when I activate Nicole Constellations, Nicole will be a lot better. So, anyways, that's my initial vibe. Let's try real quick last Lanyon thing, because again, I don't want to turn this whole rest of the stream into Lanyon testing. But that component there was, I think, a good testing frame for like testing. Oh fuck, I forgot to equip the weapon. That was a good testing like framework for understanding the difference of some weapons on Nicole. and some vibe of this situation where we have a unit that's on field that is not getting as much value from Nicole's burst because she's not a Hexarite character. But then we have Venti being on field a little bit, who is a Hexarite character. So, like, I do think Nicole's burst is probably DPS positive outside of the first rotation. I think that is my leading, but I don't know for sure. Again, a lot more testing has to be done. The last thing I do want to test quick, and again, I'm more interested in testing this in the context of the Bennett team, actually. But I do want to test Nicole weapon on Lanyan. So, same crit stats, but obviously much more attack. Less EM. And we'll see. Again, I think if Nicole's in a team, I put Nicole on Nicole's weapon, not Lanyan, most likely. But this means more field time at Venti, and the energy refund might be impactful. But we're not getting an extra particle. We're not getting extra animal particles from the extra skill on Lanyan, though, so I don't know. We'll see. I am bursting this time because I think with less Lanyan field time it should make sense.
Here we go. Ills be gone. Flip and fly. Let's play. Be gone. Heaven's will. Made.
Turning point in.
Think you can get away? Closing in. Dancing in the wind. Brace yourself. Our little secret.
Hey! New life!
Here we go. Time for takeoff. Up and away. Let's play.
So I think I screwed up in the first rotation to make sure Lanyan got her burst. But that was much better than I thought it was going to be. I'm not going to lie. Interesting. This actually, that energy refund mattered more than I thought. I think I didn't even do things properly there, I think. Interesting. I wonder though, I need to do more rotations, I think. Let's try to do it for longer. But like with Venti in particular, the dynamic here is it is a lot better for doing faster rotations on top of the energy refund, and like we're getting more stats on Lanyan, so we're doing less skills, but the skills and bursts we're doing are doing meaningfully more damage to make up for doing less skill. And we're getting the energy refund to actually burst, because that's always been a problem when I've tested non-sacrifice weapons before, is we didn't get energy from them like we get energy from sacrifice, which makes it less compelling. But I don't know. I'll have to like jot measurements down to see how the DPS distribution works, but it does seem like Lanyan's damage contribution falls a little bit with this configuration. But the overall team DPS is still definitely better. But anyways.
Such defiance. Heaven's will.
A turning point in space!
Here we go. Think you can get away? Dancing in the wind.
Okay, again, longer first rotation.
I live within you.
A turning point in.
Let's play. Time for takeoff. Wouldn't gliding be faster? Flip and fly. Swift as the swallow.
When does the energy refund happen? Did I just get it there? I'm not actually sure. Sorry. Does the energy refund happen on skill creation, like on shield creation?
Dancing in the wind.
Yes. Okay. So I need interesting. So I need to go on to Lanyan. Weird. Okay. Because if I use my skill before bursting, then I don't get the energy refund properly, right? That's the problem. But maybe that's fine. Maybe that's just the dynamic I want. To the wrong drop, thanks to Tori. Yeah.
Such defiance. Our little secret.
A turning point in.
Think you can get away?
Okay, I'm gonna do this.
Ills be gone. Up and away.
I purposely I wanted to get the observation thing going, right?
Here we go.
I shouldn't have done that extra soft defense. That was just minus 2 seconds.
Story has only just begun.
Brace yourself. Time for takeoff. Up and away. Dancing.
I don't think I got the oh, fuck.
Yahoo!
God damn it. I don't think I had pyro on the enemies, so I didn't get the do it again. It's weird for me to try to adapt to doing one skill per rotation Lanyon. Right, okay.
New life.
Brace yourself. Think you can get away? Ills be gone. Closing in. Flip and fly. Here we go. Heaven's
Burst.
will made mine.
Decay. New life.
Brace yourself. Time for takeoff. Here we go. Swift as the swan. Yahoo!
I don't think I had time to do that. Whoops. Maybe I did actually. I'm not sure.
Turning point in fate.
Here we go. Think you can get away? Brace yourself. Yeah. Closing in. Dancing in the wind.
I got 132k that time. Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna have to mess around with a lot of things. Sorry. Okay, we're getting too into messing around with Lanyon things and not Nicole things, considering we're testing Nicole's weapon on Lanyon. My bad. I'm gonna have to mess around a bunch with that. It seems more compelling than I thought it was going to be. Even I still think the ideal Lanyon weapon that could actually replace Sackfrags is like something like Nicole's weapon that has a passive similar where it refunds energy and gives a bunch of stats like attack and damage bonus that are relevant to Lanyon. But then it's a crit stat stick instead of an attack stat stick, right? She will scale more with crit and appreciate that more than these stats. That would strongly bias it. Plus, if that hypothetical weapon exists in the future, then obviously the ideal here would be put Nicole on Nicole's weapon and then put Lanyon on that hypothetical weapon, right? So I'm talking something like Nefer's weapon would be amazing with some energy refunding kind of thing, right? Which maybe that'll exist someday. Almost existed with this weapon, except for it's a bunch of, if your name is Columbina, this passive does something type ass weapon. But maybe someday. So wait for 7.2. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. Very interesting. But I still like spending more field time on Lanyon, to be clear. Like on a gameplay preference level, it's not necessarily where it's at for me, right? But I don't know. I have energy problems even with this low ER build on Sackfright still, so I gotta mess around with things. So, all right. Let's see. Does anyone have any preference for what you want to see with Nicole next that isn't Lanyon? I want to test, before I end the stream, I at least want to test at least a simple test with Varka. And I don't have the artifact set on, ability to have the artifact set on Durant, like, because one important comparison I feel like with Varka is testing the artifact set versus just Nicole in general for Varka C6, because like it might be better honestly with Varka C6 to do Bennett with Durant on the artifact set and then Prune instead of bothering with Nicole, which would be funny, but I'm not confident that's the case. So DPS Mona team. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to play it well though. Like DPS Mona in theory can be really strong, but it's really hard to play. Like it's not gonna be impressive. I can do a Mona like just a driver team, like a Nicole and Prune Mona type thing. Just melt. I mean, you can't melt on Mona. Just babe. Yeah, I'm talking like, yeah, just use like driver Mona rather than DPS Mona. I do think DPS Mona is something I could work with, but I don't know how to configure it and play it right now. I don't think I have the energy for it. So yeah, let's chill. Let's do a simple thing. I want to test the two things with Emily quick, with Duran, yeah, and Nicole. Again, I have C2 Duran. I'm not gonna. Well, I don't know. If people are really, we'll see what the results are. If people are really interested, I can potentially
I'm quite flattered.
remove the C2 Duran damage bonus at least.
Increasing our combat strength?
I'll
do my best.
This is C3 Yai.
Since you asked so nicely.
Yeah, I'm very curious what the dynamic of this team is gonna work out to be, and I also kind of want to compare this to Clarin versus Yai, so like a normal on-fielder situation. Swam to my Nicole polls and leaked my account. Oh boy. Oh dear. Yeah, I try to double. I like double triple check every time I like I'm entering a password. Like, do I have the turtle blocker on? Yes, I do. Okay. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Did someone try to log into your account? Did you get a bunch of like verification code requests? Also, if that was a password you used for other accounts, change your password in all those accounts too. And use this as an opportunity to switch to a password manager. What is this cursed fucking thing? Sure. If this replaced the normal XD, I'd say no, but XDD, finally. That's fine. I have a cat named DD too. Yeah, my condolences. That sounds annoying to deal with. Oh, sunset? That's fine. The empty map. Okay. No, why does smart detection not like... He got my Nicole and 3 Welkins. I see. So he apologized, that's fair. Alright. But yeah. Definitely, if that password is somewhere used everywhere else, you gotta change like all your passwords then. And you should just use this as an opportunity. Even if it's gonna be annoying, you're gonna have to change things anyways. So if you're going to the effort of changing shit anyways, go and set up a password manager. So, oh, whoops. Why did I make that visible? Oh, because of the thing, yep. That's how people leak passwords, because they're dumb and they let that go up. Alright. Do I start with Emily instead of... I think I might.
Neutral up. Our little secret.
The turning point in space!
Emerge. Right now. Yeah, this will brighten up the place. Yeah. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Right here. Right now.
I don't think Nicole's burst is worth using here, by the way. So I probably shouldn't be doing that.
The turning point in space!
Emerge. Right here. Yeah. 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 Russian floral.
Stay.
Emerge. Right here. Right now. Begun.
Okay. New life.
Emerge. A sight to
Do this.
behold. Right
Not
now.
Clarin. I want to compare to how Clarin works. So. You know what's funny? I kind of expected this team to perform like literally right around the 140k DPS level, and it seems to.
Emerge. Right now. Ha. Yeah. Yeah. Ha. Ta. Reconstitute.
Oh, of course. A little bad timing on that. Okay, I did that bad. It's just a bunch of DPS loss.
Russian floral.
Oh, I'm dumb. I had just still have my skills up. I just wasted a bunch of time Eing for no reason. Could have bursted and then E. Alright, anyway, that's it's pretty consistent. Yeah, doing 45k. But yeah, there's some dynamics here where you could purposely spend more time on different characters, depending on what you want to do. But I don't know, I'm pretty happy with that. This is a C3 Yai, to be clear, which is obviously helping. I think Yai's damage contribution falls quite meaningfully without that. And with Yai changes happening with better skill uptime, I think that disincentivizes Yai field time a little bit more. Well, does it? I don't know. You still maybe Yai field time because of the contact damage. Or not the contact damage, the E activation damage, because that's the main way you could spend extra field time on someone. And again, Yai's normal attacks is probably better than spending any field time on anyone else. The only nuance for spending extra field time on someone else is probably like hanging on field with Emily maybe to get the 3-second extra 300 attack buff. But I don't think that's that big of a deal, right? So, I don't know. I like it. Yeah, I would expect like with a non-C3i, and by the way, this is also an incredibly min-max 2-piece build. I believe. I would actually, I don't know exactly how the damage distribution is for like the reaction damage. Like C1 Yai is not that incredible, but it does help me burst more. C2 Yai is a multiplier increase, but it's not insane. And we are getting aggravates in this team, so like it doesn't matter maybe insanely much. I don't know. And then C3i is again multiplier increase, so like I don't think this will be that much worse if it wasn't C3i. Because the icons aren't that good, but it's probably like 120k, which is still pretty damn impressive. And this is what I like, the fact that like Nicole makes it so you can get your off-fielders doing a bunch of damage, and one of the key things here is like you can off-field Yai, and Yai's damage while you're like, as long as you're keeping up the uptime of everything, which is not that hard. Just freeform swap to whoever, keep uptime on all the abilities as much as possible. Yai is getting buff from off field, and she gets buff on field, right? Like I don't know. This is the kind of team I could go and compare to Bennett, but like the team dynamic just doesn't work the same at all with Bennett, right? Like I don't know. It's cool, and yeah, maybe with a cryo off fielder that enables stellar superconduct. Like if you do Nicole, Durin, and then a cryo superconduct enabler, maybe? I don't know. We don't know if the stellar superconduct thing works in a way yet where pyro would interfere with it. I would be very bummed if that's the case. If they don't release a character that makes the balance of like I can do Nicole, Durin, cryo off-field enabler for the stellar superconduct, and then Yai here, that'd be sad. But that would in theory be much more main DPS Yai, but even more enjoyable, obviously. So, anyways, that's cool at a baseline. That's kind of where I expected, but I am curious to compare. How does this compare if I play like a more typical on-fielder like Clarent, right? Just found out her team-wide buff is 260 to attack currently. Yeah. Yeah. Did you not level up her skill talent yet, I assume? Yeah, I'll farm the superconduct set at least in the first half of this patch for Stygian. Clarent.
Need to hire a duelist?
Alright.
Neutralize!
Turning point in space!
Hunt them down. Ready.
Be gone! This'll brighten up the place.
Oh. Did I accidentally not do an extra E on Clarent? That one might have been my bad. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's
Time to testify.
Such defiance. Reconstitute! Fresh and floral!
Turning point in space!
Loaded.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think I could have gotten 7 there if I had done better. Whoopsies. No. Okay, that's interesting. Without bursting on Emily or bursting on Clarintier, I have a bunch of downtime on Durin. That's funny. Okay. Redo a little bit. Hoping it's 160k. I think if it's played well, I think it might be. This is with, again, C2 R1 Durin. Like that was C2 Durin's more impact by the way to the I team and this team. So I can, if you want to see this removed Durin, but yeah, the dynamic definitely works here. And yep, Chlorine's getting 24 egg rates, 26 overloads. Let's go. So works pretty much as I expected to. But yeah, we can try removing the Durin damage bonus. Can't do anything about can't do anything about the those. Can't do anything about my brain.
Into the shadows.
3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, god damn it.
Russian floral.
Turning point in space. Watch.
Ready.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Time to
Nice.
testify.
Begone. Neutralize.
Wait, did that fuck up my Durin? Oh, Emily, I really wanted to pick first. Okay, we need a little bit of Emily. A little bit of Emily. A little bit of energy on Durin. Whoops. Okay, I'm only getting a 6 now. Bad.
Such defiance.
Okay, yeah. I really would like to have energy to burst every rotation on Emily, and I mostly do, but it's like slightly awkward.
Loaded.
Oops, I didn't have full charges. Okay. A bunch of little minor misplays here. I think this is 160k sustained if I play a little bit better. But with my gameplay right now, I'm more like 140, 150k. So, I mean, this is a C0 Chlorine versus a C3I. Obviously, for 5-star cost investment, this is much better. So, anyways, my hope is if I turn off C2 Durin here, so remove 50% damage bonus, that, where's Electro? Am I dumb? There it is. That we still get, there we go, that we still get like 120k, is my hope. I'd be happy with that, right? Are we getting Dendro damage bonus? We should be, right? I think we're getting Dendro, Pyro, and Electro bonus. Because I think we were triggering all the reactions, right? Yeah, we definitely are. We were triggering all the reactions, so... Okay, I just had to double check in my head for a second what the trigger condition was. But yeah, it's just triggering the Pyro reaction. It all gives the damage bonus.
For when I draw I am an instrument of Fontaine's law.
Alright, let's see.
Reconstitute. This will brighten up the place.
A turning point in space.
Time to testify.
God damn it. I keep on doing, let's just spam input mistakes. Oh, god damn it, that's so bad.
Neutralize.
Stay back. Turning.
Russian floral.
Into the shadows.
3, 4, 5, 6. I didn't think I was gonna get 7, but I tried.
Such defiance.
Leave it to me. The story has only just.
Wait. Yeah, okay. Alright.
Ready.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nice, okay.
I think not.
Leave it to me. Decay.
Extract.
I'm probably not gonna, yeah, it's not worth it. Okay.
Time to testify.
Okay. Yeah, C2 Durin wasn't that big of a deal. During C2 team-wide, yes. It's damage bonus for the whole team based on whatever pyro reactions are happening. It's a bonkers constellation. Notice how Lanyan is stronger than Claret. I mean, I don't think that's really the case. But, you know, the Lanyan team is a little different of a situation. Yes, Durin C1 is still here. Don't be wrong. I think Durin C1 is a good, like, what is it? I don't know. It's mostly benefiting Clarin's damage. I could go try to do like a napkin math estimate of how much DPS it's providing. I would think Durin C1 is doing less than what Durin C2 is doing, so my estimate would be like 10k, but it could be a little bit more. It could be like 15k, but that's also apparently about what C2 Durin. Well, no, C2 Durin was doing.
And the sword an extension of the duelist spirit.
We were doing 150k when playing badly. So if we're comparing 130k to like 155k, C2 Durin's doing 25k DPS, which is pretty significant. 25k DPS increase, not doing the DPS. So yeah, I think C1 Durin, like C0 Durin here, with still his seg to be clear, would probably be around 120k. But I'm pretty happy with that. Yes, Nicole is on her sig. Yeah, so this is varying levels of 5 stars, I know. I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, if I remove the all the sigs, do you want to do? I guess I don't know. Do you want me to do that? I can put deathmatch on Emily. I can put Durin on something else. No, you have cons anyway. Yeah. Well, I could disable the Durin C2 again. There's no cons on anyone else other than the only con that I can't really disable here is C1 Durin, and there's no cons on Emily. There's no cons on Chlorine, whatever, right? So I can if you guys want me to. If you want to see a pretty close simulation of more lower investment. Do you want me to do a 5-star weapon? So a 5-star weapon endurance is just going to be his damage, or like Fab doesn't seem that relevant of a choice here. I might have to use a 5-star weapon. It's either it's either Amenoma or I guess I can use Finale. Well, no, Finale is not gonna be cleared because then. Lions Roar? Do I have a Lions Roar leveled? Damn it, fuck. That's true. Lions Roar would be the play here. Maybe I can add the extra attack. What is Lions Roar base attack? 42 this is a low base attack weapon. So it has the same base as Kageyuchi. Because I can manually put in the attack. I think I might do that. I'll use Lion's Roar. I think I might manually put in the attack stat to what it's supposed to be at a baseline. So we can check that because it should be the same stats as Kageyuchi for the base. So it'd be at 2132. Okay, so 2100. That's the attack stat we want to target. All right. Put Lion's Roar on him. Emily, I think I just put deathmatch on her, frankly. Don't bite the chair, cat. You will just throw an Oathsworn. Honestly, actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna. Sure, we'll try Fav. Man, 2700 attack though. It feels so low. Maybe not. Frick. I mean, we get double pyro. Fav. I don't know. The Emily, the energy for Emily might be no. If we're using Emily on a non-sig weapon, we're doing burst every other rotation anyways. So no. Never mind. I'm going to use Oathsworn. This is the same set. We're not bursting on Emily on her anyways, by the way. So the ER is not really relevant. So this is the same base stats as like a flowing purity, right? If you wanted to use the craftable. So, yeah, so basically free to play weapon. I mean, if you have this, it's also free to play. It's just old. Fav Lance, Emily? Oh, maybe. Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm down. I'm more a fan of Deathmatch, Emily, but if we want to go full more free to play, because obviously I had to buy the battle pass for Deathmatch. Okay. Probably need to, yeah, it's a little bit too low of crit rate. But we do have this crit rate circlet, so we're fine. 77, yeah, that's a good Emily Fab build. If it does not enable the burst over rotation, I will be sad. So, yep. I'm leaving Chlorine in the same weapon, honestly, because I don't want to fuck it. I don't think I have the build flexibility with Chlorine to properly. So, screw you, I'm leaving Chlorine in this weapon. It's not her sig, it's just a stat sig weapon that's good on her. It's one of her better weapons, to be clear, but I don't think the Chlorine weapon will matter that much relative to the conjunction of all the other things. Eshu? Oh, you know what? I guess that's fair. I forgot Eshu existed, and that does work. I didn't even think about the fact that Nicole enabled Eshu. That's actually pretty cool. Never mind, sure, I'm down. You convinced me. I will do minor changes here. Stop, cat. Stop attacking my headphone cord. You're cute. Just stop it. This. And I think to this, probably. Stop it, creature. He keeps on attacking this. Also, look at how much cat hair. I did not have this cat hair on me. This was a fresh freaking shirt, by the way. When I put it on. No, stop. Don't. Alright. Any other Dendro character work in Emily's spot? I mean, yes, but frankly, if you're... I don't see a reason... If you don't have Emily, like, Nahida's not doing damage here. Like, you gain the aggravate, sure. But, like... Honestly, I think you just do a Chevreuse team. If you don't have Emily. Like, I don't think Overburn makes as much sense without Emily. With Nicole, especially. Okay, now he's trying to eat the pant cord. Okay. Yeah, like you could do it. Like, don't get me wrong. Just I think it defeats kind of some of the purpose, yeah. Okay. And that's all I think I can do for build changes on you. So this gives 16 crit rate, so that that's perfect. Okay. 70 plus the 20. We have 90% crit rate on Eshu. Yeah, let's go. All right. Sure. So Eshu Chlorinde. She's also a great looking weapon on her. Emily Fav, Nicole on equivalent to Flowing Purity. In Durin, I will have to get up to 1200 attack to get an equivalent Lion's Roar, and then we'll remove the damage bonus from some C2 Durin again. So the only thing that I can't disable here is C1 Durin, which does something, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's insane. C1 Durin is something that is a con I really like for some of the nuance of how it changes how you can build Durin and the value of attack stats on him. I like it. It's one of my favorite 5-star cons in the game, but it's also not like a massive DPS increase, right? Alright, what is Durin's attack currently? Let's figure that out first. 1298. Okay, we need to get this up to... Oh, attack percent buffs. Is there attack percent buffs on this team? There is. So Durin's noblesse buff is going to do less than normally should. But also, that's fine. That's fine, though. That's fine because we have Durin C1 anyway. So it's fine that we're getting... I'm not going to count for that. That's fine. Attack percent, so we're going to get up to... We have a level 20 Lion's Roar, so I need to put a shit ton of attack to try to get up to 2100 attack at a baseline, which is where he should be anyways. If this is a level 90 weapon. Okay, I think that's close enough. 1211. So apparently, level 20 versus level 90 Lion's Roar is equivalent to 180% attack. Oh, I should have maybe swapped Durin's build. Fuck. I'm gonna modify his crit. Shit, I forgot. I should have put him on a crit rate circlet. Damn it. I do have a good crit rate circlet in Noblesse that I could have put on.
I just really want to make friends
So,
with everyone.
if I have my crit rate circlet, I think it's better than my crit damage circlet. But, okay, so that would be plus 20 crit rate for sure. So I'd have about 70 some odd crit rate. That's fine. And then minus, it's a 20, I think it's a 26 crit damage circlet. So it'd be minus a bunch. Yeah. No, it'd be only minus. Wait. Well, it'd be minus this. Okay. So yeah, there we go. 73, 157 Durin on Lion's Roar. And then damage bonus we need to remove. Okay. Okay. There we go. Durin's all configured correctly. And we just need to do you. Just need to remove Dendro damage bonus. Again, this is all just C2 Durin damage bonus. Alright. I'll be happy here if we hopefully get 100k. That's my vibe, personally. But we'll see. Unfortunately, my perspective on my own account is definitely skewed by, you know, things like 5-star weapons, because I am a 5-star weapon enjoyer for largely just ease of building and min-maxing character builds. It's so much harder to min-max character builds, I feel, and get consistent performance out of them without 5-star stat stick weapons, at least. So, I removed Dendro damage on Durin. God damn it. What happened? What? Did I just reset? No, don't tell me I just reset Durin. No, I didn't. Okay. Well, he can keep the Dendro damage minus. I don't think it'll matter. Oh, I see. I didn't switch to Emily. That's what happened. That's what happened. Okay. I'm dumb. Don't worry about it. Return. Return. Character 2. Damage bonus. Yes, there we go.
Many ladies in the court of Fontaine like to spray their perfume onto a delicate
And
lace
then...
fan, allowing them to generate a pleasant fragrance. With
Oh yeah, the other reason I didn't like the main thing that made me stop using the other DPS thing was actually because the intervals for like modifying stats was really annoying on the other one, if I recall. But oh well. I should go and check if they change anything with it though. So I do like some other things about the other one, particularly the music that you can have in the background of the other one. What is happening? Character 4. Okay, I got it. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Yeah, it's fine.
Recon!
Turning point in space!
This'll brighten up the place.
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight into the shadows.
I think now. Extract!
No, it doesn't get me. Ah. Oh, Fav. This is why I don't like Fav on Emily. Oh, I guess I got my energy back there, but.
Hunt them down.
A little ambiance.
Because even with Fav on Emily, it's not trivial to burst every rotation on her.
Reconstitute. This'll brighten up the place.
Okay, well, this is not ideal rotation-wise, for sure.
Turning point in
3, 4, 5, 6.
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
Such neutralize. Glory has only just Russian floral.
I think if I refine some of the builds here a little bit, and particularly if I got Emily on, I don't think Fav is the ideal choice. It's needing more than 150 ER on Fav. Like she kind of got, I don't know. Maybe I could like funnel some more particles. Like maybe if Fav Nicole makes sense. I don't know. Like, anyway, it's probably. If I refine some things, I think it maybe could get towards 100k. It's okay. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with how it performs. Now to be clear, is even 90 to 100k impressive now? Not really, because the fucking massive power creep from shit like Zabai Premium at C0 performing at, 180k plus DPS is incredibly cringe. But like, I don't know, for the vast majority of content in the game that isn't fucking Stygian Onslaught with cringe-ass requirements, this is more than enough DPS. Also, even for Stygian Onslaught with cringe requirements, if there's a situation where these mechanics make sense, this could easily be good enough. Like, I think this would be perfectly comfortable, most likely, for Papilla, for example. Kind of low for two 6.x 5 stars. So... I don't know. This is free-to-play investment for you with decent builds, not perfect optimized builds, and we weren't min-maxing things, so I don't know. Anyways, this is better than what we could have before for. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's an argument to be made for Fischl, honestly. I guess over Nicole here. That'd be an interesting question. Is Fischl better than Nicole in this team? Again, the problem is answering that question. Well, actually, wait. I guess we could. No, fuck. Then I have to redo the goddamn attack stats. I could leave Sutu Duran enabled and put Fischl in the team, and we could just pretend that like we had the artifact set. So, yeah, it looks like more average player kind of DPS. Yeah, like I don't know. Like I hate that this is the conversation every time. Like. This is really impressive DPS, and this is exactly the kinds of things I've wanted in the past from having a team-wide attack buffer, by the way. Is being able to have team formats like this, where you have two off-fielders doing compelling damage and buffing the off-fielder, but then it's still a good balance where the on-fielder is doing good damage, right? And the whole team balance works really well. You get a shield for comfort, you get a shield for enabling Calamity of Eshu on Clorind. That wouldn't exist with Fischl instead of Nicole, right? So, no, I don't have the new artifact set for. Wait, no, I have the hex. Sorry, I have the DPS set. Sorry, I thought you meant the new artifact set, not the Hexeride DPS set. Yes, I have the Hexeride DPS set. Duran's not on the Hexeride DPS set, to be clear. He is on Noblesse here. In this team, at this investment level, should he be on Noblesse? I don't know. It might have been better to do. Again, that'd be something to like mess around with for sure. Is whether or not it would actually be better to use some of the Hexeride DPS set or do a Calcov if you don't have it, if you're not sure if it's worth farming for. Versus using Noblesse like I am. I suspect losing 20% attack for Emily, Clorind, and Nicole, because that actually does benefit Nicole. Oh, actually, wait. I could improve things a little bit here by activating Duran before Nicole, because Nicole can snapshot the Noblesse buff for her. But then we lose Noblesse uptime on Clorind. Does that matter that much? I don't know, I can try it. We'll try it. Point is, I don't know, this lands kind of within my expectation. It was a little bit below what I wanted, to be clear. I would have been much happier if it was 100k. But yeah, the conjunction of all the Chevres would be better here. I mean, yeah, if you have Chevres C6, you can continue doing Chevres Clorind teams that perform pretty well. Actually, I'm curious how Chevres... We can try Chevres instead of Emily. We can keep the same builds on. Just throw in Chevres. That might just be better. Yeah. Maybe Emily Overburn isn't that compelling unless you need the burning for enemy mechanic, because that could be it.
Ah,
You know.
now there's an idea. Oh, just
But
a moment, please.
to be clear, this is also a part of the story of how I've said Emily is an awkward character that I don't fully recommend without her sig. I really like Emily because of the nuance of weird team building things. But you know, it's not like she's scaled and kept up to pace with the absurd power creep of things. So, anyways, you can get multiple damage bonuses. Yeah, yeah. Like unless Emily's on field, I'm not getting Dendro damage bonus for example in this team. I am getting just Electro and Pyro most of the time. So, you could just give no less to Emily. Can you not? No, what? Oh, noblesse to Emily. Maybe?
Would you mind coming with me to buy a copy of today's newspaper?
To use Llama? For what? What does Llama do here? Why are we using Llama? Anyways, I'm down to check Shivers here. It's gonna be annoying. I have to fucking reconfigure this shit. But I am down for that comparison, actually. While we still have these weapons equipped. Llama? Yes, but guys, burning on its own is not like you do realize Llama does 0 damage here. like what Llama does here is subtract all the DPS from Emily there. Done. The only difference is you could give like a Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers to Llama or something, right? So, that's like it's kind of just pointless. I wouldn't bother with Overburn again unless you had Emily. But yeah, I don't think Shivers is gonna be massively better here. But the question for Shivers is Shivers better than Emily here? Yes, but then is Nicole better than Fischl, right? Because is that not the people are playing Fischl? There's also the option of Fischl, I guess, in place of Shivers too, as we mentioned before, or Fischl in place of Emily. But I don't know. Your mannequin's so cute. I'm just using the trial skin thing. Normally I have a duck skin on. Anyways, now we can just go on. What am I doing? But I'm done with chest Shivers. But yeah, there's a conjunction of a million different things to potentially try, for sure. To test, but yeah, again, the full story of like Emily, like we do have like ultimately
A little extra training never hurts.
for a lot of characters in the game, because of the fact that we've gotten characters like Shivers, we've gotten characters like Eons on, means frankly, no, I don't think having a team-wide attack buffer like Nicole was as needed. And I think the downside of the Nicole 3 seconds thing is quite annoying, frankly. Is my vibe, but we didn't do Kanich. Kanich should see a meaningful upscale from her, but anyways. She's unironically the most universal support. Yeah, she's really universal, but like in this middle ground as like a compelling alternative to a lot of different potential characters and a lot of different potential team archetypes. In a way that leaves her in a middle ground that she's definitely not a must pull, but she just is like yet another support that gives you more team options from her versatility. Which is fine. I think that's good. But yeah, it means I don't think most people should expect she's a massive DPS uplift. Do I need to change anything? No, I don't. Okay. Could you Bennett over Nicole? Yeah, but if you're Bennetting over Nicole, like Bennett over Nicole, just use Fischl. For Shivers team, yeah, just use Fischl. Okay. So Shivers, we don't have to edit any stats on you. We just need to remove the damage bonus. Wait, we didn't have enough attack on Duran, by the way, because the base attack stat for Duran was different here than it was in the stat screen because we have double pyro. Oops. Oh well. Oh, also triggering the first Chevreuse buff is kind of annoying. I guess I have to open with a Clarin burst. It's fine, I guess. Kind of annoying though. Okay. Again, more reasons where you might consider official over Nicole or official over Chevreuse. It was awkward to set up Chevreuse, but that should only be a problem in the first rotation, really. Okay. Sorry.
Can I stop here and play? I mean, take a stroll.
I need Durin.
I won't go too far.
Okay. Attributes, attack percent. I'm not too worried that Durin there, to be clear. Like, yeah, Durin could be on the better DPS set. Durin could be on, or maybe the attack I didn't have was too low on him. That's fine, I think, because he could have been on a different artifact set, and I don't know. It's close enough of a good result to get the vibe of. Okay. This. Oh, I need to do the crit again. God damn it, I forgot about that. Oops. Okay. And damage bonus. No, it's Electro again. God damn it. Pyro. Okay, there we go. Should be all close enough. So we'll start with this.
You asked for it.
Okay. New life.
Oops. Use the level sword, put the Lion's Roar buff on? Yeah, probably. Same difference.
Final warning.
Thunder.
Okay, well that's awkward. The downtime. Downtime without the Clarion Burst. You know what? Just, oh wait, is she gonna have it? No, she does not have an overcharge ball. Okay, good. Fuck the overcharge ball over the first rotation. Nicole, Chev, Clarion official? Yeah. We can try official instead of someone.
Story has only just begun.
Drop your weapons.
First rotation, just do this.
Into the shadows.
I think not.
Justice will prevail. Stop right there. Drop.
A turning point in space.
I'm kind of didn't burst, so I didn't need to do that.
Hunt them down.
Be gone. Stop right there.
A turning point in space. Leave it.
Such defiance.
You asked for it.
Stay back. Okay.
Ready. Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
Well, it seems slightly better. Not to like a meaningful degree, honestly, but again, this is like close enough DPS difference that I do not think that difference matters relative to what enemy mechanics are at play. So the team choice would be determined more by that than anything. Like, this may as well be the same DPS. I highly doubt 5k DPS in the current state of Genshin at least is going to be the difference maker in any form of content on whether or not you clear it. Right? So, yeah, it's similar. Now, do you think that an Emily... I was an Emily on Fav. Again, I think Emily, ideally... I don't even think I think Emily is necessarily is worth pulling for. If you don't have a crit static weapon like Deathmatch for her is my personal vibe. I'm not a fan of Fat Emily. But there's some min-maxing I could do better to work around it, right? But anyways, I think both of them are yawning, sorry, are quite acceptable. For the investment simulation we're doing. 140 pulls didn't get her to be on it. To be honest, at that cost, it's just not worth it to finish getting her for me, so I'll save her on someone else. Yeah, that's fair. That is completely fair. Look at, again. Pyro content often has Dendro res. Yeah, you're not wrong. Lately, at least. But, I don't know, it's just a problem with their freaking endgame design with Stygian in particular. I don't know. I don't feel like evaluating characters around Stygian, so... Both these teams are 80k, 100k, whatever DPS. Even though it's somehow low now, is more than usable. Shield is way too big for C0 Clorind. What shield? Oh wait, what are we gonna do? Official instead of Durin. Yeah. Sure. That is an interesting one to test. Official will snapshot the extra 300 attack, which is interesting. Official is on Skyward Heart, by the way, with a pretty good build. Hey, I don't need to worry about the Durin shit now. That's not official. There you are.
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
Okay. C0 doing his 2-piece attack, okay? It should be okay, yeah. Trying to think. I think I will... Official burst to start.
I think
As you wish, me.
hands where I can see 'em. I summon.
Recast.
Hunt them down.
Hopefully we'll burst every rotation now with official on the team. I'm clearing that is.
Such defiant. Drop your weapons.
Oh gosh. What do I do with the downtime? Okay. There's more downtime than Durin. I guess
Evil looks. Shoot on sight.
I guess we may as well, I guess.
You asked for it. One shadow raven.
Ready.
I think not. Stop right there.
Whoops.
Odds revealed by.
It's not bad. I will say though, I'm pretty sure I don't really want to reconfigure everything to test it properly. I could probably get this up to 80k with a little bit of whatever. Oh yeah, wait, we have no off-field pyro, that's true. Okay, you know what? It actually performs surprisingly well because of no off-field pyro. I will say though, if you want to do Overload Clorind and you don't have Durin for some reason, Durin is far more relevant for Overload Clorind than Nicole. Honestly, okay, 70k DPS. 70k DPS, considering we didn't have off-field pyro, is pretty decent. Yeah, I did. Arnolane, it's completely fair. You forgot. I forgot too. I forget sometimes with Shepard's teams that you do need the off-field. Yes, I wasn't. No, I wasn't even think. It wasn't even my brain thinking about Nicole applying pyro. I know Nicole doesn't apply pyro. I just didn't think about the off-field pyro at all. We were getting like some res uptime to be clear, but not very long of it. I was thinking that was quite a lot of purple numbers. Yeah, that's fair. Emily Kanitra treated like Bernice in Sadness. So, yeah, anyways. With Nicole's releases also do the new set. Nicole's now a part of Arlecchino's best team. Wait, really? Is Arlecchino... What? Is it, What the fuck is it? Oh, don't tell me it's Benefa. Is it Benefa with Nicole? Don't tell me it's not so average written. Arlo, Nicole. Oh, it's Chever's team. That's Arlecchino's best team now?
I've faced many opponents in my duels.
Alright, let's try it.
Most of them I defeated.
But yeah. I said before Nicole's release, I think Durin is the more relevant character to have. Having options for off-field pyro application and damage dealers, and the fact that he buffs at the same time. And like Durin has been significantly upscaled in value with this artifact set as well. Like in a sense, you can kind of get C2 Durin for free now, unlike because it's 40% damage bonus from having Hexfire on the team. Like, I do think Durin is the meaningfully more valuable unit for team building options. We just have enough compelling options for attack buffing, like Chevrolet, like Eonson, like Bennett. But I don't think Nicole is going to be super often needed, is my overall vibe so far, with like testing different investment levels of things here. Not Durin for Arla, really. It's pretty similar with new set. Okay. So Nicole Nicole is slightly ahead of Durin for Arlecchino Overload. That's interesting. Alright. Yeah, let's try it. Do we do... How long do we do... We probably do... I wonder if the... Oh, you know what? That's probably why, I bet. It's because of the rotation time, isn't it? Because you can do... Nicole's skill to cooldown is... By the way, I have C1 Arlecchino, so my results, I would think, would be higher than that. But we'll see. She's on Gladiators, on Jade Wing Spear. So R3, Jade Wing Spear, Gladiators, Arlecchino, 88, 201. TTDS Nicole is a lot better than Atlas for Arla specifically. That makes sense, yeah. Sure, we can try Three Line Tails. I guess I haven't tried Three Line Tails and Nicole yet. Alright, there we go. Well, no, we definitely want level 90. Okay. There we go. TDDS Nicole. 2,500 attack. Seems crazily low, but that's fine. We'll get more attack stats. You should definitely... So, if it's official... Is the ideal... Do you know what the ideal builds are? Is it Noblesse, Official, Chevreuse on... Sorry, Noblesse, Chevreuse, Official Tenacity? I think Official Tenacity might be better. At least with my C1, I think it might be better. She feels a lot like Shallonen side grade for most Bennett and Neon's teams. Yeah, that's a fair. Which, I don't know. I'm a big fan of side grades because I like having team options, right? I'll continue using C0 Nicole here, but my impressions is she's kind of exactly where I thought she was going to be. I do get the vibe with the kind of player I am in particular that I wouldn't feel she was a valuable character to my account if I didn't get her weapon at least. I would still like having her, I think. But with how many other options I have with, I have C6 Eons, I have C6 Chevres, I have plenty of... I have Durin C2 already, right? The more invested you are with Arla, the better Nicole scales over Durin. Interesting. Okay. So anyways, we'll test this just with my normal Chevreuse artifacts, but I unironically think a Tenacity Official Chevreuse on Noblesse might be better here. If we're interested in it, we can maybe test it. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. And we can test. I'm down to test for Seg 2 with Arla. Okay. Also, let's go fix some characters. Real quick. Corind. Go back to this. I like the music in this Melee Astra, this patch, by the way. It's a nice vibe. Alright. Durin. For C5 Barca, which one's better? Oh, remind me to test that. We haven't tested Nicole with Varka yet. Whoops, I forgot. I like Varka, but I got distracted by Lanyon and then other things. Sue me. Well, we can test it. Alright, that's fine. Isn't that slightly different than what I had before? Maybe not. I don't know. Anyways, okay. I swear this is a different whatever. No, that must have been the crash I had before. Never mind. Okay. And then Emily also goofed up. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, put Shivers back on Fav. There we go. Okay. And I think everyone else should be fine. So yeah, this is official on Golden Troops, official on a more all in on her damage-oriented build. Depending on how this is, we'll see what I want to test. So same team, but with Arlecchino.
This will be a productive.
This is an interesting one that Nicole could be better than Durin for this. I'm glad this is better for Arlecchino too than whatever. So I don't know. What are we expecting with the calcs of 130 to 140k with whatever? I don't know. Okay, so yeah, this is Chevros on songs, official on Golden Troop. We can see what happens if I put Tenacity and Noblesse maybe, but yeah, and I am one of the few people that can actually properly test that, I think, because I actually have a good DPS in Tenacity. Okay. I'm gonna go Darkness. Or just, performance map, because Sunset. Yay. Oh, fuck, the TDS cooldown. Shit. I guess first rotation... what do I start rotation-wise? To keep up overloads. I think I just don't bother snapshotting official. We just... No, we can snapshot official, I think. It'll be fine, right? And then we do Chevreuse. So the first rotation we do official to start, and then Chevreuse E. Well, we want Arlecchino. Never go to that. Arlecchino E. Into official, into Chevreuse, into Nicole, into Arlecchino. And then I think Nicole's buff will last long enough, but that by the time we are done with Arlecchino, we can snapshot the buff on the next rotation on official. That's my thinking. Yeah, I usually don't bother snapshotting official in the first rotation for Chevreuse teams either. Sometimes you can, and sometimes it's worth it. I don't think it is in this case. That's my vibe.
Drop your weapon.
Such defiance.
Oh.
Transfixed. Hands where I can see them.
I think not.
Oh my god. I'm trying to dash cancel N3. Why am I failing so much? Don't worry about me. Bro, I actually... I think we need to fucking have Chevreuse and Noblesse to time it properly. And the visual burst can't snapshot Nicole? Can it not? Well, then I'm not going to. I can't do shit about that. We definitely have to alternate visual burst and skill, so... Why the fuck can it not cat? You rotate too fast? Yeah, apparently. What am I supposed to do about that other than, like, I have to burst on Chevreuse, so I definitely need Noblesse on Chevreuse. Okay. I don't feel like equipping Chevreuse and Noblesse. I do have a full Noblesse build I can put on her. For simplicity, let's just add the stats manually. I'm not gonna worry about the tenacity. The tenacity I'd have to switch official on properly to... Oh no, I guess I could simulate that too by... So I have a similar tenacity. I might have a better tenacity build than I like crit stats wise than my Golden Troop build for official. So I guess I could just remove the official damage bonus and then add whatever. Stop, bro! Don't eat my hair, you dipshit. And cat jumps in the back of the chair, starts eating my hair. But I think the Chevreuse burst will be enough. But in theory, it should be ideal to do 16-second rotations, right? But that doesn't change the problem of the Arlecchino E timing and whatever. So, okay. Typical car behavior, indeed. Okay, that's Nicole. That's relevant because we get extra buff from her, and then. Okay. Is it N3, by the way? In this team, using Nicole versus Ideal? I don't think so. Cat, fuck off. I'm going to throw you in the dumpster if you keep eating my hair. Stop it. Go in the, here. Go in the punishment. No. Stay. Stay. You're in the punishment hut. No. Fine, you can escape. Alright. Arla E, Nicole E, official Chev. But we need to... We're working on around TDDS right now. It's part of the problem, to be clear. I think if we didn't have to worry about TDDS, that'd be a little bit nicer. Which we can check with Nicole Sig in a second. I was wondering why. Wait, what? Did you Bennett over Nicole? Do you need the hex buffs? I mean, you don't. Yeah, you could use Bennett. You can do Bennett Arlecchino Shivers teams. Yes. The hex buffs are pretty nice though, from Fischl giving it extra attack and Nicoling. Do not use TDDS. I mean, average Rin said TDDS is better. They were the ones that suggested the thing, but we can test the non-TDDS build in a bit. Arla Sucrose, Nicole, Seat Lolly. Potentially. Why? What? Bro, chill. I know, I've been streaming too long, kitten. Okay. Let's see. Character 3. Attributes. Attack percent. Stop! I'm going to go throw you in the bathroom and lock you in the bathroom for the rest of the stream, sir.
May the glory of the princess bring light to this
world.
world.
New set doesn't work without 2 hex, yeah. The new set doing a bunch of damage bonus with having 2 Hexarai significantly pushes you towards whenever you are using Hexarai. It makes it much more likely that it's better to do double hex. Like, the new artifact set is definitely part of why Nicole is better than Bennett here. Okay, that was official stats. We need to do Arlecchino. So I'm going to burst every rotation with Shivers here. I think I'll have the energy for it. If I don't have the energy for it, I'm just going to turn on infinite energy. No, that's damage bonus. What am I do? You know what? I didn't double check that Arlecchino's goblet might have been stolen. I just realized. I hope she has a pyro goblet. I guess I can check. 10%. Meow. She does. Okay, cool. All right. I should have done that first. Whoops. Oh my god. Can I? You know what? Whatever. Just N4 spam. It's fine.
As you wish, me.
Justice will prevail. Such defiance.
Yeah, the Chevreuse burst is what makes the rotation make sense. Does N2C make sense to conserve?
Overrule. Odds repeat. Hands where I can see 'em. Drop your weapon.
Oh my god, why is the dash canceling going so terribly? Whatever, okay. Just do N4. That's not N4.
asked for it. Stop right. Be gone.
I think if I was playing this better, I should be getting a little bit better results, but that's fine. Not bad. Not bad at all. I could bet a better build on Arlecchino too, but it's fine. No one beats persistent. What I said earlier was that Kratos testing out, don't take what I saw as law, just saw from others with C0 R1, only Arlecchino. Okay, interesting. Oh, so C0 R1 with 140k DPS? If it was C0 R1, that's okay. To be clear, my Jade Spear isn't that far away, but like it's like a 10% advantage, I believe, still. So yeah. Alright, do we want to see what Nicole Sig does for this team? I don't think it'll do that much. It's probably pretty similar. But I am curious, I guess. Hit 165k, maybe. Should we test facial tenacity too? I'm down. Anyway, then let's test some Barca things to end the stream. I guess we'll try Prune too. I didn't really get into testing Prune properly. Do Nicole weapon first, yeah. Wait, you don't want me to do them both at the same time? Oops. What is the exact build I'm using? That. Okay, yeah, it's not a crazy build. I mean, this is 35 CV, 35. It's a lot of attack percent, but it's not that great. This is a really good piece, but no attack percent. And this is, again, high CV, but no attack percent. So, like... Oh, okay, my stream is dying. Time to end the stream. Or my computer's dying. So, like, this is not an incredible Arlecchino build. I have a much better Arlecchino build I could do, I'm glad, but it's fine. Let's, go back to Sig. And why is Prune on TDS? How did that happen? Get you back to this. Okay. And sure, let's do tenacity. I'm gonna do both at the same time. It's fine. Well, what is happening? You know what? No, it's fine. I can just leave it.
I created another
Are you guys hearing that audio issue too? Audio cutting out? That's my whole computer audio cutting out. It's been happening lately, but it only seems to happen after I've been streaming for a while. It's so fucking weird. Or maybe it's just after being in Genshin for a while. I don't know. It could be Genshin's audio cutting out and not my computer. I don't know. Sorry for sidetracking. No, it's all good. We have to add the attack percent again because of Noblesse. Okay, it's fine. Well, the attack percent doesn't matter on Nicole anymore. We're not pursuing her. Again, this is just to put Noblesse on Shivers functionally. Okay, so this is just testing the difference versus TDDS versus Nicole Sig. Alright. We can start with shield this time, which is nice. Does that change that much? I don't really know if it does.
Shadow Raven. Justice will prevail. Stop right there.
Why is it so hard to dash on this thing?
Transfixed. I think not. Odds repeat. Final warning.
Oh, really?
Hands where I can see 'em.
Oh my god, why is it so hard? Jesus Christ. I didn't mean to do that, whatever.
Justice will prevail.
Why did I just hit space bar there? What is wrong with my brain today? What is wrong? Why am I doing less damage? TDD is better than Sig. Clearly. Okay. Oh fuck, your bond needs to go away. Is that, wait, did I have a too high of result before because of starting bond? Oh, I don't know. Let's just start with Fischl this time. I think Fischl burst.
Midnight Venta.
You asked for it!
Oh, not the too fast rotations. Come on. Waiting for a long ass skill cooldown.
Transfix. Wings of darkness. Hands where I can see ya. Drop your weapon. Begone.
Just full brain off.
By royal you asked for it.
I think not.
I'm gonna do N4. The N5 is obviously dumb. Why am I having a stroke? Why is my dash just like so long before I can normal attack again?
Shadow Raven. Justice will prevail.
Begone.
Hands where I can see ya.
I think not.
Unironically, it seems like Sig is worse than TDDS here. Doesn't seem better.
Midnight Phantasm.
Uh,
Begone.
it's not too surprising since Arlecchino was doing 78% of the team damage. Okay, now we're getting a little bit up there. It took forever to get it to get to up to par. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Anyways, I don't know, it's just funny. Okay. You know what part of the reason is? I think with the full attack percent buffs up from like Chevrus and whatnot, I don't think we were that far away from maximum buff potential on TDDS either. Because like part of what Sig does is enable you to get the max buff on Nicole. But if you don't need the max buff on Nicole, then all the Sig does is the damage bonus. Right? And a little bit of damage bonus with the off-fielders, for the off-field hex units specifically. But anyway, okay, let's see. So, no, we don't need Shepherds. I'm gonna add another 40, or no, not 40, 20% attack to you. And then
What am I now, you
damage
ask?
bonus, Electro,
Just a human who's
minus
lost her
70.
voice.
I want to see if it's net gain. She's doing 20% of the team's damage, right? So is 20% attack from Tenacity for Arlecchino in particular going to beat out? That's the thinking. And Fischl technically gains attack from Tenacity too. Clear. This is not 100% loss for the 4-piece bonus for her.
Transfix. Midnight Venta.
Hands where I can see ya. Stop right.
Such defiance.
Odds reveal.
Why?
Justice will prevail.
Begone.
A little bit bad, but
Laid back.
Shadow Raven. You asked for it. Final warning.
whoops. Oh, fuck me.
Think not.
I think it'll be fine because of Shepherd's 30-second uptime that I didn't do wholly there, but definitely not good that I did that.
Overruled. By royal justice will prevail.
Well, I definitely need to know what the fucking combo is and need to practice the combo with Arlecchino here. Tenacity doesn't seem that much better. Yeah, I don't think we gained enough damage from that for that to be worth it. So, just Golden True Fischl is fine. So, Yeah. You didn't start with extra bond? I don't think I didn't want to. Did I start with extra bond the previous time? Okay. Manavia, since I got a feather. Not that I saw. Okay, good. Good. Okay. I was trying to make sure not to. Doot. Mwah. Okay, let's test Varka quick. To get a vibe on him. Obviously, Nicole was meant to be good for him, but we'll see. Sorry, Navia. What? Are you guys screeching at me because I fed you slightly earlier today? You guys, I fed them slightly, or like 2 hours earlier than normal today. Actually, no, only an hour earlier than normal. Because they were like, I was awake early and they were in the kitchen like, oh, how dare you be awake and in the kitchen not giving us food. And now they're being obnoxious now because they're like, it's been 9 hours since we had food. And there's definitely not dry food for us. You'll survive, kittens. Particularly since normally there's more than a 9-hour gap in between your nighttime feeding. Alright, Navia feather. That's a very good feather. Jesus. Yeah, this is just a really, really healthy Serpent's Spine Navia. Yeah, damn. Perfect feather, perfect flower. Like, the only thing you're lacking is, yeah, energy. But if your energy is fine with fabs and whatever going on, I don't know. Pretty much a perfect Navia. Very nice. Check out my Arlecchino. Well, that was a character redeemed from community points, but you know what? Just because it's your first message, sure. Sure, just for your first message. Papa, step away. Papa, stop. Was it a character review stream? Soon, TM? I don't know. Sorry. C3 Arlecchino, nice. Actually, Halo, okay. It's just a pretty dang good Arlecchino. A little bit lacking in attack stats, but I don't know. This is a better build for melt slightly, I would say, but not crazily so. Meow. What? Oh my gosh, creatures. See? It's a pretty good Arlecchino. I wonder if this is gonna rank on Overload or Melt. I think it's gonna rank on the Melt leaderboard. What? You friggin' nutcase. Alright, oh, it ranked on the... I forgot there's a vape leaderboard. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I figured it was a really good build. Yeah. Are gonna have a really good ranking. Very nice. Her ER is fine and lunar comps haven't tested plunge. I see. Okay. Meow to you, cats. Oh, did you hear him? Screeching in the background? Okay. And then the other creature is... Okay, thank you. Goodbye, Asher. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, we're gonna do... Please feed them. They're not actually... I mean, okay, they're probably hungry. They... Oh, I'm tired. They are not even at their normal feeding time, okay? I want to emphasize that. They're not even with factoring in the early time. Their normal feeding time from like the gap from when they were fed this morning would be like 2 hours from now. I don't normally feed them in this gap, so I'll wait for the review to redeem. All right, I'm probably gonna end the stream in a bit, but before that, okay, sorry. Let's just try Nicole. Yeah, let's just try Nicole C0R1 with C6 Varka with not these artifacts. We want this piece. No. Yes. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Wait, no. I could. I can use a different timepiece instead, can't I? Yeah, that's fine. I'll use the timepiece instead. Okay. Let's use that timepiece. And then we're gonna try Prune. So Prune, Oathsworn Eyes, the C2 Prune. C3. C3 doesn't really do anything. Minor damage increase, but her talent level is lower than it could be with C3 anyways. It can be this talent level without C3. So C3 functionally does nothing for me right now. Okay. So yeah, C0 R1 Varka, or C0 R1 Varka, C6 R1 Varka. I can remove his artifacts. I wanted to perform at C0-ish level. But below, he actually performs he performs below C0 R1 level if I remove all his artifacts, to be clear. But I just want to see what the relative increase is with Prune here alone, and Prune and Nicole together, not Prune alone. Sorry, I should check Prune alone to be clear, but there's too many configurations of things to test at this point. He doesn't crit, yeah, no. Surely 96 is enough. Okay,
All right.
I would not be surprised, by the way, to find with C6 Varka, TDDS is better than her sake. I wouldn't be surprised, okay? I don't need to test that right now, though. I'll test some Varka things later.
Ready to hunt some witches.
Ready to hunt some witches. I think with Nicole, do you prune before Nicole? Because the problem is if you definitely Nicole burst in this team, right? And if you do Nicole first and then into Prune, Prune uses up one of the hits that could be higher damage scaling on Varka, right? Right? What? You're not that hungry. I know you aren't. You just either want attention or you want food early. It's not gonna work, sir. I mean, if you had TDDS Nicole, you definitely Nicole after. So, Sig not really being best in slot in most cases. I wouldn't say not best in slot in most cases. Like, I think it's equivalent to TDDS in most cases. But Prune VV, yeah, that's what I'm not sure about. I guess I should definitely try TDDS and Prune too, but there's so many minor different configuration cases to check here. I just, ugh. So this is again non-C6 Prune. Hope you have a great stream. Just saw your video on No Bloom Llama Teams and came to the stream. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Alright.
Heaven's will made up.
That took a long time.
Thunder! Flash! Up the ante! A turning point in space!
I live within you.
I'm gonna try Burst E this time.
Up the ante! Good. Shred 'em! Up the ante! Good. Shred 'em! Decay! New life!
Such defiance. Heaven's will.
I really want a way to cancel that burst animation.
Good. Shred 'em! Flash!
That was really sloppy rotations, by the way, but yeah, I think this is a minor upgrade with C2 Prune and C0R1 Nicole, which is kind of what I expected, to be clear. And I'm actually not confident, to be clear, that Nicole is actually an upgrade if we had a good build on the new set with Bennett still, because I think Bennett can scale better with a C6 Varka. Things are a little bit different with a non-C6 Varka. I gotta test that still. I'm not gonna draw any conclusion for that. She takes so long to land on the ground. Yeah, that's 20 seconds at least.
Our little secret.
Thunder! Flash! Up the ante! Good. Shred 'em! Thunder! Good. The story
A little
has only
slow.
just begun!
I live within you.
Okay. Yeah, this is a little bit better just with C2 Prune and Caesar R1 Nicole. Let's try TDDS. Really new to the game, only Peld and Flynn's and Lauma. I have Flynn's, I know Sucro special team. Do you have any recommendations? Yeah, it's probably worth pulling Columbina. You already have Flynn's Lauma. That'll give you different options. I do think Durin's worth considering. But other than that, it's like, I don't know. The way the game's like endgame content works is enemy mechanics that seem very tailored, like the hardest content to be clear, Stygian Onslaught, is very tailored towards trying to push people towards the newer banner characters. And I don't think that is going to change anytime soon. So honestly, my opinion is to pull the units you like and pull the units to synergize with the ones you like. So, you know, Durin is very nice for having team options, but if Flynn's and Lauma is your main options right now, I don't think Durin is a need to have by any means. So, and you, if you want to consistently try to progress towards clearing endgame, yeah, like you get Bina, and then you can get some stellar DPS units that are going to be coming out in 7.0 onwards and whatever, off-fielders and whatever, and on-fielders, and then you'll probably be fine for giving yourself good giving good options in your account for clearing content for a while. But again, just hope for the units you like and the units that synergize you like with the ones you like Columbina synergizing with Flynn's and Llama. Oh, I wanted to. Okay, so I want to put Thrilling Tales on Prune. Now Prune, I think, doesn't use Nicole's flat attack buff in calculating her attack, or her damage bonus. So I'm not sure what this is gonna do. Am I dumb? Where is Prune? Again, this is a non-C6 Prune, so. Okay. Oh wait, the ER is kind of a problem too, isn't it? Wait, can we even get any buff with TDDS? I don't. Maybe not. So I don't know if there's gonna be enough energy. It's probably not enough energy. I can't really get more energy. I mean, I can get more energy on this, I guess. TDDS Nicole. Yeah, I guess. Sure, let's try TDDS Nicole. And we can end off with that at a baseline. Again, I gotta test, like, removing Varka's artifacts to test a C0. But I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Do it like this. Attack. How much attack do I need in C2 Prune on stat screen? So 80% attack. Like, if you max out the buff, you don't really need any more than 3,200 attack, basically. But it's very unlikely you're gonna hit 3,200 attack on a VV build in particular. The Hexerite DPS, that is a surprisingly okay option for stacking a bunch of attack stats on her, by the way. And the fact that she does some damage means, like, it's actually a pretty good option, funnily enough. But like, triple attack percent build and Prune. But yeah. Anyways, so as much as you can give her, basically. But keep in mind, she'll get 80% attack on average. She'll get a little bit more in some parts of the rotation, a little bit less in the earlier part. From her C2 giving up to 40%, and then her Hexerite passive gives 60%, right? So, hence adding 80% attack. Okay.
I think not. Heaven's will.
Splash! Up the ante! Okay, shrimp! Up the ante! Okay, the story has only just begun!
Begone! I live within you.
That VV uptime is a lot worse. Yeah, honestly, maybe with C6 Varka I don't burst on Nicole though. There's that factor too. We can test that in a second.
The story has only just begun!
I think not. Our little secret.
Okay, this seems worse than having better BBF time. To be clear, we also Nicole's Seg is entirely gone, right? Okay. I'm gonna try this again. So this is worse than Caesar R1. Surprise. And I'm glad. But let's try swapping from Nicole into Varka still with TD Death, but then no burst Nicole. I think that might be better.
Such defiance.
Alright. Brain. Okay, my brain like didn't swap for some reason. Prune feels fine. I definitely don't think it's worth doing her second E, most likely. I don't know. How fast does she do her second E? Oh, does it only proc in combat? God damn it. It only procs after you hit first. Okay, I'll test that a little bit in a second. I am curious if you can dash cancel her E, because her second E hit is a converted element hit that like does some decent damage. Obviously with C6 Varka it's not worth using, but with a non-C6 Varka or just more lower investment teams in general, not with Varka, it might be a lot better. Or not be a lot better, it might be slightly better if you can dash cancel if it only takes like half a second to do the second E, right? Actually, it might not even be dash canceling it. Just like activating Q might cancel the animation and still get the hit from her second E hit, right? Shit, swapped off earlier. No, why did I do that? Whoops, that was dumb. Brain, bad brain. Okay, you know what? Let's test this quick. What? Oh, you need to have an element on. God damn it. Fuck. You need to have an element infused on. 3200? Yeah, you're probably not gonna get to 3200 though. Like, don't focus on 3200, but like, if you have that, that's like enough. Okay. So E. Oh no, that's really bad. You do not cancel that animation with the Q animation, which also means you probably can't cancel out of it in general. What? You didn't have... God fucking damn it, you didn't have an element on you. You got swirled off because you're fucking... God damn it. Can you swap after it? We can test that too.
I think not.
No, she has to land on the ground. Okay, I'm gonna guess you can't dash cancel either. Okay, her second E hit is ass. Do not ever do it. That's my vibe. I don't think it's like ever worth doing unless you're DPSing her, frankly. That's normal. Okay, that was not a dash cancel. Oh, you can go back on field with her and use it. That's kind of cool, I guess. Alright. No, bro, it has so much end lag. I was spamming right click there to dash. Like... Here, I'm gonna press E and E again. I'm spamming there. There's no fucking cancel. Her second E is full ass locked in, I'm pretty sure, animation wise. That's ass. Do not recommend using that ability. Alright. Anyways, I'm pretty sure it's better to not burst on Nicole. So, this is not that surprising because, like, a side effect of doing C6 Varka is you amplify Varka's own multipliers a lot, right? And Nicole's burst is adding a flat buff of sorts. It's a weird flat buff of sorts on top of his multipliers, which doesn't scale at all with investment, right? The only thing it scales with investment wise is him having more crit, right? But other than that, there's nothing that would scale the value of Nicole's flat buff while increasing Varka's investment. So her burst just becomes, I think, not worth using in this context, especially because C6 Varka wants to do a little bit of longer field time anyways, meaning you just would rather spend the extra field time on Varka doing maybe an extra attack or shortening the rotations to make sure they weren't like slightly long rather than that burst animation time. I'm pretty sure. I mean, Prune after Nicole is better? Probably, yeah. So we can go back and test Nicole on Sig weapon again. Or Nicole without Sig, maybe. But, well, I don't... Yeah, for C6, I don't really care. But I'll test more at C0, or simulation of C0 Varka by putting him on... no artifacts and whatever, but... okay. Yes, Prune is C3, or C2, basically. C3 isn't really doing anything here. Okay. Okay, she feels fine to just EQ on, to be clear.
Such defiance.
Yeah, I can do 2 extra normal attacks. Or probably an N1C.
I think not.
There actually might be problems with TDS consistency here. I'm doing exactly 20-second rotations.
Such defiance.
Okay. So let's try Nicole back on Sig, and then Nicole after Prune. Sorry, Nicole before Prune. Some more PV uptime again, and then no burst Nicole. And this is C6 Varka testing, so it matters to very few people. But alright. It's interesting though that I already find Prune that I'm pretty sure is best in slot. Like the damage numbers we got there. Well, okay, maybe Venti is actually better than C2 Prune with Allergy in my account, but C2 Prune seems because I'm testing both Prune, C2, and Nicole at the same time, right? But anyways, I gotta mess around with Prune on her own in the Bennett context. Gotta mess around with Venti in the Nicole context to get a proper vibe of some things. Let's go back to this. Alright. No, YouTube was not updating. We're 606 polls to get C6 R1. You really did take our luck yesterday? Yeah, my bad. Alright. Rain, stop it. Hello, cat. Sorry, I'm almost done, kitten. Sunset. Redeemed a cat tree earlier? Oh, you did? Okay. I guess we'll end the stream with a cat tree redeem. Alright. Whatever.
The story fight has only just begun!
Such defiant. Gotcha! Ding-a-ling!
Okay, shred him! Up the ante! Flash! Okay, shred him! A turning point in fate!
Begone!
I just missed I think I just missed the big crit, by the way. The like 800,000 damage hit. I'm pretty sure I just missed that. Yeah, okay. So, yep, Nicole Sega's a decent bit better, but not incredibly so. Again, not sure. Maybe it's possible Prune TDS is better here, I guess, but anyways. Nicole, 0%. Let's go. Yeah, I'm strongly confident that with C6 Varka, Nicole's burst is not worth using. Oh well. So, yep. That's fine. I don't really care that much. I don't even think I'm going to play Nicole with C6 Varka that often. Then I need to mess around with Melt Varka with Nicole, because I think that I will actually enjoy. Because it will solve the, like, Bennett feeling like he has 0 uptime problem with how the Melt setups worked. So yeah. Lost my first 50-50, still got her after going to pity again. Nice. I got C4 Prune, don't want to give up my Venti. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think Prune I'm gonna have to test more on, but I imagine Prune here is like not that different from an Elegy Venti at C2 with Osworn Eye, of course, on my current build. Why should she only have 3k attack? I thought I had more attack on her. Didn't I have over that? I thought I had more than attack. Whatever. Oh no, sorry, that was I did that calculation after buffs. Yeah, never mind. That's fine. So yeah, I should have like 3800 attack after the attack buffs apply. So yeah, I don't know. Didn't do full super in-depth testing, but overall vibe is that Nicole is not that surprising of a character. From what I expected, but that's not surprising. She has a pretty boring kit. Like, she buffs attack. She buffs attack for the whole team. And the more off-fielders, strong off-fielders you have, and the more you like the off-field characters, I'd say the more relevant she is my vibe. I like Overburn, Duran, Emily core for sure. I'm quite happy with the dynamic of the AI team. I did like the Clarin team too. I also do need to mess around with Lanyon a lot more. Need to mess around with Varka more to see what I like there. How universal is she? Frankly, with how Genshin's team building has been, like they're heavily, they're even changing old character kits, right? To basically heavily incentivize even old characters to be played with only certain specific archetypes. Like, I'm sure one cringe thing that's going to happen with Yai for me in the future is like, if I play Yai with Dia, people are going to be like, why are you not playing Yai with Stellar Conduct? Try Kanich? Oh, you know what? We shouldn't neglect Kanich. I did actually want to try that. I'm just going to do Caesar R1 for convenience sake. But hold please. Okay. And why is Lisa on that? What happened? Alright. 51 to what weapon are you on? Wolf's Gravestone. We want to do, you know what, it's a C0 R1. I'll just leave him on Wolf's Gravestone, it's fine. 90 crit rate, Wolf's Gravestone. We'll try you on Reverie. Wait, we want someone on Deepwood, don't we? Fuck. God damn it. Deepwood's definitely worth it with Kinich on the team. Kinich and Emily on the team has to be worth it, right? Certainly. Fuck, I don't want to have to do Deepwood turn. God damn it. Yeah, it's Deepwood, Duran, or Emily. Fuck. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna do it manually. Sue me. So let's see how much my Kaniche has been upscaled. I could, again, put Kaniche on a better weapon, but I have Duran's weapon, I have Nicole's weapon going on here, it's fine. We'll try without Deepwood first. And then I can subtract the Noblesse buff and just add the Red Shred. Let's see. Wait, what? No, Kaniche.
It's as good as done.
Okay. I think... I think it doesn't really matter what the rotation is, honestly, without TDDS in the team, right? So... yeah. Just something like that. Alright. Mannequin look like she hasn't slept in a month, because she hasn't. Here's an accurate representation of me. 2 NAs on Kaniche? Yes. So I believe to get the timing to work properly with the observation, you did 2 normal attacks and then Brazzy, from my understanding.
This will brighten up the place.
Story has only just begun.
Nice.
Such defiance. Fresh and floral.
Decay. New life.
Whoops. Oh, okay. I did not do it there. I'm gonna get blasted. I did. Yeah.
Big eye. This will brighten up the place.
Decay. New life.
Oh, damn it. That was bad.
Such defiance. A little ambiance.
Decay. New life. Locked on.
Oh, God damn it.
Big eye.
Skill issue.
This will brighten up the place.
Decay. New life.
I bet if I played this properly, I'd be doing... Oh, I didn't wait! Play this properly, put Kaniche on the 5-star, like on weaker weapon. I'm pretty sure I get 200k now, which he definitely was not doing 200k before on my account. Even with C2 Duran. Like, C2 Duran, Eons on Emily, it was not. It was not. This is without Deepwood, so... Yeah, I'm pretty impressed by that. Obviously, again, like the 5-star weapons and whatever is upscaling things. C2 Duran, obviously, duh. But alright, so attributes, attack percent minus attack. Remember, I'm sorry, kitten. Wait 1 second. Attack percent minus. Okay. Practically turn off C2, but even outside of that, damage is about the same as my full premium Skirk team. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I could get it to go higher with the better Kaniche gameplay and the different weapon on Kaniche still, so I'm happy with it. And I don't think Nicole Sig is a meaningful upgrade to this team realistically. Like, I'm pretty sure you do Nicole on, like, there's a chance that Nicole on TDDS is, again, this is a situation where it's just about equivalent with how much of the team damage Kaniche is doing, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Hey, you're Johnny meows? Yeah, the creature's meowing. Emily minus attack. And I don't think the attack matters on Nicole, but double... No, it doesn't matter, Nicole. She's gonna have plenty of attack needs with her Sig. Okay. So then just put in Deepwood here. So this would be the hypothetically Deepwood Duran instead of Noblesse Duran. Resistances, Dangerous. There we go. Okay.
I think no neutralize a little ambiance.
The story has only just begun! Target acquired.
Oh, god damn it. What a flub.
Fresh and floral.
By the way, you're doing... Yeah, TDDS works here perfectly fine, because I think you're doing 20-second rotations with the 2 normal attacks, right?
I got him cornered.
So I think you normally just do TDDS Nicole here. So I don't think Nicole's take is that significant an effect.
For the Lord of the Night.
What? God damn it.
A little ambiance.
Right, C2 during cons is the main difference maker here. Oh, god damn it. Oops. God damn it, I'm so flubbing. I've not gotten 5e like 2 or 3 times. That's terrible.
Target acquired.
I expected that to come sooner.
Claim these souls.
Okay, yeah, so Deepwood on Durin seems a bit better. And I think Emily's doing enough damage that a Reverie build is better. I forgot to do the normal attacks again. Whoops, bad. Yeah, bad gameplay. I'm pretty sure I hit 200k with good gameplay, even without potentially having a weaker weapon on Kanich. So, yeah. I don't know. I really like this. This is a really good one. As far as like the nuance of Nicole buffs Emily, and she buffs Durin, and you just get strong synergy all around. Like, at least you're consistent with your testing without the 2 NAs. Yeah, it's fine. I made similar mistakes between those two. I am pretty confident that Deepwood is better here.
But when it comes to weighing the cost of
Yeah, it's probably Deepwood Durin rather than Deepwood Emily is most likely to play. But you could also do Deepwood Emily. Like with the artifacts I have, it's possible Deepwood Emily and Durin on better artifacts that is, ideal. But I don't think that would be net gain as much. It might still be gain, but not as much. So, took me over 606 pulls to get C6. No, you already said that. Never mind. I'm dumb. Sorry, YouTube chat's moving really slow, so thought that was a new message. Never mind. How many people are even watching YouTube? They're all gone. 2 people. No, 68. All right. So yeah, I don't know. I like Nicole. She's not incredible. She is not power creep. I think that's fine. I think she's an easy character to skip. I think it's not that hard to find context where she's relevant. I will say I think probably her weapon is some of my vibe in the testing here, the little testing we've done. Her weapon is probably a little worse than I expected. Like I'm pretty sure in this team we didn't test it there, but like with the fact that we're doing with the 2 normal attacks 20-second or slightly over 20-second rotations anyways, it means TDDS works really well. And you just do Durin, Emily first, and then Nicole into Kanich. And like, so like I feel like, and the off-field damage bonus isn't going to do enough for Durin there to matter, and the TDDS buff for Kanich should do a lot. So like, I don't know, I feel like they kind of bungled on Nicole Sig. Like, because one, her burst in too many situations is not worth using, including with a high investment Varka, which means the energy refund isn't relevant. And for 2, the way they balance her attack buff relative to how much TDDS buffs is a little, and then the damage bonus buff only buffing the on-fielder by 26%, like, is enough to be pretty competitive on a baseline generic level with Thrilling Tales. But like, I think all it gains is rotation flexibility. It's similar to Lolly's Sig. It doesn't really gain meaningful damage value in a lot of team contexts. Despite all the energy and attack it gives and whatever, right? So, I like Nicole. I don't regret having it, to be clear. and I think it is impactful for some teams that will play. Will I be crowning the scale? Yes, I do plan to. But I think the SIG is kind of worse than I even expected. That's all there is to it. Thrilling Tale's too good. That's my vibe. But how much that will be the case is going to depend on how the team DPS balance is for your on-fielder versus your off-fielders, to be clear. But I think statistically, more people are likely to have invested more into more on-fielders than their off-fielders, which means most players, I think, will be more fine and balanced and mini team options for TDDS. And yeah, the energy, you don't even necessarily need it with good artifacts either. So like, this is a nice, easy way to maximize her buff with no compromises, essentially. Like, it's not bad. It just is like, the dumbest thing is all they really had to do, like, Nicole is leaned towards being a team-wide buffer rather than buffing the on-fielder more. So I feel like the main obvious thing to do would have been to make it buff off-fielders, all off-fielders, the same as it buffs on-fielders. So instead of it being active character gets 26% damage bonus, it is all party members get 26% damage bonus, right? Instead it's active character gets 26% damage bonus, and then if you have an off-field Hexeride DPS, like Durin gets half of that 26% damage bonus, but not Emily, because she's not Hexeride. Like, what the fuck? Like, 13% damage bonus is not enough for Durin to make it that relevant, right? Burst is good for blocking boss attacks when there's downtime and rotation for non-hex teams. Yeah, that's fair. Like, it is net gain to use if you have the rotation time. Like, for Lanyon, it's kind of weird, or I think it is net gain if I can make use of it properly. For Varka, obviously, they're not gain. For Kanich there, I don't think it's gain. But then for those teams that I was trying, that there was definitely teams I was trying that, yeah, that had downtime that, you know, may as well have been filled in with the burst, and then the burst is going to provide extra damage value if I have downtime anyways. So yeah, for sure. It's definitely not, her burst is never worth using, but her burst is in a healthy middle ground. I think Nicole's in a healthy middle ground. Her SIG is absolutely not worth the pulls. Is my vibe, but it is okay enough to like if you can get value from Durin's weapon too, to make sense to go for. But I would say in hindsight, I maybe should have just pathed towards Durin's weapon and been happy if I had gotten Durin's weapon. But oh well. And then not gotten this weapon. Like, I think I wouldn't be really that unhappy, even with the C6 Nicole. I don't think I'd be that unhappy without this. But I presume this will scale better with C6 Nicole, simply because TDDS is maybe at an advantage because we are relatively lacking in attack stats by her, you know, being less of an attack buffer than Bennett kind of thing. But with Colin, she becomes just as much of an attack buffer as Bennett, just with like C2. So at that point, maybe it starts to compare a little bit more favorably. But I don't know. I'll still default to this on her most of the time. But honestly, the main compelling reason for me to have it, clearly, I think the amusingly the standout for this stream for this weapon was Lanyon. Like, this weapon was better on Lanyon than I expected, and worse on Nicole than I expected, which is fucking funny. How'd you get convinced to go for C6 Nicole? Did you miss the summary earlier, Lito? C1 Durin or Nicole? I really like C1 Durin. I don't know, if you have... Especially if you have, like, no C6 Yeonson, no C6 Charus, I think strongly Nicole over C1 Durin. And in general, I would say Nicole should be more valuable in C1 Durin in a vacuum. But then there's some nuance, like what if you get C1 Durin now, and then you get C2 Durin in the future? Is that better than going for Nicole? I don't know. It's gonna depend on your account. I don't have a clear answer. I think TGS made a good video on like going over the investment differences with different constellations on Nicole and Durin. Like, a new character is more powerful than Durin's C1. But Durin's C1 doesn't take up a team slot. Durin's C1 doesn't require resources to build. And you might not have teams that get that compelling a value for Nicole, right? Oh, C1 for either. Oh, okay. Sorry, that's C1 for either. Then I don't think it matters that much. The one you like more. Like the exact. Go check out TGS's video. He made a video that kind of goes over this specific thing of different team contexts. The answer is Nicole C1 versus Duran C1 should be pretty similar in value. I like Duran C1 more personally, but that's because Duran C1 I think it works in a more compelling and enjoyable way for someone like Lanyon to me, because I like characters like Lanyon that have their damage distributed over a bunch of hits, and that means like Lanyon when doing 2 E's in a burst can use up all of Duran's stacks. So Nicole C1 will compare more favorably to Duran C1 in the situation of having a unit you're playing on field that doesn't do as many total hits, because Duran gets 20 stacks of a buff. So if you're not using all 20 stacks of that, then it's not as compelling compared to Nicole C1, which as long as you trigger that every 6 seconds on someone that does crit scaling damage, this probably scales better. But you could also end up in the rotation using Nicole C1 in certain teams on units that don't have crit on them, in which case one of these C1 procs could be wasted. But I don't know. It's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen the other. It depends for this too. But go watch TGS's video. I think he has. I think he might focus more on C2 to be clear for both of them. But I would say if your use case would be for a unit that hits a lot with a lot of total number of hits, say like Lanyon, C1 Duran better. Unit that hits less, or you just like seeing bigger number but don't care about like trying, because you can't amplify this with like a reaction, then Nicole C1. Nicole C1 would be fun on the level of like I'll see an extra 100,000 damage like pyro hit probably, or close to 100k damage pyro hit, or sorry, animo hit from Lanyon. That's cool, I guess. But yeah, if you have Atlas, Shanyun Sig, or a level TDDS, Nicole Sig really doesn't do much. Yeah. Yeah, especially having a good compelling attack stat stick in conjunction with TDS. So like that, like yeah, a Skyward Atlas or Shanyun Sig, attack stat stick, and having TDS basically covers all the situations you need different weapons. Nicole, like her weapon is almost, I feel like her weapon is almost rarely going to be relevant on anything other than a rotation flexibility level. That's my vibe. And like convenience of building level to maximize her buff, which is nice. So, and again, or high investment Nicole level maybe. Check out how many teams you can use one without the other more often. Yeah. C1 Nicole is better than C1 Duran unless you go for C2. Yeah, like that. The C2, if you're gonna go for C2 of either of them, that influences what you might do. So, yup. Anyways. But yes, so Lito, the summary of why we're going for C6 Nicole, because I wanted to get C6 Prune, and we got C6 Prune in an average number of pulls, but I had C3 Nicole with another 40 pity after C3 Nicole in getting C6 Prune. Which is unexpectedly very lucky for Nicole. Like, somehow that's basically an exact repeat of what happened with Varka, getting insanely lucky with the first few copies. And then a difference that happened is after the viewer summons, I was like, I said, also I won the 50-50 for weapon banner. And I had existing pity on there, right? After that, after I was done with C6 Prune, I had some spare wishes from the top up that was required to get C6 Prune. So I threw those wishes on weapon banner, hoping for Duran's weapon. Did not get Duran's weapon, but got to like 40 or 50 pity again. But after I did done with the viewer wishes, went back here. Someone gave me 4,000 Primo Gem, Genesis Crystal, whatever top up, and I was like, you know what? I'll do another top up and go to pity on Nicole banner again to see if I continue winning 50-50, since I already had won four 50-50s. And so, but I said I was only going to do that if I won the 37.5 for Duran's weapon. And I won the 37.5 for Duran's weapon, and I was like, well, sure, let's go, fine. I said I would do it. Let's see. And I didn't say I was going to C6 her at that point. I said I would go to pity again for C4 and see what happens. And I won the 50-50. And I went to pity, went to pity again. Won the 50-50 for C5. And then had more wishes left after that. And got an immediate 5-star after C5, which was the first 50-50 loss on the Nicole banner. But it was to Dia, again, at like 10 pity, which essentially easily guarantees C6. It guarantees C6 in less than 500 pulls. Which is very lucky for a C6 overall. Not insano lucky. Insano lucky is like 300 to 400. To be clear, it was very close to insano lucky. Like, if that Dia was a 50-50 win, there was a 50% chance that was insano lucky. Instead, it was just very lucky. And if I happen to get an early in going for the guaranteed C6, it will still be quite insanely lucky. So yes, it was Gamba led to Gamba, and I like Nicole. So, anyways, winning every time is not Gamba. Yeah, there was no Gamba. It was a 100% chance for 50-50 wins. It was kind of what it felt like. So now you have a C5 Nicole and C6 Varga. Yep, and I don't even think I'm gonna play Nicole that often with Varga, to be clear, because the enjoyment I get from C6 Varga is large. I think what I will enjoy the most is using non-Pyro Varga to do dire difficulty things. Like, I really enjoyed Hydra Varga in dire difficulty. I will enjoy, and one thing I want to test with like C6 Prune, for example. I think C6 Prune, so Hydra Varga currently, the best variant I had was Farina Mona Varka with Jean in the last slot. And Jean is fun in the last slot, but definitely has some downsides. I think Prune C6 in the last slot instead should be better, but that of course means I no longer have the healing for Farina. But just Prototype Amber is enough for me to keep up Farina damage bonus. So I think it means I will switch to Proto Amber on Prune most likely in that team context. I already have so much damage bonus that losing some attack stats for damage bonus on Prune is not that big a deal. And then I continue using TDDS on Mona, because I found actually interestingly, like, this is Hydra Varga is the main team that I found that it was better to do like Mona TDDS compared to getting more VV uptime, which is interesting. Wait, sorry, was it? Yeah, wait, what? No, yeah, I think that was the case. I'm just forgetting for a second. Sorry, yeah. So anyways, Nicole at C6 that makes every attack scalar insane. I tried her with Navi and she beats her Columbine and Lunar team. It took C6 to do that though. I would have expected. You telling me, like, did you test C2 ish? You're telling me Navia couldn't beat out her Lunar team without a C6, Nicole? That's a bit rough. How did we even start going for C6? I mean, Gamba Brain Rot is the simple answer. But Gamba Brain Rot and absurd RNG. It wasn't insane or lucky, but it was very lucky. And I did not expect that reality going in. And part of it, to be clear, was I was already fully mentally prepared yesterday to spend a good chunk of money in getting Prune. And particularly in, like I was prepared to spend, I had to do 2 top-ups for Prune, if I recall. For getting C6 Prune. And so, like, I was already mentally prepared to spend money. Because I was expecting the easily likely reality where I had to, do 300 pulls for Prune C6, right? Prune ended up arriving in average amount of pulls though, and then C3 Nicole in about the same amount of pulls. So even without losing the bet, he still ended up with C6 Nicole. Must have been fate, yeah. So, and to be clear, that bet was made with the mental preparation originally that, oh, C6 Nicole might cost $1,000. It does not cost $1,000. It is cost only, I think I did 4 top-ups. I had to go double check, but only $300 only. But also, again, part of that was for Prune. So, like, I don't know. know. I don't like. Was it worth it monetarily? Fuck no. I could do many other things in my life with $300, I guess. But like, I don't know, man. Fucking Genshin's my main thing I do, both for work and for that is a hobby. Obviously, I mean, work. I mean, I don't know what the. If Genshin is my work, but like, am I basically a whale now? I mean, I don't want to continue spending money like this every other patch, to be clear. This is way too much money in the last few patches. Like, I did very well last year overall, not spending that much money. Believe it or not, I don't think I did that bad. Like, after Verasa Banner, I decided to stop making those wishing videos where I spent money on wishing videos. And didn't spend much money. And then the Varker happened, and the Nicole happened. And I spent money for Albedo too, by the way. Well, I didn't spend much money for Albedo. It was just I was too dead inside I was too burnt out on grinding, and didn't want to grind to pity, for Albedo. And that was again in somewhat expectation that Albedo would be really valuable as an alternative to Linnea for Moongecko. And then I learned after the fact, because I'm stupid, that Albedo's coordinated attacks is not going to work against the Moongecko shield because it's coordinated attacks based on hits, which is fucking annoying. I still like Albedo for Navia a lot, and I still like Albedo. I don't hate having him, but like, you know. Anyways. Yes, and Varka was partially birthday gift. Nicole was less birthday gift, but, you know. Anyways. When I spend money in Genshin, it tends to, like this, it tends to put me in a pretty dedicated mindset of not wanting to wish, like, again, this heavily makes me not want to go for Lohen, for example. To be clear, I believe Durin is cool. I don't think they're here anymore. Durin is cool, yeah, gave me these, and they said these were for Lohen. They said for Lohen or whatever I want, to be clear. If I end up feeling really lazy, maybe I'll use them to get to pity on Nicole. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really tempted to use them right now. Ultimately, they're Primo Gems. Primo Gems are Primo Gems no matter what. But I kind of feel like I should try to earn it, right? I'd be more happy if I can earn the C6 from the grinding. But I might end up using those anyways, or whatever. So we'll see. But hopefully I can save those to at least throw those pulls on Lohen Banner, because I definitely am not inclined, having spent the money I spent, I am not inclined to now spend money for Lohen. And I'd kind of rather just save up, and maybe I get Sandrone instead, because, hey, Sandrone Yai seems cool, right? But, yeah. Anyways, yep, my account's unrelatable, but I don't know. The most annoying thing about having cons, especially, I mean, having C6 Nicole, is like, is the people that go like, you have C6 character, your account is unrelatable. And it's like, that's only if I'm using her. It's like if I don't use her to do an Abyss or Stygian clear, why does it matter that I have her? C6, right? That's the frustrating thing that I don't understand why people can't get past sometimes. When they're like, oh, they know I have C6 Nicole. You couldn't clear Stygian without C6 Nicole. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, kind of thing? Like, people have this annoying bias that when someone spends money in Genshin, or has a C6 of a character they perceive as powerful in general, that somehow that taints the whole account, and that I can't possibly show a lower I can't do what I did earlier, where I put lower investment builds and I tweaked the stats to show what the thing would perform like at relatable, free-to-play, more casual investment, whatever. Like, yeah, it's unrelatable if I use her, but one of the nice things with her just being a C0 Bennett or other units side grade is that, guess what? I can just use those fucking other units. Crazy. Like, like Nicole doesn't fill any particular specific archetype to a degree that I think her C6 will be a problem on my account, essentially. Because I think I will have an alternative to use her no matter what. And if I feel the need to use her, or I want to use her, I'll use her, right? I like her, but... yeah, they see one C6 and assume the whole account is hyper investment. And don't get me wrong, I have meaningfully higher investment in general. Like, what we saw earlier was, like, in particular, like, the conjunctions of having 5-star weapons available for that, like Chlorine, it was right, it was C0 R1 Nicole, C2 R1 Duran, so like the Duran cons, well, Duran cons alone, or Duran C2 alone was like 25 to 30k DPS for the Chlorine team. So it went down to 130k without C2 Duran. And then, but then removing the Duran signature weapon, removing Nicole's signature weapon, removing, putting Emily on Fab, which I should have put her on a different weapon in my opinion, but, and then putting Chlorine on Eshu, a free-to-play weapon, right? Yeah, then it goes from 130k to 140k. Yeah, the conjunction of many things together absolutely does a lot. That's another thing a lot of people sometimes realize and sometimes don't realize, is that like any individual thing isn't necessarily insane. Sometimes they can be significant, like Duran C2 is pretty damn significant. But like, it took me removing basically every bit of additional investment I could to get the team to go below 100k DPS. And like, from the usability for whether that team would clear Abyss doesn't fucking matter at all, right? Like that 90k versus 130k for that Chlorine team is not gonna fucking affect your ability to clear Abyss. It can definitely be the difference to your ability to clear Stygian, but that's still gonna be, like, Stygian doesn't even matter when it's gonna be far more down to enemy mechanics in my opinion. But the Stygian is also getting to a point though where they're so fucking high in HP that even when you meet the enemy mechanics, you still have a high DPS check, like 100k plus, which is bonkers. Like, I don't know, they're making Stygian bosses so fucking cringely restrictive to try to make sure you feel hyper punished for not using the like featured banner units, that I just fuck Stygian in my opinion for evaluating characters and teams that are relevant to play. So like how you try to power down characters though people complaining won't stop. I mean, people don't really complain anymore, just to be clear. I'm not really making videos that focus on that at all. It's hard for me to make videos that just go over shenanigans in general, because like it's not that like, oh, I can't do shenanigans anymore because, oh, I have too high of investment on my account. No, it's because I can't do shenanigans anymore because shenanigans don't work when they're designing enemies the way they're doing. Like the difference in like using the intended team in the second side of this Abyss versus a non-intended team is brutal. Even like we saw that with Kave. Even when I had Columbine and Lau on the team, it was not trivial to clear on the second side when I was using Columbina and Lama together, but I was using Kave on field instead of like on fielding Columbina, right? Like that's how the design is currently going, and that fucks my ability to be able to make like shenanigan videos and try to just have fun with doing fun things in the game's combat system, because there's no content to show that it actually works other than, oh, I can show it on a damage dummy doing okay damage. But then now, because the fucking damage dummy is a thing, and all fucking people do for the combat in Genshin is half the time seems like just sharing fucking screenshots around of, ooh, look at my big number screenshot DPS that I get. Rather than sharing clears that are impressive, they just share a screenshot of DPS. So now everyone's fucking brains are warped by the power creep of like, oh, a 60k DPS team, that's useless. Like, no, a 60k DPS team, if it's some kind of fun shenanigan team with a weird nuance and mechanics that actually works surprisingly okay, is actually completely usable in Abyss as long as the enemy mechanics aren't completely cringe. Isn't it hard for you to make videos in general right now? I mean, yes, I wasn't talking just right now. Losing the sponsor and losing Yomiholic money is a demotivator on top of already being demotivated from making videos. But like, they were the nail in the coffin, not like the fundamental things going on that made it harder to do shenanigan videos, right? So it's why I made the bet, but well, I still had the sponsor and everything. I made the bet of like, hey, I'd C6 Nicole if Milliastra Wonderland custom combat became a real thing. And I don't know. Apparently, I'm pretty sure I won that bet, but I still C6 Nicole, or will be. So whatever. But anyways, just cleared the first half of Abyss with a 60k DPS Chlorine team, so 90k DPS is way above what's needed. Exactly, right? Like. So, I don't know. It just puts things at a weird spot because of the conjunction of both the power creep in the game and people's and the community themselves being shifted in expectations around teams that like apparently anything that isn't like at least 100k is garbage, I think, to most people, because now that like before the DPS dummy was a thing where you could just share an in-game screenshot of DPS, it was not that big of a deal, I feel like, to just be like, yep, here's a team that does really well. But now it's like, okay, or that does really well. But now it's like, you could go and show a clear to someone of some jank team clearing Abyss, and then they're gonna be like, oh, what's the team DPS? And like, you show them a team DPS screenshot of like 40, 50k DPS, and they say it's garbage. And it's like, but it cleared the fucking endgame content that gives you Prima Gems. So like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it's not clearing Stygian, sure, at 45k DPS. What you do is a fucking reroll feather. I don't know. Yeah, it's like people don't know what fun is anymore. And to be clear, if you get fun out of optimizing your combos and the damage dummies, don't get me wrong, that's cool. But it's just like, I don't know. People's perception of things is all warped because of the balance of power creep and the damage dummy. And it's like, the damage dummy is a useful tool, but I think how most players are using it is not as a tool. So, I don't know. Anyways, and it's the conjunction of all these things together that's made me demotivated from making videos, but I'm still enjoying Genshin Impact. But apparently enjoying Genshin Impact in my own way without as much of a content focus constantly in my mind to make videos every week. Although again, I think again, the Lanyan video is a fucking, maybe I just need to give up on the Lanyan video and just try to make this transition that I'm tempted to do. Like, watching Lazy Matman's videos, his Isaac videos, has made me feel like there's something valuable in, like, particularly in Genshin being like a daily type experience game, in just do like a quick and dirty, mostly unedited video where I just be like, alright, today what are we doing? Well, Nicole's on banner, let's do something with Nicole for 30 minutes. And then clip it and chip it. And by clip it and chip it, I mean like just use a tool in DaVinci Resolve to auto clip out dead zones. What, like, we're allowed to talk about Sandrone? Yeah, go ahead. So, also no taco, sorry, I just saw your message. I have not activated cons. Do the transition by yapping about Lanyan with Nicole. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, I might just make the Lanyan video, be that first video, and it's just like an hour and a half plus of me yapping about different things with Lanyan and things I gotta play around with with Nicole and Lanyan, and like showing some of those basic things, obviously, and seeing how that goes. I don't know, because I do want to continue making videos. I don't hate making videos. I just think I've lost the passion for editing, particularly when it's so hard. Like, edited videos is a craft of trying to like convey a specific message, and if it's very clear from like the format of the videos that I'm not trying to convey that much of a specific message or anything anymore, and I'm just showing my daily Genshin experience, I think that will cause a nice perspective shift for me and hopefully my viewers, where I don't think I would gain a bunch of viewers like the people that watched the Durin video who are like, you're stupid for saying that Durin is better than Moika, when I never said Durin's better than Moika. I said Durin is what I wanted Moika to be. It's like, fucking, like, Jesus Christ. Like, I think if I'm just doing daily experience videos, like, basically more condensed versions of the kinds of things I yap about in my live streams, I think that might be better overall for communicating how I enjoy Genshin, and how, hopefully, how I could encourage other people to enjoy Genshin. And still do the same thing where, like, I can do shenanigan videos, even if the Abyss is not doable or whatever. I can still do shenanigan videos, where I, like, okay, what 4 stars on banner? Prune? Alright, fuck it. Let's do Prune DPS today. Oh, Razor's on banner? I haven't leveled Razor. For today's video, I guess we'll just farm for Razor, and I'll talk about some ideas I have, but he's not leveled yet, so I can't do anything with him. Right? That's the kind of idea I have. I think there's some value in that daily experience type things. I miss Dia videos? Yeah. I mean, some days I might just be like, you know what, I haven't played Dia in a while. Let's go do a Dia Abyss run, and that's the video over the day. Right? I pulled C6 Nicole, but none are activated, and it's Lanyan. Oh, God. So yeah, anyways, I think I'll probably try to make this wishing video for C6... Or C6 Prune specifically, which will also magically turn into a C5 Nicole wishing video. But yeah. I got Dia pulling C6 Nicole. This is what she does. Yeah. That'd be a funny way to make another Dia video. Dia, by the way, is like another character. Like, I intended to make a video about, like, after getting C6 and level 100, but then I was like, but then the Dia video continued to explode in scope. It was the same problem as the Lanyan video, but even worse in some ways. But then now the power creep has happened that, like, it almost now has a reverse direction where the Dia video, if I want to make it now, is almost sad. Because honestly, my current conclusion is that because of the power creep and how things have scaled with both enemy mechanics and newer teams, is that C6 Dia in many ways feels weaker than Dia did when she was C3. Right? Like that feels bad, man. That my C6 Dia that I've invested, I put way more resources into her years later, and she kind of feels in many ways weaker than she did when she was lower investment. That's the worst of the power creep, I feel like. When you invest in your favorites over time and they feel weaker than they used to. And that doesn't, I don't want to make that video, that's just a bummer. But if it's a daily style video, it'll be mentioned in a daily style video at some point. I still enjoy Dia, don't get me wrong. But it does feel bad and feels, it's like a thing that I think is worth bringing up from a context of, like, you know, investing into Dia. It's crazy, by the way, that I've been able to get as many, like, I did not spend a bunch of money for Dia, remember? I just planned for the Dia pulls. It's crazy that I was able to get, like, Llama, Nefer weapon, and Dia without spending a bunch of money that patch. Like, or those two patches. That was some crazy good luck. Anyways. Wait for Stellar Melt meta? Yeah, like, it's so bad that, like, it feels like I have to constantly mention, oh, because of how, yeah, I feel punished for investing into my favorite unit, and it's just better to pull the new units, and it's just like, I don't know. The game is in a weird spot right now, and the community is in a weird spot as far as the game's content goes. And the most fun I had today was realistically just yapping about bullshit after listening to Nicole yap about bullshit. So in a weird way, I guess they're making me more of a lore enjoyer, I guess. I don't know.
I think not.
But I think not. No, Nicole disagrees. Become a lore YouTuber. That's probably not going to happen. Ugh. Can't believe the stream's still going. I know, it's a long stream. I'm going to end it very shortly after this cat treat redeem. Yap tuber, yeah. I have cat trees left in this? I think I do. They're almost out. Oh yeah, there's a decent bit in there. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what? Because the cats have had to wait so long, and you had to wait so long, I'll give them all the rest of these 8 treats in this bag.
Not the best idea I have ever had.
There we go. By the way, okay, well, I guess he's getting a third one. I love that these hexagons I've left on the ground. Like it's so funny. Cats are so funny with sitting on things on the ground. Hey, you goof. There you go. You already got 4. You got 4. You got 4. All right, there we go. I love that I just have these hexagons sitting on the ground, and then Osher will just be like, I'm sitting on the hexagon. Cats and sitting on things that are on the floors are just, it will never not be amusing to me. But yes, that's why they're just hexagons sitting on the floor still, because I like seeing them sit on it. I do need to clean up the pile over there. I should put some more on the wall, but anyways. Boop, 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 boop. All right. How are you liking your Nicole? I like her quite a lot, but I will say, I think, like, with the power creep we yapped about, I love her animations and whatever. The emote thing is a fun gimmick. I think she does that after certain attacks too. Thought she did. Did she not do that? Yeah, she does. Yeah, I like Nicole. But I do think, relative to how I think most players would feel, that I think most players would feel she's surprisingly weaker than expected, or depending on how much they're frustrated by like I've gotten very used to having to work around Bennett, right? If you are the type of player who has not gotten used to working around Bennett, I think Nicole will feel much better to you, right? I don't feel that much need to have the shield, and I've gotten used enough to working around Bennett's uptime that in most team formats I don't need the higher uptime buff, and primarily the value is the team-wide attack buff for me. And she does not feel insanely powerful relative to how OP some of the other characters felt recently. And you're not going to regret that old C6, believe me, it revives old DPSs. Yeah. Like, I think it's interesting from the perspective of, like, if you just hated all the new characters, because none of the new characters, like, synergize with old characters, and you pulled C6 Nicole just to Omega uplift fucking physical... I don't like any attack skill in the game. Like, well, everyone has attack skill in multipliers basically, but like, let's say you want to do freaking physical damage Toma. I don't know. Like Xin Yan. Yeah, there you go. That'll be a pretty significant upscale. And it's nice that it's just buffing for those characters, so it's always gonna feel like Toma's the one doing the damage, not like Nicole's damage is carrying when you pull C6 of Nefa or something, right? Or C6 of Duran even, where like C6 Duran could make it feel like Duran's doing too much damage. Nicole's all into buffing, which is something I tend to kind of like, with a little bit of defensive utility. So, I don't know, considering how many units we've had that have been like a ton of buffing, also damage, and defensive utility, I kind of appreciate that she just doesn't do damage, I guess. She does in a sense with her additive buff, I guess. But it's done in a good enough balance. It doesn't feel like she's doing damage per se. She's the best for two new Hexarai DPSs, like they design all new characters. The problem is somehow people expect that Hexarai is more top meta flexible than Lunar. Yeah. Like, so I don't know. Again, like I think engaging with what is stereotypically the meta in Genshin, I think the meta is dead. I think the meta is simply power creep now. Like, engaging with that mentality is just engaging with the power creep. And it's like, fine, then don't pull Nicole if you want to engage with the power creep. And don't pull Nicole if you don't think she's going to have a valuable team in your account. But, I don't know. I'm going to find... It's hard to, like, cover the scope of what the impact, even of her at C0 is, when there's so many units in the game that can do off-field damage, or that skill on attack in general, but also can do off-field damage. Ultimately, one of the things that actually suppresses her value is also the fact that like characters like Fischl and Shanling and Snapshot, if that didn't exist, the synergy with Fischl, which is already good, but the synergy with Fischl or Shanling would be stronger with Nicole, right? There is no meta. The meta is going to change in a week. You can't keep up. Yeah. I mean, if you get as lucky as I did with I could have been free to play this year, by the way, and gotten like all these... If I had the same luck, but just like was pulling C0 characters and been like smart with my free-to-play resources, I could have gotten like every character I wanted free-to-play without a problem this year, which is surprising. Like I probably could have gotten weapons too. Like what the fuck has my luck been this year? Anyways, if you're free-to-play and you're really lucky, or you're really good at planning resources you can keep up. But even like Zajeff is struggling. He's like there's a very good chance I feel like next year, Zajeff might struggle to keep up with endgame progression if they continue making bosses like they have been making bosses in Stygian, and him keeping his account completely free to play, because even as hyper efficient as he is trying to be, we're making relatively few mistakes. Like the only mistake he made this year, you would argue, for polling decisions wise, is, you know, Ziox convincing him to pull Varka. But like, Varka was a 50-50 win. Like at worst, that's 75 wishes that was lost for him. And it's like, did he pull Nicole? I don't think he did. I think he's planning to skip Nicole, and I think he was originally planning to pull Nicole if Lohan was a standard banner unit, because I think he wanted to do like Lohan, Melt, and whatever. But Lohan not being a standard bounty unit, I think, finalized that he wasn't going to get enough value from Nicole, because he knew that like part of the value of the upscale for Varka this patch was not just Nicole, but it was Prune with C6 for Varka, and he knows how like bosses have been designed, and so he knows that they're going to start designing Stellar Shield bosses, so therefore it's probably going to be better to pull the Stellar Shield to clear Endgame, right? But like I think one of the best things about Hexerai is that they designed Hexerai with the buffs and the new units in a way that isn't fucking like we haven't had a single enemy that's like team must have Hexerai. And I think the only reason that is, to be clear, I think, is because they didn't do like Hexerai damage bonus, right? They didn't do Natlan Night Soul aligned damage. They didn't do Hexerai Witch aligned damage. It's just like a lore tag thing. So they didn't have like a damage type to code for, to shill for. Instead, they had to shill for mechanics that are accessible from non-Hexerai characters. And it's like, yeah, so yeah, of course they didn't. Of course there's no shill enemies. Like, Hexerai units is how, if they're going to power creep, how the Hexerai units are balanced is more acceptable, tolerable balance. Like, I still think having Durin in the game is power creep. I think having Durin, Nicole, Team Core in the game, and the buffed Hexerais that can pair with them is all power creep. I think it's still power creep. It just doesn't feel like it is as much when they basically just get brought up to like slightly below the level of the other overpowered, more hyper niche targeted things, right? So I'm gonna use Memory of Dust on Nicole. That's a funny option. That gives away. I didn't even think about that weapon. I forget it's a thing. That's the weapon that gives a frick ton of attack percent if you have a shield, right? Does it require? Is it only attack percent? If no, I assume it works. Yeah. So I assume that's just like a similar to Skyward Atlas or better. With Nicole. But yeah, so I don't know. They're like the fact that Nicole isn't like, I was really worried with her release that she would just literally be super power creep in it, and that they were fine with power creeping Moeka with Nicole's release, because that would make like if they power creeped Moeka, like Moeka's best team just includes Nicole now, they would make all existing Moeka players pull Nicole, and they also might have made a lot of people who didn't have Moeka consider pulling Moeka. Instead, Moeka's at this actually relatively healthy spot for the current game state, where like you should pull Moeka if you're really interested in playing her. But otherwise you can skip Moeka at this point in the game, right? But if they had made Nicole super power creep Bennett, let's say C2 Nicole was base kind of thing, then like I don't know, then you feel pressure to pull Moeka and feel very pressured to pull Nicole, because like she's definitely going to become best in slot for various random things in the future if she's that strong. But they didn't. So that gives me some hope that hopefully things won't balance-wise won't be hell. And Sandrone, with like how they're doing their stellar stuff, seems to be at a baseline similar to Lunar, but less awful. Especially if they end up doing like these kit edition things, with each like let's say when Rhymegrass comes, they tweak a bunch of old characters for Rhymegrass the same way they're doing for Stellar Conduct, or Stellar Swirl. I don't know. Like, I think next year will be a bit better on a level of the new units allowing you to have fun with old units at least, which is cool. I think it's just a crapshoot on whether or not it'll be the old units that you like. Because that seems to be what the design direction is for Stellar, right? Like Sandrone, Stellar Conduct isn't gonna do shit for old units that, for the most part, aren't the units they chose to pick out, right? So did the Stellar formula literally just come out? Did it? I don't know. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't have any special scaling to it. It's just like times, like whatever multiplier you see that's Stellar Conduct damage, direct talent damage is ×2 because of Def Ignore. Is how you should basically consider it. So like the Yai's 125% Stellar Conduct multiplier is functionally a 250% multiplier, right? Which is, it's still like doubling her skill damage, to be clear. 1 minute to go. Okay, cool. I guess never go. Oh my god, my stream never ends. Go look at that. New banner type. Oh, these leaks again? Oh god. Why are they always not true? Why do I have a notification? help make r/anime
What
better.
am I now, you ask?
Go back in time,
Just a
get rid of
human
every
who's
mod
lost
on
her voice.
r/anime that was involved in shutting down the subreddit for many months at a time. Yeah, I know they were boycotting Reddit's cringe decisions. I still think all the I like on a level of sure you made a lot of people quit Reddit, fine. But like, man, our anime has been a much shittier place to go to for anime discussion, and it's been harder to find good places for discussing anime in general since the stupid fucking mods of r/anime tried to they shut down the subreddit because they want to join the Reddit boycott. God. Anyways, so get rid of all the mods. That's my call on r/anime. I don't discuss. I don't post anything r/anime. I'm completely a lurker and reader there because of how fucking god awful the mods are in our anime. They're so cringe. By the way, want an example? It's still the same mods, I'm pretty sure, as it was a while ago. They don't. This pisses me off so much. If it's a Chinese show, if it's a Chinese animation, it's not allowed on the subreddit. Well, with some exceptions, to be clear. With some exceptions. Like link click, I believe, managed to get popular enough that it was there. What the fuck is this JPEG, by the way? Yeah, there's some exceptions. But there's been a bunch of random Chinese shows that like were actually like surprisingly good that did not get posts. To be clear. There's definitely exceptions. It's not universal. Like, I don't think it's an official rule, but I'm pretty sure there's something fucking going on. Something fucking going on. Anyways. Want to watch those? Do you got any? I watched a recent one that was kind of okay. I don't even remember what the title of it was. It wasn't really worth my time to watch. Link Click is the only one I strongly recommend. I forgot what the LOTM stands for. That one is interesting, but the story is kind of convoluted. I think it's a better story to read than it is to watch, but it's visually pretty, I guess. Alright, base melt. Is this the reaction or is this the talent damage? It's direct damage. Okay. So for hit numbers 0, 1, 10, stellar superconductivity is 1.45, 1.9. I already heard about that. But that's the okay, this top thing I think is just the normal reaction damage. And then so stellar superconductivity base damage times attack times 1 plus base enhancement %. Direct stellar superconductivity 1 plus 6 times EM. That's okay, normal-ish formula, whatever. I think that's pretty similar to whatever. There's no secret 1x here. Stellar superconductivity bonus, yep, times res coefficient times crit times enhancement. Times enhancement? Does this 1.9 apply to talent multipliers? I'm slightly confused here. Is this just the reaction damage itself, or is this the direct damage? Is that the enhancement damage? I don't know. Oh, thanks for linking them. I can't remember. What the fuck was it? Maybe I'm just super anti r/anime. I know. The mods actively piss me off on multiple occasions in the past, so I still use r/anime as like a default resource to check discussions because I prefer Reddit as like a forum site compared to like going to a Discord, which is not very well organized for just like discussing something, particularly something if it's not like a live discussion. Like Discord's fine for like live discussion of something, right? But anyways, as for the first variable in the formula. What do you mean the first variable in the formula?
What am I?
Oh,
now,
it's the
you ask?
so the
human who's lost her voice.
So the number of hits you do with the field up itself does affect your direct damage? I see. I don't know what is the times enhancement? Am I just a dumbass? What am I forgetting? Superconductive base multiplier is related to the number of hits. Yeah, okay. So there is a base multiplier to direct damage. What? Sorry, what the fuck is happening with this formula? So stellar circuit, this base multiplier, which is the 1.45 or 1.9 times attack plus 1 times base enhancement percent. Where the fuck is this in the formula? It's the times enhancement here? Like, is this, like, what? Visually, this is just presented in a fucking convoluted way. Yeah, I know about the every 3 seconds thing. I'm not confused about that. I'm confused about where this is actually being used in the formula. Like, what's visually being presented here with the text up here, and what is the enhancement thing? Is the enhancement this entire first line here? To be Hero X is pretty good. Oh yeah, that was the fucking big one I was thinking of. Fuck yeah, there we go. I knew there's a big recent one. To be Hero X, I'm 90% certain was not allowed for whatever reason on r/anime. That was the nail in the coffin for me thinking that they're fucking twits. Unless I'm dumb, there was not a single To Be Hero X thread. No, I'm not dumb. I definitely went out of my way to search. I went out of my way to search to see if they had To Be Hero X discussions, and I had to go to a dedicated To Be Hero X subreddit to find a discussion thread for To Be Hero episodes. But it's a fucking anime, yo. Like, and it was banned in the subreddit because the fucking mods are cringe ass wipes. Like, that's all. Anyways, have I done the 2 new Archon quests? No, not yet. Also, I said I was going to do the freaking Nicole House quest earlier. I totally forgot. Most of the scaling is EM. The 6 times EM divided by EM thing is pretty normal for reaction scaling things. That's nothing abnormal. I'm pretty sure that's like, what's the direct lunar charge formula? Oh, it's a fucking fandom site. Bro, fuck you. Okay. Images. Yeah, so like that's just the EM bonus formula basically. Oh my god, can we, there we go. Fucking Imgur. Shit ass website. Yeah. So you can see EM bonus is 5x EM plus 2100. That's a very similar thing. Alright, 6 times EM plus 200. That's a very similar thing as they do in general. This explains why Chi-Chi and Diana get more hits in their kits. Yeah. I mean, Yai gets more hits too, right? A lot of hits. It's a donghua, not an anime. Yeah. Which is, but like, it's a so dumb arbitrary distinction when the like general media format is the same. And it's like, I'm sure they'd be like, well, if we allow donghua, then we have to allow like Western cartoons. Like, God. Does the second plus 2000 make sense? No, that's a little weird, I think. But I'd have to go double check some other damage formulas to recall. Again, I'm more confused with the base multiplier thing and whether or not this means, because frankly, that's an interesting gimmick. If the amount of hits, because like the field is created from triggering the like electro plus cryo in the first place. And again, I'm not aware of whether or not the field, if there's going to be any issue with the field going away if you have like Pyro in the team too. I'll be quite disappointed if bringing Pyro is really bad kind of thing. I think my hope is it's something like Emily, where as long as you have superconduct being triggered at the baseline every like, I think the base duration is 6 seconds for the field. So as long as you trigger superconduct every 6 seconds, my hope is you can bring Pyro in and not fuck up anything. But yes, as far as I'm aware, yeah, it tracks superconduct, or it tracks any cryo and electro hits while that field is active for every 3 seconds. And if you hit 10, which is the max sax, if you have 10 hits of electro or cryo from any source in 10 seconds, then you get a 1.9s multiplier. But does this 1.9x affect your direct damage? The implication seems to be it does, which makes things real fucking weird to calculate what the thing is. With 1,000 EM, it's 1 plus 2 plus 2,000. Okay, so that does... Oh yeah, no, you're right. That doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Yeah, you're right. The plus 2,000 probably shouldn't be there. That's probably a mistake. You wanna know why that happened? I bet this is just in fucking AI translation bullshittery. They probably just duplicated the plus 2,000 for some reason. Yeah, I wasn't even adding that. Again, my brain is focused on what the fuck the multiplier for the base enhancement works. It's a weird implementation if it is. But it's much better than just like lunar charge direct damage and lunar crystallize just having a multiplier modifier that doesn't, that's just secret and it's always there. But yeah, it's probably just AI translation bullshit. Chinese version without the plus 2,000? Okay, yeah. Is that the only problem with this though? That probably is the only problem with this because everything else is just multipliers. The 6 times EM plus 2,000 is completely sensible. That's normal. Then times bonuses, times res, times crit, times whatever. That's all normal. But it's very interesting. I don't know. 0.5 IR for Sandrone, so she can be interrupted, I think. Of a new Chronicle banner, you can pull for the buff characters such as Yai, Miko, Sino, Chi-Chi, Risley. Of course, you have to pull for them. Bro. Oh. That's ass, man. Unless they change the base rarity and make them less likely or like guaranteed. If it's a guaranteed banner or whatever character your choice, fine. If the base rarity is fucking 1% instead of 0.6%, or the pity is 50.
What am I now, you ask?
Right? Yeah, if it's weapon banner, if it's 0.8% base rarity plus 63 pity is start of soft pity, fine. That's better. That's better than dedicated banner. If it's not, if it's 0.6% and there's no capturing radiance and there's a separate pity when these banners and it's a separate banner type, so who the fuck knows if you have existing pity if it'll ever be relevant again, and there'll probably be a cringe fate point system just like Chronicle banner, or even if there isn't a cringe fate point system, it's just a normal guarantee that you can carry over. If they don't run these banners consistently, you'll never fucking be able to consistently know when you can actually use that save guarantee, even if you can save a guarantee. Like, stop making fucking new banners. Just run additional banners, assholes. Just run a third fucking banner. Or two or four banners. Fine. Run a fucking... Make it Sandrone, Risley, Sino, Miko, all at the same time. And then you do 2 separate weapon banners for 2 weapons each. That would be so much better than doing this shit. I hope this fucking isn't true. Unless, again, the pity is not fucking cringe. Or pity base rates, whatever. If there's something different about it. But otherwise, like, again, like, a severe significant issue I have with Chronicle Banner is it's functionally more expensive to pull old characters on Chronicle Banner. And more punishing because of no carryover guarantee and whatever and whatnot too. And like, the only benefit is that you can maybe lose to a unit that is another limited unit instead of losing to a standard banner unit. But that has to, like, for that actually to be valuable, that has to be losing to a unit that's actually valuable to you. If you're wishing for Emily on the Chronicle banner that was previously, and you got Siegewein, who was useless to you, that's no different than if you wished on a normal banner and lost to Chi-Chi. But it would have been better on a normal banner to lose to Chi-Chi, because then at least you get the Capturing Radiance progress. Like, so if this is just fucking Chronicle banner, but a different variant, that's so ass. But if it's a Chronicle banner, but actually makes fucking sense, then it's fine, I guess. Ugh, I don't know, I'm not optimistic about it. That's really rough if that's the way to get, like, Yai for Sandrone, and it's an ass banner structure. We'll see. Imagine Theater gives you currency where you're able to buy items that can turn into 5 stars, yeah. I don't know. If it's a banner that lasts 3 months, by the way, if it's a banner that lasts 3 months, and the currency you get from it is, like, a different currency that you get for playing different content in the game, and it's intended to be like, oh, every player in the game can get, like, 1 or 2 characters guaranteed over 3 months, and then if you want to get any more from that, you have to pull or pay money. That could be a cool gimmick too. Like, there's variations of gacha systems that could be cool gimmicks. I've seen enough different gacha systems at this point that they could do something cool, but I don't have faith in that. Not from Hoyoverse. Just want Yai because it's my first Yai banner? That sucks. Yeah. Cross your fingers that it's, like, not like Chronicle banner then, and that it's actually just, like, the bare minimum is, like, it has to be higher base rate, like weapon banner base rate of 0.8% and lower pity. Because then at least it's like, okay, you could plan 130 pulls for Yai. So at least Yai is cheaper on average on this banner than on a normal limited banner, or a new banner, right? Resin spend is fragile primos for this banner. Oh god, that'd be funny. Oh god. Prefer to get Yai from that Chronicle banner than Inazuma, at least. Yeah, that's fair. I guess... I don't know. If I want Yai if Yai C4 does double her burst damage, and I want to try to pull Yai C4, I'd be fine with losing to Risley. I'd be fine with losing to Chi-Chi.
What am I now?
Since I don't have C6. And I'd be fine with losing to Sino. So, I don't know. But again, like, I'd only be happy about actually wishing on there. Did you hear that sound? And then the cast just destroyed something. What was that? Let me go investigate, and then I guess it might be ending the stream. How am I streaming longer today than yesterday? I don't know. New character effect. I like Nicole. Oh well. Lots to talk about. That banner's lucky. Everyone has peak designs. Yeah. Alright. You know, we're gonna go investigate. If I might not be able to turn on the camera. If I can, I'll turn on the camera. But I have my package in my living room with my address on it. So, let's go see what my cats just destroyed.
Not the best idea I have ever had.
Yeah, I thought it broke. Nope, it was fine. Knocked over a lamp. It was fine. That's what I get for putting that lamp there. I mean, I put that lamp there. I put that lamp on top of a box so that I could have light in that corner of the living room if I needed it. It wasn't exactly a perfectly stable position. Although it wouldn't have mattered if it wasn't up. That box is sturdy. Like, it was the same sturdiness as a table. He just jumped up on it and tipped over the lamp. It would have been the same situation on an actual table. It doesn't matter. And it's fine. It didn't break. Always the orange one? Yeah. If I play a Duran Fischl Overload team, would Fischl be the better user of the new artifact set? I mean, Duran... Oh, fuck. I don't even know. Duran and Fischl's damage contribution, I think, is relatively similar, honestly. So... I would actually lean towards Duran on the new artifact set, because I think ER is a more relevant stat on Duran than Fischl. Not that ER is irrelevant on Fischl, like you need enough energy to make sure you can burst every other rotation, but yeah, like Fischl also I think has the potential to be stronger, but it also depends on your account and your weapons available potentially too. Like, it could be better to put Fischl in the new artifact set. Because it's not like it's going to be that much worse than Golden Troop necessarily. But yeah, I think Fischl's scalability at a baseline is better. And Duran appreciates the ER more. So yeah, that's my vibe. But it will vary a little bit. I think Duran on the Hexride DPS set is a little bit worse. If you already have like a compelling crit stat stick for him, frankly. Like, not having a crit stat stick weapon for him means maybe, like say Lion's Roar or whatever, means maybe you want the free crit artifact set instead, right? on him, and then you just put Fischl in the new set for convenience. Oh, there's another factor though, to be clear. This is maybe the more important factor. So, was an overload team for the new artifact set. Is it a pyro on-fielder or an electro on-fielder? Because if it's a pyro on-fielder, Fischl might be better on the set, because if Durin is on the set and you have a pyro on-fielder, you're only getting pyro damage bonus. Because the set is giving you damage bonus for whatever the equipper is, and whatever the on-fielder is, if you have 2 hexes in the team. Whereas if you have a electro on-fielder, then you put it on Durin, and you're getting pyro bonus for Durin, and you're getting electro bonus for the electro on-fielder. So I might lean towards Fischl instead if you are using a pyro on-fielder. Pyro, Mav, Yoimiya, and other options. Okay. Yeah. So even though I think Fischl might be normally the default one to keep on the higher damage build, I think it makes more sense, right? Or does it? I don't know. I think it still might depend a little bit. Either way, at the very least, they care about the same stats, other than Electro Goblet versus Pyro Goblet, right? Fischl Snapshot. Oh yeah, that I think won't be a problem, because so Fischl doesn't snapshot her stats. I assume she can snapshot this damage bonus, because I think it goes in the stat screen, which usually means that it's a snapshotable stat, versus like Farina's damage bonus is not a snapshotable bonus. But I'm not 100% on that, to be clear. I didn't test it. But anyways, so this is that you activate this when you use an elemental skill, and your use of your elemental skill happens before Fischl's ability actually checks for her current stats for how it deals damage. So this should be applied properly to Fischl's damage, as far as I'm aware. And if it doesn't snapshot, then it applies no matter what, regardless, right? Because if it is coded to be dynamic, like Farina buff for some reason, but I suspect it does snapshot, and it should be fine either way, I think. Oh, that's true. I forgot. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, I'm dumb. Yeah, if Durin's the on-fielder, I guess when you switch to, as long as you use Durin first before Fischl, which you probably would, because of Fischl's uptime. I guess that's true. I forgot. Fucking snapshotting. It should. Fuck me. Snapshotting makes so unintuitive rotations. Like, it just shouldn't fucking exist. I maintain my perspective that it was a design mistake. I don't think they should remove it at this point, to be clear, but it was a fucking design mistake. It is stupid that this is a consideration so often. Like, because of the fact that the character snapshots, it means you have to do unintuitive things, like purposely doing this. It's ultimately technically an upside, but kind of fucking awkward to work around sometimes. Never mind. So yeah, I guess so. Never mind. Ignore what I said. I still think it's not bad to put it on Fischl, but I think it's probably just better to put it on Durin, and then you snapshot it with Fischl, and you get both, and you get the electro damage bonus and whatever, right? I hate snapshotting Ventia and Chongling in my Varka team. Yeah. Probably just whoever has the better balance. Yes, it's gonna be whoever has the better balance. And again, whether or not you have like a 5-star weapon to make one of the two do more damage might actually influence who is better to put on their own like higher DPS, personal DPS set. It could change depending on your account. Again, other than the goblet, all the artifacts you'd probably want for them, I mean, you might want different main set circlets, again, depending on what weapon you have, are the same. So like the answer regardless is farm some of the new set and get crit stats on Flower Feather. And well, Durin might want a little bit more ER substats potentially depending on the team. Whereas Fischl probably doesn't need as many, but for the most part, the stats they want are the same. So no matter what, you're getting a build for either of them at the same time, unless you happen to get lucky with an onset goblet. And if you happen to get lucky with an onset goblet, well then that may influence you towards putting those artifacts on one character or another, right? Like, ultimately, I think it might be a decision that comes down to the RNG. So, anyways. Trying to call Durin child? I didn't, because I don't have child. But you know what? I've already been streaming for fucking 9 hours and 35 minutes. I want to end the stream with an Abyss run. because we did too much not actual combat. What's up, Saluna? How's Nicole? Hi. You were joining right as I end the stream, and I just summarized some things a second ago, but I like Nicole. I am surprised they didn't make her more power creep, because she's just fine. She's a well-balanced unit. I like her. I'm really glad we have a team-wide attack of her now. I gotta test a lot more with her. I got quite kind of distracted this stream. I have to test a lot more with her. But I do like her. Oh, you know what? Hey, let's do... Wait, no, not brute force. Oh, wait. Can I think I can brute force with... I think I could with Navia. I think I could brute force with Navia. Do Navia Shalonen, but I want to do Hexerai. I want to do Hexerai. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do Nicole, Bennett, Albedo. Wait, no, fuck. I need Outfield Pyro. I guess I'm doing... Damn it, shit. I need it... Fuck. I wanted to do Omega attack buffing. I didn't do Nicole and Bennett together. That's something I want to investigate too more. I don't think it's gonna be super relevant that often, but it is funny that we can get Omega more attack stats. But yeah, no, I need Off-Field Pyro. Damn it. All right, whatever. All right, let's do it. Let's do it, Navia. You have Serpent's Spine. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. Would definitely still like more Kurt and my Navia, but whatever. At this point, I don't really see how I fix that problem. Other than putting a Kurt, which should I? Nah. Yeah, well, whatever. Let's just embrace the RNG. Who cares? Red mark on Nicole. A couple constellations. Don't worry about it. I don't feel like explaining the constellation situation. I got very, very lucky. I wanted C6 Prune. I was prepared to spend a bit of money for C6 Prune. I got C3 Nicole and going for C6 Prune. And then I went a little bit further because I was on the high of 50-50 wins and I kept on winning 50-50s, okay? I'm going to get C6 Nicole, but I'm going to try to grind to finish it off. I have a guarantee for C6. I've only done 400 pulls in the banner. That's not that many pulls in the banner for C6. You can spend 400 pulls in the banner and not get C2. But anyways, don't be like me. Be better with your existence. Okay. No, I don't want to do anything. I don't want to think about second half. I'm too tired. What? just wanted this to be chill. Is this gonna be better than? I mean, we get damage bonus for Albedo. Is this gonna be better? Is Nicole's burst with using? I don't know. Is this gonna be better than using Bennett though? I don't know. You know, not having C6 Bennett is worse, that's for sure. Wait, I should be... What am I doing? I should be using a cold normal attacks. I'm dumb. Does she have any walk cancels? Yep. I don't know if it's that relevant. It's also annoying as hell audio-wise. Maybe most annoying sound-wise audio for her. But theoretically, that might be the way to get the fastest hit sequence out of Nicole. Might be N1 walk. But I'll just spam normal. Actually, okay. Okay, that attack is definitely not worth it. It's got to be at least N2. N2 walk. Wait, can you not N2 walk? Okay, you can N2 walk, but it takes a little bit longer in the animation to N2 walk. Oh, fuck. I think it's better to N1 walk. God damn it. I think it's better to N1 walk, because the N2 animation takes a while before it lets you N2 walk. Oh my god. Also 70% of Nicole buff team-wide on normals, charge attack, and skill, and burst hit. Yeah. So I don't know, it's interesting. I think the damage bonus for Albedo might be enough to make this better for Navia, but Navia also, does she have a good way to wait for the 3 seconds? I guess if I burst on Navia as I go on field on her, try to time it like that, maybe? I don't know.
Such defiance. Heaven's will.
Story has only just begun. Coming to be.
I'm gonna do this.
Send-off.
Should have done it earlier, but whatever.
Okay. You live.
This one's got your name on it. This one's got your name on it.
Didn't crit. Did I not refresh Albedo? I have no stacks there.
Feeling lucky.
There you go. Okay. This boss grew on me? Yeah, no, I like this boss. If they put it in Stygian, I'm sure it's going to be cringe in some point, but I do actually like this boss. It's a weirdly convoluted, but ended up in a good way.
By the frost moon of old.
Can't hide the truth.
Hello?
No more lies.
I should probably try to see if I can kill the thing before it ever even goes into this phase. It'd be funny. Probably can.
The mystery unravels. No more lies. It all falls into place.
Oh god. Lost all my buffs. OMG, you pulled C1 Nicole? I got a little bit more than C1 Nicole, but yes, I did get very lucky. I got very, very lucky. EM is whatever.
Are you
Turning point.
Frick you.
Coming to be.
a proper send-off from the Stina with love? Coming at ya. Hiya. Big on. Heaven's will.
I have no idea if this is actually worth using, by the way, but it's
Story
fine.
has only just
You trigger at least twice on Albedo and Durin.
witnessed my great
This I meant to do.
A proper send-off from the Stina with love. Feeling lucky.
Oh, you can also just hold E, I guess. You don't have to burst first, because you kind of end up wanting to do hold E on Navia anyways, and you can just hold E for a little bit of extra time, right? It's probably fine. So I think the 3-second thing is not that bad for Navia. I wonder if it's worth... Like, I want to make a video on Nicole. I don't know where to fucking exactly focus on Nicole. Maybe one of the things I can focus on is like how the 3-second thing is weird and kind of awkward, but like generally speaking, not really a problem.
No more lies.
Oh, goodbye, llama buff. Only being an 8th llama buff.
Let's see what you're made of.
Nicole's Big Bennett. No, I want to be a little bit more than that. She's more like Woman Bennett, and that better. No, I'm joking. Well, I mean, I prefer it, but anyways. What artifact set is your Durin on? Noblesse, currently. No, I am not confident that is better.
Stay back. Story has only just lived.
I live within you.
What happens if I trigger? How much damage do I get in Albedo?
Burst forth.
60,000. Wow.
Leave it.
Alright, should have done this earlier. Whoops.
From the Stina with love.
Chill, dude.
Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Didn't crit.
Hiya. Haha.
Turning point in space.
Big on. This one's got your name on it. Hey there.
I killed them all. Oh, I almost killed them all. They were just unfortunately all out of Albedo's burst rate. Or, like, Albedo's really good at hitting those in AoE, but they were just all barely outside of range.
This one's got
Bam.
your
I kind of like it better than Bennett. I think the uptime and giving more flexibility and just doing whatever whenever is quite nice. I don't think that's necessarily my favorite Navia team, but I think Nicole will give me more ability to swap into Navia at different times. Because I've definitely run into like awkward uptime problems and Bennett circle and that things that are annoying with Navia. So, I don't know. I kind of like it. I like it. This is why this kind of thing, like, I didn't have like a strong inclination that Nicole was going to be valuable for Navia to me, but that's why we tested it anyways, to see if there's something that you feel you like more. So anyways, we'll probably do more whatever testing tomorrow. It might be Twitch only, depending on if I feel like making a YouTube thumbnail tomorrow morning. But I do plan on doing more testing. It might just be a Lanyan focused testing day, I don't know. So, anyways, nice way to end out the stream. I wasn't sure I would like Nicole there that much, but it was particularly because, like, you know, attack buff is not really relevant to Albedo doing a bunch of death scaling damage, right? So, like, but damage bonus still works, so, you know, it's not bad. Technically, he does do attack. Wait, maybe his burst is worth using. Is his burst worth using with Nicole on the team? How much damage does it do? I don't know how many instances. It does like multiple instances of this Fatal Blossom damage, right? 7 Fatal Blossoms with burst, so it's 7. I assume is it just 7 times this multiplier? Nicole with Muika? Not right now, but I should. Yes, I'll play Nicole with Muika at some point. I'm gonna test C1, C2. Yeah, when I end up activating it, but I'm gonna wait at C0 for a while. It's gonna take me a while to like cover the different things that like no matter what I do, I think once I activate the cons, I'll have like some random use case of like, fuck, I wish I had checked if C0 and Nicole was relevant here. Cause like it'll be hard to. Let's say I forget and I haven't done Lynette yet. Let's say I forgot to test C0 Nicole with Lynette. I'd feel a little bit bad about that because Lynette is one of the use cases where Bennett C6 kind of fucks with things with DPS Lynette and, you know, causes some problems. So I need to test a large spread of different things, which means it's going to take me some time testing C0 in different contexts for me to become very confident about how I feel with different kinds of ideas for team building, so I can properly talk about her into the future. But yeah, Nicole, C1 or weapon? I probably C1. I had a yap earlier about how, based on my limited testing so far, again, there's a lot more stuff to like cover that I want to mess around with. I think our weapon was actually worse than I thought it was going to be. Like, I think in a lot of team contexts, it's just not meaningfully better in a way that matters at all. Because in a lot of team contexts, it's not relevant to burst, meaning the energy isn't relevant. But then in some of the team contexts where it is relevant to burst, it might not, the damage value it provides versus like Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers might not be that compelling. As the relationship with Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers is like, you go from being able to get like the 600 attack buff with her Sig to around like a 400 team-wide attack buff with TDDS. And that's a lot. That's a 200 loss, but you're getting a relatively lower loss for your on-fielder. And in fact, you're with TDDS buff, you're gaining more attack in your on-fielder if you're doing 20-second rotations in particular, or 20.5 or longer. You're gaining more attack on your on-fielder in exchange for losing some damage on your off-fielders. But if your off-fielder is doing enough damage, that can be enough net gain to be very worth it. And the vibe was like, in a couple instances, that TDDS was like the same performance as her Sig. And it's going to vary, though, depending on what exact team context we're talking about. I think it actually is worse than I thought it was going to be for Nicole, but then it actually ended up being better than I thought it was going to be for Lanyan, which I got to test more too. Yes, C1 Nicole works without her burst, so which is nice. You don't need any energy for C1 Nicole. Kind of a surprise I didn't make it burst tied. I definitely thought they tied it to burst. So, I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong, if you don't have compelling weapon options for her, like if you only have TDDS, because sometimes I don't think TDS will be ideal. Sometimes I think having a higher stat stick attack weapon, such as like Skyward Atlas, or an equivalent weapon like Shunyan Signature Weapon, will be better. But if like you have the ability to cover both cases, like the cases where you have more damage from your off-fielders, such that it's not worth using Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers to sacrifice off-fielder buff in exchange for more on-fielder buff, and then that's when you want the higher attack stat stick. So, but again, there's like potentially Skyward Atlas, Memory of Dust, Shanyun Signature Weapon that offer that. For 4-star weapons that offer just attack stat stick potential, there's Oathsworn Eye if you have that, Old Event Weapon, and there's Flowing Purity, the craftable, which is the same base stats. The passive is irrelevant. Same base stats as Oathsworn Eye if you don't need to burst, and there's a lot of teams where again you don't need to burst, you just need attack. So this is the same as Oathsworn in some cases. So it leaves her weapon in a really awkward spot where like catalysts have so many good options that I would be surprised if I logged into someone's account with Nicole and I was trying to use Nicole and I was like, fuck, if only you had the signature weapon. Like, I don't think I'll ever feel that logging into someone's account. And I think that's a good thing. But it is somewhat surprising that it is as meh as it was to me, because I thought I would notice a little bit more. But it's kind of just, I think, valuable from it gives rotation flexibility, is my vibe. So a nice to have, and I like Nicole a lot, so I like having it. But definitely not a need in any way, shape, or form. I would almost argue that going for C2 Nicole is more sensible than going for her weapon, but it also depends if you can get value from, like, if you don't have Durin's weapon, you have Durin. Durin's weapon is potentially good enough that if you don't have a compelling alternative weapon for Durin, that maybe that makes the weapon banner more worth going for. But they also didn't put very good 4-stars in the weapon banner, so like Widzith is obviously good to get an R5 copy of at least, but you know, so it's not a great weapon banner in my opinion. Is where it's at, and Prune is a relevant character to get copies up to C6 of. I didn't mess around with Prune much today. I might have to do a dedicated Prune stream, so that I can activate. I'm not gonna wait to activate her C6 that long, but I do want to test her C2 a little bit more in some other contexts than what I did today, because I think she is an interesting character, and with C6 in particular, I think she becomes a meaningfully more versatile and meaningfully more interesting character. Still basically required to have double hex in the team, to be clear, to get value out of her, but again, a much more interesting, compelling unit to consider using in various forms, and I want to mess around with her. With C6, and the fact that you can get C6 Prune and going for on the banners, like for more cons on either Durin or Nicole, makes that more compelling, I would say, at a baseline. C1 or Durin, C1 or C1 better for C0 or 0 Varka? I would go check out the TGS video. I think he has specific numbers on that. I don't know. I think they're going to be pretty similar, but in theory, I think C1 Nicole is better for Varka, but than Durin C1. But a weird effect of, like, Nicole's projection attacks count as animo damage, and so one potentially sneaky annoying thing is I believe it makes Varka do more animo damage than pyro damage technically, and therefore animo damage becomes better on him, like animo damage goblet. Is it to a degree that matters? Probably not, but I kind of don't like that. So, but I don't know. At a default, though, I think Nicole's C1 is better. I think. Or maybe Durin weapon, yes. Durin's weapon for Varka would be a pretty significant upgrade. Probably more than the C1s for Varka specifically. But also, for C0 R0 Varka, you want to know my opinion? Skip and save her Varka weapon banner rerun. I think that's the actual play. If you have the polls right now to go for Durin C1 or Nicole C1, with no R1 on Varka, go for R1 Varka. R1 Varka is the weapon that gives him, is the default and extra investment thing that benefits every single Varka team you could possibly play. And I think it allows you to have a lot more fun with Varka's non-Pyro teams. Whereas Durin and Nicole only benefit Pyro Varka. So, yeah. Nicole doesn't fit into any team I have, unfortunate. I do think is one thing I want to mess with, like one funny idea. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say it's a funny idea, but I do want to mess with her as unit, like with a Nefa in particular. Like a Nefa over vape teams are already a thing. So, like I mentioned, Benefa Arlecchino with Nicole. But, and yes, that's not double hex, so you don't get 40% damage once, you only get 20, but I don't know. The fact that she buffs a Nefa might be worth it enough. That's kind of worth trying. I don't know. So I want to try something like that, because like a Nefa isn't attack scaling off-field DPS. And there's other weirder shit that I want to try, like, that you're not used to thinking about, like the fact that, you know, Lynette does off-field attack scaling damage, the fact that Moika does off-field attack scaling damage, and the fact that we have an off-field attack buffer now. No. Yeah, your skill is attack scaling. That's probably not relevant. 53% multiplier. I don't know, right? Like, you're not, your off-field is not. Although, having an attack buffer that also is doing damage when it's buffing. Because if you want a DPS Candace, she does attack scaling normal attacks, but then her burst and skill are HP scaling. It's an awkward part about DPS Candace. Also, stuff like Chiori is interesting. Like, what is the impact for Chiori? Chiori is half attack scaling, so is Nicole relevant, interesting for Chiori? We could do Nicole, Albedo, Chiori. So, I don't know. Maybe some main DPS Chiori. I don't know. Nicole, Durin, C1 become better with Varkasig. Yeah, there's that too. Off-field damage gone you clearly. I don't know. Like, these multipliers aren't big, don't get me wrong. I don't think it's that relevant, but it's funny to think about what we could amplify that we normally couldn't have. Oh, fucking Yehoda. I can't forget about Yehoda. I actually think Yehoda has a significant upscale from Nicole. Like, being able to have a shield so the fucking flask mechanic is not as awful. And then with a crown skill, I crowned this lady for a reason. I liked her. She's just pain to use. I think I'll be able to figure something out much more consistent. I don't know if it'll be vape or if it'll just be mono element still, but the fact that I can do like a significantly more off-field damage by having an attack buff for Yehoda is interesting. But crowned her, but no razor. Yes. Sorry, I was more interested in Yehoda. I do want to level raise those patch though. Wanting to level raise those patch is another reason to potentially skip Lohan. But you know what? Durin is cool. Said I could use those Prima Gems how I wanted. Should I do it? Should I do it 10 hours in the stream? Use the Prima Gems Durin is cool gave me. But I want to grind. But do I actually want to grind for it though? I don't know. I already spent money. It doesn't fucking matter, does it? I'm sure Durin is cool won't give a shit. Especially because Nicole C6 buffs Durin. Do it and tell no one? Yeah. Durin is cool did say Lohan originally, but I do believe they also said use it how you want, I think. Hopefully I didn't hallucinate that. I don't know. If I owe Durin is cool some Lohan pulls in exchange for this, that's fine. Guys, I grinded 4K Prima Gems, yeah. Here, we'll end the Nicole stream with this. Too long. 30. This is 40. Okay. Hello, fish. Bam. Okay, no really. Looks like we are pitying. That's fine. It's fine. Not preferable, but fine. I wish I didn't need Star Glitter for Kaya. Wish I didn't need Star Glitter for Kaya. But oh well. Oh fuck. Well, I'll get another Star Glitter, it's fine. We'll do single pulls. It's gonna put us at what? 57? That's fine. 2 more 10 pulls then? Yeah. Yehoda trying her best? Yeah. But unironically, I think Yehoda, you know, you can go back and see people, there's a number of numerous people who are like, wow, Yehoda does surprisingly compelling off-field damage, and she does. Hey, there we go. Stab swords. That gets me back to 35. She does surprisingly compelling damage. But like, she's just really clunky to get the surprisingly compelling damage. And now she's gonna do more surprisingly compelling damage if you play her with Nicole, because she gets buffed more from off field. That's just better. Alright, it's fine. I definitely didn't deserve another early after the 10 pity dia. It's fine. Alright, I can grind 20 wishes. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay. Also, fucking hell, I just noticed the goddamn Primogem count. Ignore it. I don't love the plunge sound, I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna do... Maybe that's the simple video I can do. Just do a plunge Nicole. There'll be a video about Nicole and be like, I don't even know where to begin with this character because she technically has impacts for many things, and I'll mention a bunch of potential things, but then just be like, alright, let's DPS Nicole. Her multipliers are not good, by the way, for DPSing her. I guess on that regard, since I can't not at least attempt that, we may as well just do this. May as well just get her to level 6. There you go. There you go. And the priority is going to be crowning next week. And leveling the burst a little bit more, probably. I'll at least get her to 8, 10, 8. I don't know. The fact that the burst... I'm finding even less reason to use the burst than I thought. I don't know. I don't know, we'll see. Don't enable wishing, but it'd be really funny if you got C6. I mean, it's not gonna happen right now. I don't have wishes. I'm not spending more money, not a fucking 20 pity. 20 pity away, that's stupid. I can grind 20 wishes, it's not gonna take that long. We have theater resetting before the banners end, yo. Like, worst case scenario when... Oh my god, how much shit do I have here? Worst case scenario, by the time theater resets with dailies and whatever. Oh my gosh, I don't care. Get rid of the red dots. Free me from red dot cursed hell. Okay. Oh my god! Fuck off! Thank you. Oh yeah, Stygian too, exactly. Like, I'll just get enough, like, very quickly. And then anything else I get, we can make towards low end. But we might try to get there sooner than those resets, to be clear. Like maybe this weekend I'll just start doing desert grinding, right? Why not? Why not? We'll probably do single pulls on the banner, by the way, just to... 10 pulls I think actually do risk a double, and I don't actually want a double. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world to get a dupe, to be clear, a Fortuna. But it's not beneficial enough to do that on to make sense. So it would be better to avoid that possibility. So I should definitely just do single pulls from here, which is fine. Anyways, what a funny lady. But yeah. Lohan, almost assuredly, I will at least be in a situation where I'll, like, throw 20 or 30 wishes that I get. But I don't think I'm going to spend money for him. But I don't know. He seems like a fun boy, and I'm just super uncertain about him. We'll see. We'll see. Or Lohan's going to be surprise free character for the Nintendo Switch for... We'll never stop joking about getting free characters because Genshin's never given a real free character. We're getting him save C0 Nicole until then. Yes. Yeah, if I do if I do decide to get Lohan for sure, I am 100% not activating C0, or I'm not activating any of Nicole's cons until after getting Lohan. Because turning off Nicole's cons is way too difficult. So, yeah. In theory, based on calcs I saw, forward melt Duran, C2 R1 forward melt Duran with C0 Lohan, and C2 seat Lolly. Actually, C2 seat Lolly is not that significant, it's just mostly Pyro Red Shred because the EM is on field character and Lohan would be on field. It's not as significant as it normally is, so it's mostly just seat Lolly. It would perform in the neighborhood of like 260k DPS, which is kind of stupid, but that's what you get for full ass building around Duran. I think, again though, not counting the low Nicole cons, I feel like I could reach pretty close to that DPS potential without Lohan, as far as forward mount Duran goes. And I could just like have fun, I don't know, on fielding Charlotte just for because I like Charlotte. Is that your second strongest team? I mean, well, the problem is like having C6 Nicole is going to be my second strongest team is going to be fuck if I know. My second strongest team is probably technically Moika with C2 Silali if I actually leveled and wanted to play Moika, right? It's going to be Moika with C6 Nicole. Maybe that's going to be stronger than Varka technically. I don't know, right? Like C6 Nicole buff for Moika, and C2 Silali, that seems kind of strong. I'm not going to lie. But so when I only had constellations on a DPS, it's pretty easy to say this is strongest team. This is like my smattering of second strongest teams. Omega buffer for every single attack scaling unit in the game is gonna throw a wrench in how the fuck you evaluate that. But again, I'll just not. The solution to that problem is don't use Nicole, unless I want to. Weeka back on dot with C6 Nicole, yeah. Arla Nicole Benefa, yeah. Like, that might be better. I gotta play more of the Arlecchino with Nicole too. So, anyways, I'm yapping too much. I've been streaming for 10 hours. Jesus Christ. It's surely a limited character selector for the most anticipated region. If you know what, Hoyoverse, if you do a limited character selector for this banner, what would that be acceptable? Same base rate as normal banner, no carryover guarantee, but one character is free. Like just free, or like how about not free, but like 50 pulls. 50 pulls, you get one choice character for free, and then it's like normal gacha bullshittery. On this hypothetical banner, so you could pick out one copy of Yai, Risley, Chi-Chi, Sino for free, for not for free, but like for a relatively low amount of pulls. But then after the first copy for free, it goes to normal rates. Maybe that'd be acceptable. I'd be happy with that. Although then I'd be trapped between do I choose Risley or do I choose C4 Yai? That's not a trap. I'd choose Yai. Sorry. Alice ZZZ triple banner. Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, something like that actually would be more cool. First copy is guaranteed kind of thing. That would be more tolerable for sure. But yeah, just not Chronicle banner, but not Chronicle banner. If it's just a duplication of Chronicle banner, just ugh. Maybe like the Enfield banner. The Enfield banner is kind of weird. The Enfield banner is actually not like so the Enfield rerun banner. It's like if they do what it would be in Genshin is so Enfield has higher base rates and it's 120 pulls to guarantee a character, but there's no carryover guarantee, and that 120 pulls is just like you get the character at 120 pulls for a normal character banner. But like any of the high rarity characters, 6 stars in Enfield that you get before that 120 is always a 50-50 no matter what. There's no like you lost a 50-50 next character guaranteed. It's not like that. So you can't like get an early 5 pity 50-50 loss into, you know, you get to 70 pity, like, you know, soft pity again, and then get the guarantee character. You still have to do another, like, that's only 70, like, 70 or 80 wishes total out of the 120. You still need to do another 40. The benefit, though, of Enfield's banner, and this is, I think, why they did it, is you can get limited units on any normal Enfield banner because the units hang around on banners. Like, after, it would be Nicole is on Lohan's banner as a 50-50 loss character after Nicole's banner is done, and also for the banner after that, which is interesting. But no carryover guarantee makes it kind of that, like, Enfield is kind of ass for this default banner, in my opinion, for saving. Like, it just feels not very satisfying to save long-term in Enfield for the most part. But if you embrace the Gamba, it's a little bit more fun, just saying. But then the rerun banner structure is a little bit better. Significantly better. It has the same thing where technically it's just a, if you know, there's no like lose 50-50, get the guarantee character after that with 2 5-stars or 2 6-stars in Enfield. Instead, the rerun banner, so let's say the exact situation if it's the same as in Genshin, or if it's the same as it is in Enfield in Genshin, with Chi-Chi, Wriothesley, Sino, Yai, would be a 20, they're the only 5-stars on banner, right? But instead of it being a 50-50 for like someone you choose, like on the Chronicle banner, it's a 25% chance for each of them anytime you get a 5-star, right? But then at 120 pulls, so it'd probably be 150 in Genshin, at 100 and then, but at 150 pulls, instead of it being like you get the character you choose, instead you get a little resource where it lets you, to your inventory, whatever, where it lets you pick one of the 4 directly, right? And the reason that's interesting is because it allowing you, giving you the resource, allows you to pick one of the 4. I believe, I could be wrong on how this works, I'm not actually for sure on it. Means I believe if you're wishing on this banner, you get a 25% chance to lose to any of the units there. So there's 2 standard banner units on the banner, and there's 2 limited units on the banner. So basically it's a 50% chance to lose to a normal standard banner unit, and a 50% chance to lose to one of the limited units. And then, but a 25% to any individually. But like in going for 120 pulls on that banner, you're going to get probably 2 6-stars most likely, or 2 of the high rarity characters. Same thing in Genshin, if it was like 150 pulls, you'd be likely to get 2 5-stars in going to 150. But then you also get the choice thing after that, right? Like the selector thing is a separate thing afterwards, I believe is how that functions. Based on how similar things in Enfield function that I have gotten. So it's kind of interesting in that functionally that means doing 150, if like the Genshin version that existed, where it was at 150 pulls you got that, and you could choose one of the 4 characters directly, it would mean you do 150 pulls to guarantee getting a specific character. But in 150 pulls, you're basically guaranteed to get, not guaranteed, you're close to guaranteed to getting 3 characters instead of only 2, right? On top of being able to lose to other limited units. To be clear though, I think something like the Zenless banner structure where the first copy was just guaranteed for free is much better. I would prefer much more if it was just, yeah, you go to pity once and the first copy is guaranteed for free. But we'll see. I'm just saying that Enfield rerun banner structure is actually, once I learn more about it, is less cringe than I thought it was. So, yeah. But yeah, saving, like, Enfield is like either, Enfield has a bunch of structures that makes you incentivized to try to wish on every single banner, because you functionally get more pulls in total by wishing on every individual banner. But then if you wish a little bit on every individual banner, then you're basically never going to have the ability to properly save for the guarantee system, because the guarantee counter doesn't carry over. Your pity carries over for a high rarity character, but that's the normal 50-50, always a 50-50 pity, right? The guarantee 120 pull thing doesn't carry over anything. It resets to 120. So like right now, there's a character banner ending in Enfield that I put 80 wishes, or no, I put like 70 wishes in the banner. No, sorry, I did about 80, yeah, because I'm like 40 away. I could go and spend the extra 40 to guarantee, but I decided to save because right now I am like 20 wishes away from pity, from normal 6-star pity, and I'm 40 away from getting the guaranteed character. So I could spend those 40 wishes, get another random 50-50 6-star character, and still guarantee getting the feature character. But I've decided I just would rather keep my pity for a 50% chance for a future character. I decided I don't care about the new character enough that much. And I'm fine with that because I'm kind of embracing the Gamba in Enfield. I've been enjoying it more, not giving a shit about planning around the 120 pulls to guarantee thing. But it's kind of just fucking weird. And it punishes you. It's weird because it's so obvious in how it punishes you for doing like what I'm doing essentially. While also trying to make you do what I'm doing. Like, it's so obvious that it's doing that, and it makes it feel really bad to most people. But that's why I just ignore the guarantee system entirely. Because it doesn't feel as bad if you ignore the system. So, yeah. And honestly, like, now that I have a Tong Tong team that I really like in Enfield, I don't really give a shit about most two characters. I think if they run Arcane, or they run just whatever character I like, I'll pull for them, right? But I don't know. I so strongly like one particular team in Enfield that now I don't know if I care that much about pulling new units. So I just kind of embracing the Gambit, and it's fine. So yeah. I have had abnormally good luck, I feel, getting earlies in Enfield. It has a higher base rate of characters, a higher rate of characters than Genshin, to be clear. It's 0.8%, so like same as Star Rail's weapon banner. Or Zenless's weapon banner. No, sorry, is Starbow 0.7%? Or is it whatever? I don't know. It's higher even than like the rarity of weapons are in Genshin, which is I think 0.7%. Yeah, it's 0.7. It's 0.8% for characters. So it's not that unusual to get a bunch of earlies, but I still feel like I've gotten a surprisingly high amount of earlies. So, yeah. Why does C0 Nicole feel so weak in non-Hexen teams? You might not be playing around it properly. But realistically, it's the artifact set, yeah. Like, she is significantly balanced around the fact that she's also giving out the bonus. Like, it's kind of frustrating that she herself is not really, like, that important to her kit to have double Hexerai, but then the main artifact set that makes sense to use on her really cares about double Hex. So, and you're only giving Pyro damage bonus. Like, it's still a good 4-piece bonus for Pyro DPSs if... So yeah, it's kind of annoying, but the number one thing I dislike about Nicole is that she came with this artifact set that gives less team flexibility for Hexerais. It means I think Hexerai was at a good balance pre this artifact set for there being good incentives to play double Hex, but not that much of a need with how the character passes work. But now the conjunctions of the benefits from the character passives plus this artifact set means it's almost always like if you're playing a Hexerai character, you force double Hex, and that sucks. So yeah, so if you have not many Hexerai characters in general in your account, it's kind of bad, right? But man, there seems to be heavy implication that there's going to be more Hexerai characters added. Like the Nicole Hexerai homework quest specifically had Nicole having a line where I've been placed in charge of future homework things. Huh? Like, it's a really weirdly specific thing for them to put in if they're not implying something with that. And yeah, maybe it's just Alice. Like, maybe we shouldn't cope too much. Because maybe it's just referencing that Alice will exist at some point. But my cope is that they actually are gonna do more Hexerai units. And the more Hexerais they do, the less awful it is. So, anyways. Or the witches in general. Yeah, exactly. Like, it might only be new characters. We shouldn't cope too hard. Should be realistic, but I hope they do add some other Hexerais of existing characters. So yeah. Anyways. I need to end the stream. Why is the stream this long? I don't know. Nicole's a great character. Have a wonderful day. We can maybe go raid someone. I'll probably stream tomorrow. My neck is sore. That's a bad sign. My neck doesn't usually get sore. Bye-bye, YouTubes.